A very good morning and welcome to Trent Bridge Live for Day 2's coverage of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Matt's here and we're going to talk about Day 1 shortly, but just to give you a bit of an overview if you did miss Day 1. Derbyshire won the toss and elected to field, meaning that Nottinghamshire were put into bat. 324 they got on the scoreboard. Derbyshire had 4 overs at the end of play and they resulted in 9 runs for no loss. So Matt, Day 1, we had a little bit of everything.
We did. I mean, after 10 months without any cricket at Trent Bridge, anything would have been good for Day 1. But sunshine and a century stand was pretty much how the morning session had to unfold, wasn't it, really? It could hardly have got any better than that.
No, and you'd have to say that, you know, Nottinghamshire certainly took that morning session.
Yeah, it was Notts' opening session. Chris Nash up there at the top of the order played very fluently. I know you spoke to Haseeb Hameed after the game yesterday, and he was speaking about how Nash simplified things for him out there. They seemed to communicate quite nicely at the crease, and Nash got into his work very quickly. He was very fluent at the top of the order. There was one shot I remember where he seemed to just ease it around the corner, and he went for 6 in the opening session of the first day.
Sounds lovely, doesn't it? Just ease it around the corner.
Something I've never been able to do, but it was a marvellous opening session from the pair of them, both piling on runs, and good to see 100 for naught up by the lunch break.
I mean, that is the ideal situation, isn't it? Really, you know, you go into lunch, you've started the day well. You've started with intent, and you know there is a 0 in that wicket column.
Nothing better really, is there, to start off. I mean, you just need to try and get those foundations down, especially having been put in by Billy Godleman early on that first day. You need to try and do what you can to post a decent stand, and Nash and Hameed did that. Hameed also looking sort of increasingly fluent as the day went on and looking really comfortable out there.
So I mean, that's the morning session. If we move into the afternoon session, I think we've got to give credit to the Derbyshire bowlers because they came out and that they really made an inroad into Notts' attack.
Yeah, and again, going back to what Hameed was talking about with you last night, I know he talked about it not being a pitch that he ever felt in on, which for someone who came off scoring a half century at the top of the order was maybe not what you were expecting. But I think you could see that at times through the morning session. You see it on the highlights that I'm sure we'll see on our website as well, and that came through a little bit more in the afternoon. Derbyshire seemed to sort of find the line and length a little bit more, and they got the rewards for that.
I mean, there's still some positives to take from Notts' point of view in that afternoon session. I mean, if we just talk about Samit Patel for a minute.
I mean, to bring Samit Patel in at 8 with a run of ball sort of 60 at the end of the day was a really impressive knock, and those sorts of runs, when a cluster of wickets has fallen, you can feel that they're very important runs for taking a little bit out of the opposition. It's that counter-attacking rear guard of that, and with the guys that came after Samit as well, which really changed the complexion of the day, really.
I mean, when we look at the team as a whole, you mentioned Samit coming in at 8, even Joey coming in at 9. That batting depth is really there, isn't it?
Yeah, and Joey looked very stout early on, especially with Samit out there already. He defended well and he played nicely, and then as Jake came out later on, Jake Ball, the pair of them had a little bit of fun. Jake first, really, 2 sixes in a row I think he hit, a beautiful straight 6 and a couple of lovely straight drives down the ground as well. And then Joey was doing similar things, really. There were a couple where if the ball was off target anyway, off line, off length, he saw it, he hit it, and those runs, a couple of partnerships of 60 plus for those last couple of wickets were really important. 300 plus is a really good total having been put into that, I think.
I mean, when we look at the day as a whole, you take lunch and being 109 for 0, and then obviously after lunch at tea 209 for 7, and then at the end of the day 324. So it's been a real mixture day there, hasn't it?
It's the sort of ebb and flow you can often get in red ball cricket, isn't it? You're never quite sure which way the game's going, and I know it's almost a cliche to say the next session is important. The next session is always important, and I think yesterday showed that. You go in 100 for naught at lunch, but then things can change so quickly in the next couple of hours, and then to flip again in the evening session, it leaves the game beautifully poised for today.
And to top off the whole day, even Steve Burks and the ground staff had to get off their chairs, and because there was a little bit of rain as well. So.
That came out of nowhere. I mean, personally, I'd not checked the forecast yesterday. I looked early in the week and it looked glorious. But day 1 of the county cricket season, if we'd have had day 1 of the season when we expected to, Easter Sunday I think it was one of the warmer Easter Sundays I can ever remember. It was a glorious day. Yet we'd turn up in the middle of summer, 1st of August, and the downpour was almost biblical for about 10-15 minutes or so. But we got back out there. I was starting to think that we wouldn't get back out there again with the sort of the ferocity it was coming down with at that time. But a full first day's playing, and I think things are set fair for today as well.
They certainly are. I spoke to Steve Birks and his crew, and at 7 o'clock they were still very, very wet. But thank you very much, and he'll love that little shout out on the stream. But right, we are nearly ready for day 2 start of play, so we will now hand you over to our match coverage team and the voice of Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning to you from Trent Bridge. BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle here with you as the umpires walk onto the field for day 2 of this Bob Willis Trophy match. The new competition, obviously the English domestic season delayed for the reasons we all know about. Got underway yesterday with Notts playing Derbyshire in the opening match, and very entertaining opening day ended with Derbyshire 9 without loss in their first innings, having bowled Notts out for 324. 3 half-centuries for Nottinghamshire yesterday from Hasim Hamid, Samit Patel and Chris Nash. That was after Derbyshire won the toss and opted to bowl first. So 324 plays 9 without loss, and the 2 Derbyshire openers, Billy Godleman the captain, Lewis Rees, they safely negotiated 4 overs. Tricky little spell, as they say, at the end of the first day, and are fresh to go again. They're on the way out to the middle, the 2 left-handers. Nottinghamshire's 4 overs last night were shared between Jake Ball and Peter Trigo, and it is going to be Jake Ball to get things going in the next couple of minutes from the Radcliffe Road end. He's just re-measured his run-up. And the 2 batsmen now out in the middle. Should point out today we are able to make up the lost overs from yesterday. If you weren't with us, we had a little bit of rain. It delayed the tea interval. The normal 20-minute tea interval was extended to an hour and a quarter after quite heavy rain fell and a lengthy mopping up process. So we lost 8 overs, but we can get them back today. In fact, 6 overs we're going to get back today. So it'll be a 96 over day. And what that really means is you'll have to wait a little bit for your lunch if you're going to listen throughout the session. 8 minutes past 1 is lunch. So here we go, first ball of the day. Jake Ball in to bowl wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, who's Tom Moores, and we're up and running. Billy Godleman is the opening batsman on strike. He's scored all 9 runs. Lewis Rees is at the non-strikers end. And Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, has set quite an attacking field. 3 slips, gully, point and mid-off for the 6 fielders on the offside. Here's Ball in, and Billy Godleman solidly behind it. Comfortably blocks this one against the swing. Pushes it up to Peter Trigo at mid-off, who missed out with the bat yesterday on his Notts debut. Just gone into the 11 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham, so I fancy we started perhaps a minute or 2 early, but we'll be doing an update for them in a minute or 2. Here's a very decent delivery from Ball, just outside the off stump, probing line, well left by Godleman. Dave Fletcher said yesterday, certainly knows where his off stump is. There wasn't a lot of margin to spare there. Cloudy day. 9 without loss. This next one's pushed out into the offside, and they'll take a single. So first run of the morning, 10 without loss, brings Lewis Rees down onto strike. Rees faced 12 deliveries last night, yet to get off the mark. There's Jake Ball to bowl to him. Another left-hander, of course, Lewis Rees, and like Godleman earlier in the over, gets behind this one and defends it nicely. 10 without loss. Lots of applause and encouragement for Jake Ball, the bowler. Final ball of this, the first over of the morning then, 5th over of the innings, and again Lewis Rees happy to defend it He did a good job with the ball yesterday for Derbyshire, picking up a couple of wickets. So the end of the opening over of the day. 10 without loss. There's the Derbyshire score. In response to that Nottinghamshire total of 324. Each side picking up 3 bonus points yesterday. There's going to be Trigo to bowl from the pavilion end. His 2 overs went for 8 runs yesterday evening. And we've already had an over this morning. I fancy we might just have started a minute or 2 early. Derbyshire have added a single to their overnight score, so they're 10 without loss. Remember, yesterday, Nottinghamshire, who were put into bat, made 324 with half-centuries from Ahmed, Patel and Nash. Notts will be striving for wickets early this morning as Peter Trigo starts the 2nd over of the day with Derbyshire 10 without loss. And the first Trigo delivery just nudged back to him by Billy Godalming. Tall, upright figure in the crease, former Middlesex and Essex player. But really found a home at Derby, skippers the side. Certainly leads by example. Trigo into bowl to him. Oh, that was a fairly streaky one from Godalming, uncharacteristically flashy outside the off stump, and the ball flew away off a thickish outside edge past the 3-pronged slip cordon and down to 3rd man for a boundary. Element of good fortune there really for Billy Godalming, but he'll take it, and Derbyshire have their first boundary of the morning. 14 without loss. Godalming has all 14 of them. Long distance chat between bowler Trigo and 2nd slip and captain Mullaney, and they've decided to move Asiba Mead, and he was at 3rd slip and he's got a couple of positions to his left. He's probably more 5th slip area than Gully really, as Godalming defends this one. So it's Ben Duckett at 1st slip, Stephen Mullaney at 2nd, then Asiba Mead, the 3rd of those catchers. Joey Everson, who batted nicely towards the back end of Nottinghamshire's innings yesterday, is at backward point. Joe Clark in the floppy sun at extra cover. And Tom Barber at mid-off. On the leg side, Jake Ball, Samit Patel and Chris Nash down at long leg. Godalming pushes out to Clark. Spears the ball into those blue and black wicket-keeping gloves of Tom Moore's. Simon Aldridge, the first one to get in touch this morning. We're on Twitter. I'm at Brace Cricket. Dave Fletcher will be with us in a moment or 2 at Fletch Sport. Trigo in, bowls, and this one's just run the lower portion of the bat there from Godalming to Everson at backward point. Simon says, morning, great to have you and Notts back, hoping for a few early wickets. Nice to have you with us, Simon. 14 on the board, 5 runs already added this morning. So Godalming, 100% of the runs so far. Again, stands bat upright, brings it down to push this one into the offside, and that's the end of the 6th over of the innings, the 2nd over of the morning. Trigo, 3 overs none for 12 now. Lewis Rees yet to score. Billy Godalming has 14, and all of that has now been supervised by my good chum who joins me for the start of the 2nd day, having just done his update next door. Welcome the first time today, Fletcher.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, morning, everybody. It was a good delivery from Ball that went past the edge, wasn't it? Dear, oh dear.
He started a little early, didn't they?
Yes. Yeah, got a full over him before I got my update in, which was impressive. Jack Ball to continue from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to Lewis Rees, who clips him very nicely indeed, but straight to the man at mid-on. It was Joe Clark.
For reasons that we haven't yet been able to establish, they can't get you connected to the the little private group that tells us what's going off. So I'm having to relay information to you just
I'm
before
there.
they. Oh, right.
Yes, no,
oh, so have you seen?
I've seen that.
Right.
But it's fascinating, isn't it?
Lunch at 8 minutes past 1. Oh, there's some good stuff on there. Yeah, 96 over date.
Bizarre. Ball in again, bowls, and Reese is beaten. He's not beaten. He's taken the edge, and Reese has gone. First blood to Nottinghamshire this morning. Fine delivery. As good as the delivery, if not better than the one that he bowled at Billy Godwin. Better because it claimed the wicket. And Lewis Reese, who didn't score many runs against Lancashire in the pre-season friendly, hasn't scored any runs here at Trent Bridge. Derbyshire 14 for 1. Reese out for a duck.
Yeah, 16 balls faced duck. All he batted for 23 minutes. I mean, not really significant in that he hung around at the close last night. Just not been able to start this morning though. So that's a real blow for Derbyshire. Lovely bit of bowling from Jake Ball. Nice shape from this pavilion end, from this Radcliffe Road end rather, and just kissed the outside edge. Did wonder yesterday. Would it be Madsen? Would it be Deploy? That's now been answered because Wayne Madsen is on his way out to the middle.
It's definitely Wayne Madsen the picture, which is good news.
Wayne Morrison. Dave, did we ever find out who the two older debutants than Peter Trigo were? I did say it, mate. Yes. Ali Brown and Gary Keedy. Peter Trigo yesterday was 39 years of age and 50 days. I've lost my bit of paper, but Ali Brown, 39 years, I think 65 days, and Gary Keedy, something like 39 years, 200 days, something like that. And should also thank and mention Mike Goulder, who got in touch this morning, did a bit of homework on our behalf last night.
Excellent.
And we mentioned the East Midlands triumvirate, if you like, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire. I said AJ Harris and Ben Slater, asked for some more, and the reason we didn't get anybody coming in with any more is Mike's been through them all. He can't see anybody else.
Really?
And Andy Carter didn't. The game he came back, I remember him coming back, that was for Northants, not Leicestershire.
Right. Ball, first delivery to Madsen, who leaves. Goes through to Tom Moores, the wicket keeper. We'll have a look here. Will Madsen, I imagine, I hope he does. Poor old Lewis Reese, the age-old debate. It's not that old, but can he open the batting and be first change bowler? Definitely his batting suffered a bit last year. He's determined to do it, but ball is in again. Balls to Madsen, bang on target. Madsen right-handed, of course. Right-hand, left-hand combination out there now. Defends it back to the bowler. There's no run. There's 3 slips and a gully, a point. A man on the more deep backward square leg boundary. Away to our right-hand side. Samit Patel's there at mid-wicket.
Wouldn't personally have thought it was a hardship, the amount of overs he bowls, would you? And
no, not really.
In the batting?
No. Although quite often he's just finishing off a spell to finish off a team as ball is in and beats Wayne Madsen. He'll tell me that he played inside the line. I'd perhaps have to give him the benefit of the doubt on account of the fact that he can bat and I can't.
I mean, some players very much like to be involved all the time, don't they? Involved in the game, and maybe he's one of them. But
I think he definitely is. But it's this idea of if you are bowling at the time and you take a couple of wickets and you're just finishing a 8 over spell or something to round off an innings, and then you've got to bat 10 minutes later. I don't know if that makes a difference. No excuse this morning though, as ball bowls to Madsen. Good pace, lets it go through. Moores takes it. And the over comes to an end. 14 for 1. Jake Ball 1 for 2 from his 4 overs. They conceded 9 last night. They've added 5 this morning. Derbyshire and Billy Godwin's got them all.
I certainly think there's more into it with regards to a wicket keeper opening the batting. That can be testing if you've been in the you've been in the field for a day and a half and concentrating and bending down for every ball, and then 10 minutes go out and can you bat for 4 or 5 hours for us now?
Yes, quite.
I think that's challenging. There's been 1 or 2 over the years that have made a good fist of it, but you can probably count them on one hand, can't you? 14 for 1. Here's Peter Trigo from the pavilion end bowls, and that Godalman up periscope. You were with 1 or 2 of your Derbyshire media associates this morning, just contemplating what sort of role Billy Godalman will find for himself today. Will it be the block and stay there at all costs, or will he try and push on a little bit?
Well, it has two modes. It has block and fiddle, or dance down the pitch. So that is two modes.
This Trigo bowls. Oh, that's a lovely delivery from Peter Trigo. Well, I think if you're going to block and fiddle to those, sooner or later one might just have your name and number on it. It was a lovely bit of bowling, just short of a length, and it just left Godalming, didn't it? Took off, went over the shoulder of the bat.
It's twice he's been beaten all ends up, once from each end as well. It's not as if he's thinking, right, if I get to the other end, I can face this bowler. Both of them have beaten him now.
Notts will be annoyed if he nicks one through third slip, because they've purposefully moved to Mead from there much wider. But Godalming gets his bat behind this one and defends. Not selecting to go with the same two bowlers they started with last night. Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I did see Tom Barber this morning at the pavilion end, the end Trigo's bowling from, remarking out his run and getting the green spray paint and having one or two practice approaches to the crease. So I did wonder if we might see Barber early on, but you suspect when we do, he'll be on at the far end. Here's Trigo once more, and Godalming defends. 14 for 1.
It went quite well last night, but it went well for Derbyshire, definitely, because they didn't lose a wicket, but they weren't able to. It was one of those situations when Nottinghamshire had something to gain by taking wickets, but they didn't want them to go and be slapped everywhere, and Derbyshire stayed in, so all that's changed with Lewis Rees departing.
As far as I can see, this one of 2 wickets that have gone down this morning as I'm not sure if Trigo lost his stride pattern or Godalming backed away. May have been somebody talking or whatever, but
there was a gust of wind that, seriously, that appeared to be ruffling his top, and if anybody's going to walk away when there's nobody in the ground, Billy Godalming's going to be the man. There might have been a gull flying over the ground at home. It's just disturbed him a bit there. His peripheral vision is astonishing.
Certainly from here, Trigo didn't look to be particularly amused. He comes in and bowls and brings one back into Billy Godalming, who defends. Yeah, as far as I can see, the only other wicket that's gone down anywhere this morning. It's funny how this so often happens. Heino Kuhn for Kent, 140 not out yesterday. Brilliant innings by all accounts. Gone in the first over today without adding. It does happen, doesn't it? It does happen. We'll bring you, we'll give them 20 minutes or so up and down the country to get going, and we'll have a bit of a catch up on what's happening. 14 for 1. Next ball pushed into the leg side, and there's no addition as Samit Patel, to the amusement of many who see him for the first time and know he's a slow left arm bowler, spears the ball in with his right hand into the over. 14 for 1. Elected not to head off for my village cricket club last night with the delay in sort of leaving here. I thought, well, the game will be long over, and the couple of Saturday games they've had so far, I've finished about 5:30. So I think a lot of people by the time I'd have got there will have finished and had a couple of liveners and toodled off home. So I went home, did the old quiz with the missus, and then watched a bit of sport.
Ball begins a new over from the Radcliffe Road, and it comes off Madson's pad down to fine leg. They've run one, and that's all they'll get. Leg by is signalled. 15 for 1. Did you win the quiz?
Well, we sort of got into it.
It's a friendly quiz. I'm not having that.
Well, we sort of got into it during lockdown when there was little else to do. I mean, believe you me, I struggle to know what an app is or was, certainly before lockdown, but we managed to get it. This the virtual pub quiz, it was called, and at the height of the lockdown, 180,000 people were tuning in to do it. As this is pushed into the offside, so it's not really a case of winning, but there's general knowledge and there's picture rounds and a bit of dingbats and all that sort of thing. We really got into it. We've actually said, the runners of it have said they're going to keep it going now because it's so popular. I think 30,000 or so did it last night. We sort of said in a fortnight's time, we should be in Manchester, all being well, and that is it. I'm certainly not doing it in a
balls that he's driven square on the offside by Godalming for 4 runs.
On my own in a Manchester hotel, so we've decided, that'll be it for us. We'll do it next Saturday night as well. But then after then, caught up with the FA Cup final highlights and the Grand Prix qualifying highlights, and there was a bit of the old boxing on. Had a last. We went our separate ways, and is it The Voice UK? She's into all that. She likes all that stuff. So so that was my Saturday night. Whilst I'm sure you touched one or two of the cultural hotspots of Nottingham.
Well, no, because by the time I'd finished editing things,
here
comes ball again in and balls to Godalming, who has a wild swing at that and is caught behind. Is he? Yes, he's been given. He doesn't believe it, but he's been given by umpire Malander, and Godalming troops off. He looks extremely disappointed, I think it would be fair to say. I've seen him walk off quicker, certainly. And Godalming goes, and Derbyshire in a little spot of bother here at 19 for 2. Billy Godalming is dismissed for 18. He struck 3 fours in that. A couple of them were nice. One was a bit streaky. Faced 31 balls. Derbyshire, well, they're in a real spot of bother here as Lewis Deploy comes out to bat. They're heavily reliant on the top 4 in the batting order. We were talking this morning downstairs, the same group, slightly smaller group in actual fact. It's going to be difficult to work out who comes in 5, 6, 7 and 8, because they're all much of a muchness. It will be...
There's a lot of unknown talent.
Well, we know the talent, and it's all very much the same, apart from McKiernan, who we haven't seen bat very much and has played just 1 game. But Deploy had a terrific season last season. Madsen, well, his record speaks for itself. And these two, well, a lot rests on their shoulders.
Interesting to know what viewers on the live stream made of that. We've all seen these slow-mos, haven't they, where the batsman just nicked the ground and there's a sound, but to a man everybody in the Nottinghamshire side
absolutely
went up, so they all heard something, even those not with a direct view, bowler, keeper, slip cordon or whatever. The umpire certainly gave it, but there was obviously noise because either side of the wicket they all went up as one, and clearly the umpire Malander had no doubt, and it was just perhaps an expression of
balls to the new man down the leg side. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket because the ball hit the ground, and it's been given as leg byes as well. It looked as though it's right armour to left-hander in much the same way as that one yesterday we saw.
Yeah, I was going to say it was perhaps just an expression of disappointment from Billy Godalming, but he did stick it. He did certainly look as if he didn't agree with it.
He waited for a while, didn't he? He did wait for a while. It was very noticeable.
Off for rain at Chesterley Street. They had a bit of rain yesterday, but that didn't stop Durham being bowled out for 103. Hope it doesn't come here.
Very unusual for it to rain up there. 6 months worth of pictures of glorious sunshine in Sunderland I've seen.
The Roca Riviera.
Over the course of lockdown, and now it's raining now the cricket started. His ball is bowling to Madsen, 20 for 2 Derbyshire, and he bowls a very full delivery that he tries to clip away. It's a good pace as well down the leg side, well taken by Moores, moving across very sharply to his left hand side. The over comes to an end, and that is wickets in successive overs for Jake Ball this morning.
He's had a good game, hasn't he? Scored a few decent runs.
2 for 6 his figures for his 5 overs.
And Tom Moores has been, as you say, he's been lively this morning. The 2 catches, fairly regulation, but he's had 1 or 2 to throw himself about at, which keepers, they tend to moan, don't they? But secretly they enjoy it. They like being able to dive full length to make a flashy stop.
Absolutely. Yes, it was Hamid yesterday, wasn't it? Who didn't look out, but he was out. So
yeah.
I can be fooled very easily.
20 for 2. Loose Deploy, another lefty, the third left-hander we've seen already in the Derbyshire top order. Blocks this one. Loose Deploy, born in Pretoria in January 1995, so 25 years of age. First class average of 46, high score 181, and he has got 11 first class centuries.
He's a good player.
Took a decent catch yesterday in the slip cordon. He blocks This one, it was Ben Duckett, wasn't it? It went quickly to him, low down off Ben Aitchison. Took it very matter-of-factly.
So there's a query about Deploy and Michael Cohen, both South African born, about their situation for next season, and people are already started to look ahead. They both have EU passports.
Well, that's not a... Well,
Yes,
no,
yes.
it might be a problem. I don't know. I really don't know.
No, I
Sammy
don't.
Patel's got a bit of a chase on here. He's not going to win this particular chase. The ball has sped over the outfield and made its way over the ropes and into the boards at the base of the Smith Cooper stand. So 4 runs. It was not exactly crisply clipped away with the certainty it would reach the ropes, but all enough to stay ahead of the chasing Samet. So 4 to Deploy, who's off the mark, and it's 24 for 2.
The thing about EU passports is that they're not Colpack players. But whether having an EU passport will help you work in this country next season remains to be seen, and I have clearly got no idea.
Next ball is wide of the off stump, fairly full, through to the keeper.
As Ravi Rampal is clearly a Colpack player, and therefore would have to be in overseas next year, when we'll be allowed 2 per club, won't they?
That's right, yeah. 3 South African born players then in this current Derbyshire side. The 2 batsmen out there at the moment, Madsen and Deploy, and Michael Cohen, who got 3 wickets yesterday. This one's worked to Samet, who batted with great intent yesterday. Looked chock full of confidence, really, something that we didn't see a deal of him last year. Played very nicely indeed. 24 for 2. He'll never be a scout though, because he's got his shirt hanging out. It's the old saying, wasn't it? Never be a scout. That was one of the quiz questions last night. Be prepared is the motto of which organisation? Deploy, squad number 76, pushes it back to Peter Trigo, squad number 77. 77 Sunset Strip.
Well,
It's Madsen 77
I was
as
just
well,
going to
isn't
say
it?
77 is bowled to 77,
Yeah.
I think, in this game, unless Madsen must have faced Trigo already.
Must have done, yes.
Sure,
Yeah. 24 for 2.
Talk about the 3 South African born. We were talking about all the Lancashire and ex-Lancashire players and players with Lancashire connections. Yesterday, thank you, David Griffin, was the first time, and only the second in Derbyshire's history, since 1905 that 3 Lancashire-born players played in a Derbyshire starting 11.
So we've got, let me have a look, Matt Critchley born in Preston.
Yeah.
Ben Aitchison born in Southport.
As in comes Jake Ball, balls to Madsen way outside the off
And,
stump.
and is the other one, is this a slightly grey area? Matty McKiernan,
Yes,
born in Merseyside.
Yeah, Matty, I think we're going traditional counties, clearly, aren't we? But yeah. And interestingly, Lewis Rees, who obviously came through the ranks at Lancashire, went to the same school in Chorley as Matt Critchley. He was born down in the southwest, but his family moved up very early in his life, and they both went to the same school in Chorley. Balls to Madsen, who gets it. I think he's outside edge down to backward point. They think about a single, say no, and then when there's I hesitate to call it a misfield, it was a parried stop. They think again, and then decide against it. I think that might be, is that Everson at backward point?
Yes, mate. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He just refused to turn round,
Yeah.
and I'm slowly getting the.
Well, when he takes his cap off, you'll perhaps be very surprised. He's got blonde hair as well.
Balls. This one is driven up to Joe Clark at mid-off by one.
I expect we'll see Joey Everson along with Tom Barber as the change bowlers. Maybe a little bit of Mullaney today, but they will be his main 4 seamers. The 2 in operation now, Everson and Barber, and of course Samit Patel can bowl the twirly-whirly stuff.
Which was successful for McKiernan late on yesterday, certainly. Not so much for Matt Critchley. Here's Jake Ball bowling to Madsen, who defends it back to the bowl. A nifty bit of footwork, just allows it to bounce up off his left boot and into his right hand.
Well, it was Ball who got hold of Critchley, wasn't it, for his...
Yes, indeed.
His 2 sixes, one straight down the ground and one very elegantly sort of opened the face and caressed it high over extra cover into the Smith Cooper stand.
Harrison got one off him as well, I think, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, straight down the ground, possibly. This one is pushed up towards mid-on. Trigo does the fielding, Madsen the batsman.
Today's the day, of course, for Notts County supporters to, I'm sure, have more than half an eye on events at Wembley rather than Trent Bridge. We'll understand that. They play Harrogate this afternoon. But have a look what time that one gets underway. I'm not sure. Let's have a
ball on his way in again from the Radcliffe Road end. In and balls to Madsen, who gets the inside half of the bat on a defensive shot up to Trigo.
3 o'clock kickoff. It's
they've
unusual. I was going to say it's unusual, Trevor.
There mustn't have been anything else on the telly at that point.
Yeah. 2 umpires are getting together. I know not what it's about, of course. It's not dark.
There's more cloud today, and it's slightly darker cloud, but it doesn't look massively threatening. Yeah. They're just discussing the fact that the lunch will be at 1:08. And cricket, only cricket could have breaks at 1:08, 3:56, and a close of play at 6:24.
Yeah.
Bizarre. Anyway. At a 96 over day.
I would imagine we'll have lunch at 1:08. I very much doubt the other two will
no chance.
Stick to that strict schedule. Peter Trigo to continue. 5 overs, none for 16 from the far end, the pavilion end, as the breeze picks up a little bit, and he bowls one that came back, but not enough to inconvenience loose deploy. Started it too wide of the off stump. Ben Duckett at first slip, standing with his legs as far apart as it's probably possible for him to do without toppling over. Stephen Mullaney at second, and now Hamid has come in very tight at third for deploy. He disappeared off to sort of a 5th slip position for Godalming, driven now nicely through the off side of straight by deploy. He's run the first 2 very quickly. He was almost in danger of catching Madsen up, but they settle for just a couple of runs. Nicely played shot, and deploy is on 6. If you're just joining us, Notts have picked up 2 early wickets this morning. Jake Ball striking in consecutive overs to get rid of Lewis Rees and Billy Godalming, both openers out in similar fashion, caught behind by Tom Moores from the bowling of Jake Ball. Rees without scoring, Godalming for 18. Next delivery defended by deploy, who looks busy at the crease, keen to try and manipulate the ball and get on with things. Oh, I'm getting a rare bit of credit. Sam Trigo, after 20 odd years of getting the name wrong, the commentary by the Nottingham boys are getting his name right. I presume it's Trigo, and Sam Trigo confirms. Thanks, mate, glad you're with us, and he's got ball in hand now, bowling round the wicket to deploy, well wide of the off stump. It goes through to the wicket keeper, Tom Moores, 26 for 2 here at Trent Bridge. Be an update for Radio Nottingham, I'm sure, in the next minute or two. Joe Clark rather, with ball in hand, having a protracted chat with the bowler before he lobs it back to him. And Trigo, as the sun breaks through for the first time. Bowls, and this is pushed up again to Clark. Derbyshire losing those wickets at 14 and 19. Really need a bit of a partnership. Harvey Hussain, Matt Critchley listed to come in the next 2 positions. Then Matty McKiernan, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Sam Connors, Michael Cohen and Ben Aitchison. Next one's squirted away on the leg side, nicely fielded by Jake Ball. And there's no addition to the total. Trigo through 6 overs, none for 18. Ball 6 overs, very miserly and very successful. 6 overs, 2 for 6, and we've had 6 overs this morning, so now all the players, or all the fielding side, heading off to sanitise their hands. The other side of the boundary, all the way round, little tables have been set out with some sanitiser. 2 umpires and the 2 batsmen remain in the middle. Chance for Deploy and Madsen to get together. 26 for 2. Just the start that Notts wanted. Yes, good morning, Alan. Good morning, everybody. Couple of early wickets here for Nottinghamshire. Very much the order of the day, and that's what they've got. Both taken by Nottinghamshire's former England fast bowler, Jake Ball, bowling with a nice line and length, getting a little bit of movement from the Radcliffe Road end, and he's induced edges from the 2 openers, the 2 overnight men, both gone. Lewis Rees battled his way through 16 deliveries, didn't get off the mark, then Nick Ball behind to Tom Moores. That was 14 for 1 in the 7th over. And then in Ball's next over, in fact he's just struck again, in his next over he got rid of Billy Godalman, who was caught by Moores. He'd scored 18 out of the first 19 runs. They've just had a little break to sanitise their hands, and first ball back, Jake Ball has now got his 3rd wicket of the morning, and it's Wayne Madsen, another of Derbyshire's star players, just hit the ball out into the offside to Chris Nash. Derbyshire 26 for 3. So another duck, Madsen out for naught. He faced 13 balls, 26 for 3. And with all due respect, I guess, to the guys that are to come, that's 3 really key players that Notts have got out this morning. Rees, Godalman and Madsen. Notts, of course, have got a bowling bonus point already this morning with those 3 wickets, and very, very good morning indeed for Jake Ball. Matt Critchley coming in at number 5 to join Lewis Deploy. Ball is swinging nicely for the Nottinghamshire bowlers. So new man, Matt Critchley, at the crease, right-hander. One of those Preston-born players, Lancashire-born players that Dave Fletcher was just referring to a minute or 2 ago. Out to face Jake Ball. And off the mark, first delivery, pushing it into the offside. Not to take the man out there, just to strengthen the catching quorum even more. Critchley found the gap. So Critchley, playing his 49th first-class match, has 3 centuries. Averages 28. I'd imagine he'll be looking to push that on a little bit during his remaining years in the game. Received a bit of tap yesterday from Jake Ball, so perhaps be looking to pay him back. But it's Deploy on strike now. He's got 6 of the runs, and Jake Ball bowling across the left-hander. It's left alone as it nestles into the gloves of Moores. 2 catches to Moores, 1 to Chris Nash. Then at point, it was fairly lame dismissal really from Wayne Madsen, pushing tamely at the ball outside the off stump, but no control, and the ball just flew at a nice catchable height to Chris Nash, who gobbled up the opportunity. The ball at the moment has figures of 3 for 7. He's in again. Oh, this is on the pads of Deploy, and he's worked it into the mid-wicket gap. They'll take a couple of runs here. Joey Everson after it. And the score on to 29 for 3. Imagine be Harvey Hussain, Derbyshire's wicket-keeper batsman, to follow the next wicket, coming at number 6. And McKeon, Hudson Prentice, Connors, Cohen and Aitchison to make up the lower order. There's Jake Ball in again to loose Deploy. Just jabs the bat down on it. It runs to Hamid, who comes forward from his position at third slip to field. Hamid with those orange flashes on his heels. Very distinctive illumination. 29 for 3. Final ball of this 13th over, the 9th of the morning. And Jake Ball once again past umpire Neil Malinder. Bowls Deploy. Lets this one go through to Tom Moores, and another successful over for Jake Ball. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 9. Terrific stuff from him. Terrific stuff this morning from Nottinghamshire. Very much following their script. Not quite so, Dave Fletcher, for Derbyshire.
No, and it's a poor shot, wasn't it, from Wayne Madsen? In truth, far too far away from his body. No need to play it. Straight to Chris Nash. Gully, and the simplest of gully catches, if any of them are simple. It was travelling, no question about it, but he didn't have to adjust his feet or anything. He just straight in, and big blow for Derbyshire. And the first of the who's going to bat next batsman is Matt Critchley, of course. A lot of expectation on his shoulders. Batting at number 5 seems a bit high. But he's facing now as Trigo comes in, and he pushes this one out into the offside. He can bat, of course. We know he can bat. He's going to have to bat well here with Lewis deployed to get Derbyshire out of this terrible mess that they've put themselves in, or that Jake Ball has put them in. He's bowled beautifully this morning. Trigo's bowled equally well, but without any luck. Hasn't managed to find the edge just yet, but it surely is only a matter of time. 29 for 3. Trigo is in again from the pavilion end, and Critchley allows that one to go through to Tom Moores, and there's no run. So just 13 deliveries for Wayne Madsen, 16 deliveries for Lewis Rees, both out for ducks. Did we see one yesterday? I don't think we did we? Tom Barber was not out, but there wasn't a duck yesterday. Peter Trigo, the lowest of the scorers who was out, made 1, so Nottinghamshire way ahead in that department as Critchley defends this next delivery from Trigo up towards mid-on. There's no run. Sun out again now, which is good news. Bit of blue sky away to the west. To our right as we look out from the Radcliffe Road end. Magnificent view, one of the best of the action here at Trent Bridge. Trigo is in again and bowls. That's edged and falls just shy of Hamid at third slip. Do we credit Critchley with soft hands? It just didn't carry. I'm a little surprised to see Hamid at slip. There is always a danger that you could get an awkward one. To happen to him, genuinely, as Critchley pushes this up to mid-off. Given his history, I mean, he's had wretched luck, but he obviously feels confident enough to be there. But it just seems an unnecessary risk to me.
Well, he's got to feel somewhere, hasn't he?
Well, he has. And I know he's not the sprightliest around the field, is he? I suppose for a young man. Trigo is in again. 29 for 3 Derbyshire. Bowls Critchley takes a couple of steps down the track and then defends it up to Jake Ball at mid-off. Don't do that. And the over comes to an end. Trigo 0 for 18 from 7 really doesn't reflect when you see that Jake Ball's got 3 for 9 from 7. They've both bowled pretty well this morning. Jake Ball has picked up those 3 wickets. And 2 caught behinds always suggest that the bowler's doing a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
And then obviously the dismissal of Wayne Madsen, which Ball will say that he deserved, and Madsen will say, why on earth did I play that shot?
I'm pleased for Jake. He had a tough year of it last year, and you know, your stats at the end of the year are, you know, almost always what you deserve. He's in again and bowls this and goes through to the keeper, and you know, every bowler will cry over ill luck and drop catches. It did just seem as if he had more that went down off his bowling last year. You know, talked to him about it, but you know, it is one of those things. But you know, the sort of form we've seen from him this morning is that sort of form that got him or attracted the international selectors to him 4 or 5 years ago, when he was very much one of the standout bowlers in the championship. He's in again and bowls this one, sort of a leg stump line, which has been worked up to Joe Clark, who makes a bit of a hash of stopping it, and they go through for a single. Joey Everson has to do the fielding, so a single taken.
Might have hit one of those drains.
Yeah,
we'll give him that.
Yeah. I mentioned this just purely in the interests of it being on our list of things to mention, but of course they've don't take offence, but they've changed the follow-on target in first-class cricket this year, haven't they? It was always 150, but they've changed it to 200 now.
Yeah, it's running in another 100 Derbyshire
for these 5 games. So it is a, well, they need 95, don't they? It is 125, the follow-on mark. Whereas you know, every other year it would have been 150 behind rather than 200. This is pushed into the offside by Critchley.
No, you're right to mention it. You are absolutely right to mention it, because there is every chance at this stage. It could be nip and tuck.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously, and all the Derbyshire supporters will be quite happy to see Matt Critchley and Lewis Deploy bat all day, and you know, they're both very entertaining players. But it, you know, and I find it with Notts and in cricket in general, it's always nice to see unheralded talent, what they can produce on the big stage, and you know, some of these sort of unfamiliar names. You know, it'll be nice to see how they go with the bat out there. As Jake Ball bowls again, steered down into the ground, fielded by Clark.
Matt Critchley scored. It was the youngest player to score a century for Derbyshire against, I think it was at the Oval against Surrey in his second. Oh, I always get this wrong, and somebody will write in to tell me, but he certainly got a century very early in his career. Lewis Deploy got a century against Australia last year in the tour match.
Ball bowls. This is nudged into the offside. There's no run.
Because Critchley's probably his best moment batting 2 years ago at Chesterfield, when Derbyshire needed 22 off the last over to beat Yorkshire in a T20, and of course they did it with a ball to spare. Poor old Brazil lad. It was so. The game was so obviously over that I didn't even say to Tim Steer, who was doing the Yorkshire at the time, I didn't even say to him, "Can I do this over just in case they win?" Because there was no chance.
His ball comes in again. This is driven back to him by Critchley. End of that over. So 15 overs have gone in the innings. So we've had 11 overs this morning. So Jake's had 6, and just had a chat with Stephen Mullaney. Whether
don't you dare, is what he said. Don't you dare.
Just having a look at the skipper. Is he going to speak to either Tom Barber or
Everson just kicked his legs up there, didn't he, briefly?
Who was that?
Joe Everson.
Joey Everson, yeah. I was.
He just kicked his legs up at point. Well, now he's trying to keep his hands warm.
Yeah, I was following Barber to see if he was going to get the nod.
Tree goes new over from the pavilion end. He's just defended up to mid-on. Nobody's doing anything vigorous and rigorous out there, are they? So.
Anthony's been in touch. Fantastic start for Notts this morning. Thanks for the commentary and the images, guys. It's the perfect antidote to rather ordinary ODI series versus Ireland. Brightened only by Ireland's Curtis Camphor. I wonder which county might offer him a contract.
He's got a South African-born cricketer. Trigo bowls, and that's off the back foot. Nicely played by Duploy out towards the extra cover boundary. Chase on for Joe Clark. They've come back for 2, and he stops it just inside the boundary, so they'll come back for a 3rd. As he stopped it, he just slid an extra couple of yards, which meant that the 3rd run was always on the cards. He lost his floppy sun hat in the process. Sun hats, I'd do away with them completely. They fall off more times than is absolutely necessary, but there we go. Matt Critchley's very much a floppy sun hat wearer in the field.
And Joey Everson wore one last evening. Of course, always see Stuart Broad when he plays for Notts in one.
I'm not a big fan, although it makes identification a little bit easier, so perhaps I should quieten down. Trigo bowls to Critchley, who turns this one down towards fine leg for a single. He'll move on to 2. Deploy's got 12, 35 for 3 now, 34 for 3, beg your pardon. And it's very much about consolidating here for these two. Critchley's very closely examining his bat after that last shot. Shows it to Paul Pollard, who looked entirely disinterested. Yeah, well done, son. It's a bat. He waits now as Trigo comes in. 2 slips, well 3 slips as bowls to Deploy. It's 1st, 2nd and 4th really. That one is allowed to go through to Tom Moores, the keeper. And there's no run. Road's very quiet today with it being a Sunday. It's very noticeable how things got back to normal-ish on the roads quite quickly.
Give a rundown of the scores. End of this over.
Tree goes in again and bowls. This one's turned into the leg side by Duploy. Picked up by Jake Paul. He does that thing that a lot of fielders do just to keep themselves amused. Says to Sammy, I've got it.
Leave it to me, Sammy.
I've got it. Sammy's quite close in at mid-wicket. And then Jake Ball is, I don't know, 25, 30 yards directly behind him, but still on the square. Trigo bowls. This one is down the leg side. Floyd gets his bat out of the way as it's taken by Moores. Just moving across to his right hand side.
Whilst you were next door doing your Derby update, I presume it's a relative. Sorry, Sam, but we've had confirmation from Sam Trigo that it is Trigo, and said after 25 years playing, his name is now being pronounced correctly by us too. So,
entirely by mistake. That one is defended, and it's the end of the over. 36 for 3. It was
I don't know. I've done Somerset commentaries, and I can't recall them. Did they call him Trigo? Presumably do. I've always called him Trigo. Anyway, as promised, the other scores. Let's start in the South Group for a change at the Oval. Nick Gubbins still going strong. He's 167 not out in the London Derby. Middlesex 304 for 4 against Surrey. Kent lost Heino Kuhn this morning, but they've still got runs on the board and a batting. 380 for 7 at Chelmsford against Essex, and the other game in the South Group, Sussex Hampshire. Hampshire now 101 for 5, replying to Sussex's 176. Low scorer there. No cricket going on here at the moment, just a change of some sort of accoutrement, change of bat going on out there. North Group, the bat playing again after a bit of rain at Chesterley Street. Yorkshire 120 for 4. Remember, they bowled Durham out for 103. And the Lancashire-Leicestershire game, which is being played at Worcestershire, don't ask. Lancashire still bat 295 for 8. I'll give you the Central Group in a moment, because Jake Ball's just about ready to bowl to Matt Critchley, and he's not short of company. 4 slips and a gully. 36 for 3, ball in and bowls, and it's just pushed pleasantly up to mid-on to Samit Patel. So in the Central Group, games at Bristol, Taunton and Edgbaston. Gloucestershire versus Worcestershire. Gloucestershire 267 all out, Worcestershire 15 without loss. Somerset 296 all out, Glamorgan 34 for 5. So Somerset very much on top in that one. And in Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 153 for 5, replying to Northants 142 all out. So Glamorgan have had a bit of a shocker this morning. 3 wickets to Craig Overton and 2 wickets to Josh Davey. 34 for 5, Glamorgan. Next ball is tickled away for 4 runs. Nice and fine by Critchley. Not sure he meant it to go there. Bit of swing from ball, took the inside edge and just sped away down towards the ropes in front of the batman board. 40 for 3, Critchley onto 6, Duploy has 12.
Thanks to Andy, who says that Critchley innings was 137 on out, which is his high score in first-class cricket. 179 balls against Northamptonshire it was in May 2015, so the year before that's my excuse anyway.
That's your get out, yeah.
The year before, I didn't see it. I knew he'd scored it though. I knew he'd got a lot of runs somewhere. But he's a very decent batsman. And as you said before, they are 2 entertaining batsmen as well when they get going, these 2.
It's Jake Ball once more into the 7th over of his spell. Bowls and there's 4 more. That's lovely from Critchley. Stroke of the morning, Dave, through extra cover for 4.
Absolutely.
And he'll enjoy that, and I wonder if he will be thinking, yeah, I'll teach you to hit me for a couple of big 6s yesterday, Jake Ball.
I'm not sure he'd be able to hit him for 6, but that's almost as good, isn't it?
It was very nice, yeah, very nice indeed.
Of course, when I say when they get going, I mean if they get going.
44 for 3, partnership now worth 18. The opening partnership was worth 19 before. No, it wasn't. It was worth 14, of course, yeah, between Rees and Godalman. So that's the highest partnership. Wickets going down at 14, 19 and 26. Ball in again, Bowles again on the pads, and again 4 runs, clipped away beautifully. Lovely shot this one, 3 4s in a row, and Matt Critchley has gone to 14.
You think Stephen Mullaney's just regretting it when he said to Jake, you fancy another one? Yeah, Skip, yeah. No, it was 2 glorious shots from Matt Critchley.
Little bit of a shuffle around look now, fielders being redeployed. At a 7-2 offside field with 4 slips in a gully at the start of the over. He's now got a 6-3 field. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, he's either feeling pretty stiff or he fancies a bowl. Just loosening up at second slip. Jake Ball says, hit this one for 4 as he bangs it in short, and it goes past the nose of Critchley and just nods in indifference, scratches away at the crease. Be interesting if the captain comes on ahead of either Joey Everson or Tom Barber.
Well, we've seen some strange bowling decisions over the course of the day and almost an hour.
Well, the key one I guess you're referring to, Michael Cohen, who spent all yesterday morning looking forward to having a bowl, reputation as a nippy South African born quick, and we didn't see him at all in the morning session. Came on after lunch, 39th over of the innings was it, and proceeded to get 3 wickets. Next ball again dug in short by Ball, who's sick of being driven to the Trent Bridge ropes. End of the over, 48 for 3. Jake Ball 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 22. At one stage he was 3 for 7. Terrific stuff from Ball, but I would imagine that's the end of his spell.
Yes. No, it was bowled beautifully, and his figures are still excellent at 3 for 22, but that over just put a little bit of a dint in them. Not that he'll be too worried about that, I'm sure. And I think Trigo's gone to the boundary to pick his cap up and his sleeveless sweater, because I think we're going to see Joey Everson, because that's a very blonde-looking. Is that right?
Yeah.
A very blonde-looking chap at the far end has put his cap over the boundary rope, which is what they have to. I should have just looked at the big screen. There's a very large picture of him. That doesn't do his blonde hair justice, that big picture.
No.
We talk about Cohen and not coming on until 39th over. I haven't got to the bottom of it. Because we're not allowed any contact with anybody other than each other, it seems, in the current circumstances. And the person I spoke to last night was Cohen himself, and of course he wasn't going to say anything that was out of line, and his answer to was he surprised he didn't come on until the 39th over was we've got a very good bowling attack, and he was just biding his time. He also said something interesting that I hadn't realised, that was his first bowl in competitive cricket for 18 months. As Deploy waits, Everson bowls to him, and that one is off an edge down into the ground and fielded by Clark at backward point.
What did he make of it all then?
Well, he thoroughly enjoyed it. He was very nervous, he said, when he started, because he'd been out for so long and he'd had a stress fracture of the back, as so many quick bowlers do, don't they? He'd coming back from a stress fracture of his back, hadn't bowled for a long time, was nervous. What I should have asked him, and only remembered afterwards, was, were the first boots considerably better than the second pair? As Everson bowls, that's left alone by Duploi, because he changed his boots and didn't quite look the same bowler for a few balls after that. He couldn't find the pitch. But he did bowl nicely. It was 3 for 47 he finished with. I've just got a message here, and we haven't talked about it, and it's a direct message, so I won't say who sent it, just in case they don't want the name mentioning on it. And no, we're not on AM this year. You have to go to the, if you can hear us, you're already there, as this next delivery is wide of the off stump and left alone by Lewis Deploy. We have been on AM since I started, but circumstances have dictated that we're not on AM this season. You have to go to the BBC Sport website or the app. We are in a lot of places still, and of course live streaming with pictures and the commentary all matched up courtesy of Nottinghamshire on both websites. There's a link. You'll be able to find it. It's not difficult, and this, given what we've all been doing over the last 4 months, there's some bowls, and this one is pushed up to mid-off rather. Given what we've been doing over the last 4 months, I think almost everybody has become a little bit more computer literate in the last few months. So seek us and you shall find us, I would say. 48 for 3. Which looks considerably better than 26 for 3, but it's still a very sticky situation for Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire looking to press this home as Everson is in, and Deploy defends it down towards where third slip comes around. Hasib Hamid. And you're right though, I think we're going to see Mulaney. He's just gone through his bowling action again, hasn't he, there at second slip. Gives us plenty of time to commentate, doesn't he, Stephen Mulaney, because the ball takes about 30 seconds from when it leaves his hand to get to the other end. But my word, has he been effective over the years. It's staggering. He's coming around the wicket now. Everson bowls to Deploy, strikes him on the pad, bit high, sounded a bit woody as well from here, but umpire not interested, and the over comes to an end at 48 for 3. Deploy 12, Critchley 14, and Joey Everson first over is a maiden.
Yeah, he enjoyed the appeal, didn't he? Celebra appeal, do they call them?
I'm afraid so.
Chip ball just popped off. Ben Compton is on as the 12th man, cousin of Nick, and he, along with all the rest, immediately going off the field to sanitise their hands. We're knocking on the door of midday. We've been playing for an hour this morning. Derbyshire have advanced their overnight score of 9 without loss to 48 for 3. All 3 wickets to Jake Ball. Just wonder if there is going to be that change. We're waiting for the players to make their way back to the middle. In fact, Stephen Mulaney has left his cap and his sweater on the boundary edge, so I'd imagine it will be Stephen Mulaney to bowl. Threw me a little bit because he headed off for the pavilion end, but yeah, it is going to be Stephen Mulaney. In his 3rd year as not skipper. 33 years of age now, former Lancashire man, joined Notts in the winter of 2009-10. This is his 133rd first-class match for Notts. Made just 6 with the bat yesterday, so he'll be looking to impress with the ball. Comes in and bowls to Critchley, who pushes him to wide-ish mid-off. Well fielded by Trigo. That could so easily have got through for a couple of 3 runs. Good stop, though, from Peter Trigo. Keeps them to 1, and now the field has to be reset for the left-hander. Stephen Mullaney's taken 108 first-class wickets for Notts at 34 apiece. Next delivery just worked onto the leg side straight to Clark. No run there. Subfielder Ben Compton is at extra cover. His number this season is 7, but it's 0-7. There's Mullaney into bowl and it's defended. I don't know if it's too soon since Chris Reed's retirement to give anybody the number 7 on its own, or if there's anything else in that, but his number is 0-7. Played in the warm-up game last weekend at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, but dismissed cheaply. 49 for 3. Mullaney bowls deploys. We can be calmed a little bit. Where Derbyshire are now 49 for 3. They began the day on 9 without loss, and Jake Ball striking 3 times early on. 3 of Derbyshire's kingpins at the top of the order. Billy Godalman and Lewis Rees nicking behind to Tom Moores, and Wayne Madsen out for naught, driving to a backward point area where Chris Nash took the catch. Since then, Deploy has 12, Critchley 15. Notts made 324 yesterday, but in reply, Derbyshire taking a single there to move their score on to 50 for 3. So everybody swaps back over for the right-handed Critchley. Possibly the most pleasant conditions of the second day now. Ground bathed in sunshine. There's Mullaney. In and bowls. This one's nudged up to Tom Barber. At mid-on, end of the over. Couple of runs only from that over. $50 for 3. Going to be Peter Everson. He was a darts player. Joey Everson to bowl his second over. Dave's back, and we'll try and get rid of the music in our ears before we go much longer. Going to be Joey Everson to bowl to Deploy.
He's in now round the wicket, and Deploy drives very nicely, but it's well stopped there at mid-on. Could be Jake Ball. It is Jake Ball at mid-off who does the fielding. I like a bit of 60s, bit of shoop type music, but in very limited quantities, I have to say.
Hello, it's David.
Sun shining brightly
Music, please.
Here at Trent Bridge as Everson sets off again, yet to concede a run on from his first 7 deliveries, and now it make that 8 because it's a leave by Elias Deploy. It goes through to Tom Moores, the keeper, and it remains 50 for 3. I was introduced into the news on BBC Radio Derby as it's been a disastrous start, and then the newsreader Wesley said, Dave Fletcher's words, not mine. I couldn't disagree with the fact that I'd either said them or that they were true. These two rebuilding as Everson bowls and it's left by Deploy still to concede a run.
We've had Chris Rattle on from Melbourne in Australia, in Victoria. Yeah, good to have the commentary back. We've just gone into full lockdown here for another 6 weeks. At least we've got some cricket to listen to. Disappointing there's no Luke Fletcher or Anuj Dal playing in this game. Chris Rattle runs the Buckley Ridges club in the suburbs of Melbourne.
This next one is down the leg side. This time great take, full stretch by Moores.
And over the years, Notts have had a lot of their players go there. Luke Fletcher, Anuj Dal, of course, now with Derbyshire. He had in fact, the year I went out there, winter of 2014-15 to watch to have a little bit of a look and watch a bit of cricket. Anuj was playing for Buckley Ridges then. Paul Franks, Stephen Mullaney, Alex Hales have all played for Buckley Ridges, and Chris Rattle runs the club and he's listening to us. So good to have you with us, Chris.
Absolutely. As this next delivery from Everson is turned into the leg side, and there's no run. That's 11 deliveries without conceding a run.
It's got to be tough, hasn't it, to emerge from lockdown and get life back on an even keel, and then as parts of Victoria, including Melbourne, have been, and we've been hearing, put back into lockdown. As Chris says, we're back in there for another 6 weeks.
Well, I was my sad little life, which I'll explain in a moment. Everson in and bowls, and Deploy gets struck. This again, it sounded a bit woody. It was too high anyway, and there was a stifled appeal, but nothing from the bowler, who's now bowled 2 overs and 2 maidens to start. A spell in this match, 50 for 3. I was listening this morning to the ABC in Australia because I listened to the rugby league commentaries from down there. Andrew Moore, a particular hero of mine. He wasn't on the game, but Melbourne were playing this morning. But of course, they're playing up in Queensland. They've based themselves in Queensland, the Melbourne Storm, and they were sending all their best wishes back to people in the home city because of this news of this curfew and the new lockdown. And
do you have a favoured team?
Not particularly, no. I particularly dislike Melbourne, actually, but that's
cover your ears, Chris.
For no good reason.
Stephen Mullaney, 50 for 3 in to bowl, and this one shapes away from Critchley, goes through to the keeper. No addition to the total, 50 for 3. Actually, Luke Fletcher is on the ground. I can actually see him at the top of the Smith Cooper stand with the conditioning coach. He's got a bit of a niggle, and he was up there working yesterday, and he's here again today in that Notts training top, which is
love it.
Very.
I do like
very jungle warfare, I think we described it yesterday.
Well, the West Indies training tops were very popular amongst people who like to wear that kind of thing, and they were particularly good as well. I think you can see these Nottinghamshire ones flying out of the shops when they're in them.
50 for 3. Camouflage sort of affair if you've not seen them. Green and gold, county colours. Next one. Is it off the pad? I think it is off the pad, and Tom Moore's tries to do a bit of a scrambling job to prevent the leg bye being taken, but can't, so 1 more to the total. If
you were thinking of buying one to be camouflaged, though, you might be slightly disappointed because there is some very bright yellow in there.
Yeah. Gold, my son. I don't want to sound like... was it Max Walker?
Yeah. The Aussies wearing their yellow. Yeah. To mention the chocolate in the Derbyshire badge, it's brown.
51 for 3 as Stephen Mullaney was again. This one did swing, but well wide of the off stump in any case, and Deploy not really interested. Deploy came out and played a couple of shots, and it looked like it was going to be one of these see ball, hit ball sort of innings from him, but mentioned a moment or two, he's become becalmed.
I wonder if it's also because he came out and was batting with Madsen.
Yeah, maybe, 51 for 3. He's on strike again. Mullaney bowls. That was fancy off the inside edge as he looked to push towards the V area, but straight to Clark, no run.
And Critchley is obviously a stroke player who plays that way. If I detest that phrase, but he does play that way, and I wonder if Deploy's just thought, right, well, I'll drop anchor at one end. So, if it's gold, what are the other colours? Are we going with green?
Not so green and gold, yeah.
Green, just normal green.
Green, yes.
Not Lincoln green or anything like that.
No.
Excellent.
No. Mullaney in again, well negotiated once more by Deploy. Watched it onto the face of the bat and then pushed it in the general area of Samit Patel. Not skipper now through his first maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2 to Stephen Mullaney here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. Dave Bracegirdle and Dave Fletcher with you. We've normally try and entice a few guests up, but of course you'll understand it's not permitted. There aren't too many people inside the ground, and for obviously understandable reasons, the BBC have not sent a cast of thousands to cover the games that are being allowed to take place this month, and obviously then the T20s next month. All remains to be seen. I think round about the 10th they're hoping to get the T20 fixtures out, so we'll be able to have a little bit of a look then.
Excellent. I shall start holding my breath immediately. Here is Everson. He's going to continue from the pavilion end once Matt Critchley's satisfied that he knows where all the fielders are. Yet to concede a run, he's in and bowls, and he still hasn't, because that one is defended up to mid-on.
Had this been the year that we were all expecting, then I think it's the next few days Notts would have been heading off to Colwyn Bay for a 4-day. I've not been there. I was quite looking forward to
nice.
Chalking another one off. Been to most of them, but not been to Colwyn Bay.
And Rose on Sea. This next one is thickish edge square on the offside from Matt Critchley's bat. He picks up another single as it's fielded out there in the deep by Chris Nash, 52 for 3. And Aaron Donald scored the record equalling fastest first class double century when I was at Colwyn Bay. Unfortunately, he plays for Glamorgan, or did he plays for Hampshire now, or he's on the books at Hampshire. And smashed the ball into a number of buses that were passing at the far end. It's a beautiful little cricket club. I don't think the bus drivers were particularly pleased. Everson bowls and deploy defends. I ought to have said that was the first run, which it was. It wasn't too far away.
It wasn't. Sammy just speared the ball in towards the gloves of Moores, and maybe it's an optical illusion because of the angle I'm at, but I could swear for the life of me the ball was going to crash into the helmet area of.
There was one before, and I thought he was going to crack Billy Godleman on the scone, but I think it might be the angle we're at. Here's Everson in again and bowls. That's driven uppishly out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. I completely lost that ball.
It went up and over Joe Clark. It was really give it.
It was in the air, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it was in the air, but out of character, as you said, Dave. He'd sort of dropped anchor, hadn't he? Really, but he's just released a bit of pressure there on himself there by smacking the ball. Oh, poor old Joe Clark's got to go all the way to the seats to go and collect the ball. Nobody's allowed to touch it, of course.
Cheap Steve says Notts have got 3. He's put county championship. They're not calling it the county championship, with it being the Bob Willis Trophy. But he's put Notts have 3 debutants for this game in Amead, Trigo and Barber. When did it last happen? It tends to happen quite a lot, Steve, especially at the start of the season, the university games and whatever, new players in for the winter. But I think back end of 2018, Notts introduced a few debutants altogether.
There were some balls, and this time it's driven but backward of square on the offside for 4 more. 60 for 3.
And I fancy once relegation was confirmed last year, there were a few all at the same time that sort of came in round about your Joey Everson and Ben Compton time. There might well have been 3 in a game then, but it's not that particular rare, mate. Handy runs or deploy in this over. It's just got the board ticking along again.
Yes, Everson conceded his first run to Matt Critchley, and has now gone for a couple of 4s as well in this over, which will disappoint him, I'm sure, having been very, very tight to start with.
It's just been 2 singles in 4 overs prior to that, hadn't it?
Yeah, Tom Barber's just started to get his shoulders loose as Everson comes in around the wicket again and bowls. There's something on that. I think it might have been glove, and it's gone all the way down to fine leg for 4 more. Talias deploy moves to 25 now, 64 for 3, 25 from 48 for him. Critchley's got 16 from 25, end of the over, 64 for 3.
Was that 3 in 3 balls? Or
yeah,
3?
I think it was.
So that's the second time this morning we've seen 3 boundaries in 3 balls, because Critchley did it.
Yeah. And the rest of the time it's been quite quiet.
Yeah, but it's okay, isn't it?
Well, they really do have to rebuild these two. They've added 38 so far. Stick a 1 at the beginning of that and everybody will be happy. Well, not everybody, clearly.
Tom Barber down on the ground at mid-on.
That looks painful.
I was just going to say the same, yeah.
I wouldn't be getting up anyway, I know that much.
Crikey.
I'm down there for the day.
He's played 2 first-class games for Middlesex, 2 one-day games for Middlesex, and 2 games for South v North, which I happened to see in Barbados, 64 for 3. There must have been some promise there 2 or 3 years ago for him to have been selected for that, because he really didn't do an awful lot in terms of first-team appearances, as I've just suggested, for Middlesex, and then sort of let him go. But one or two of the Notts lads I've been speaking to say he's been firing rockets in the nets. It's very quick. Next one's plundered up to Trigo at mid-off by Matt Critchley, and there's no run.
Be staggered if we didn't see him next over from the pavilion end. Only given what he's doing, not given how Emerson has bowled. I think he's bowled nicely. He just had a bad end to his third over, didn't he? Really, but I don't think Nottinghamshire.
Always nice to finish well, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I don't think they're searching for wickets at the moment, are they?
There's Mullaney in again, dropped on the leg side. It would be nice to finish an over well, and then the captain might give you another one. But if the last ball does go for 4, or in that case, 3 of them go for 4. Yeah, Barber's very, very much. Even Samet's whirling his arms over now. Don't forget me, fellas.
Yes.
I watched a little bit of the live stream from Edgbaston last weekend, where Notts were obviously playing Warwickshire. And I said, when's Samet going to have a ball? When's Samet going to have a ball? As Mullaney comes in. This one's it's made its way up to Barber at mid-on eventually, but I think it hit the crease, popped up in the air, and landed on that the cover for the water sprinkler, and took another hop and deflected to Barber.
It might even have come off Mullaney's hand, the way he put his hand to his head, because it wasn't too far away from the stumps, was it? For one of those unfortunate run-outs.
It's Stephen Mullaney once more in the 23rd over of the innings. So he shapes away and goes through to Moores. Yeah, it was. When's Samet going to have a bowl? When's Samet going to have a bowl? Ian Bell was smacking it here, there, and everywhere. Samet came on to have a bowl. Bell hit him straight to mid-on. He's not lost the knack.
Yeah, it's a good knack to have.
No, it doesn't say in the book he was, out slogging to mid-on. It just says out, wicket to Patel.
Joey Everson is having his cap returned to him now by one of the non-playing members of the Nottinghamshire squad.
Well, that's fairly significant then, isn't it? You'd imagine, as Mullaney's in. Ooh, that one. You could see that one just wobble in the air, couldn't he? Just came back into Critchley, drilled it back to him. End of the over, 64 for 3, and Tom Barber is going to take his cap off the field and deposit it.
That's definitely the boundary to deposit anything, isn't it?
Now, in the test matches, we have been seeing, you can't give them to the umpire, but we have been seeing players give them to other players, and then they've been wearing 2, haven't they? Two caps.
But Stuart Broad was sharing a sweater. But they're in a bubble, aren't they? These players aren't in a bubble, they're going home at night.
So this is going to be Tom Barber's first bowl for Nottinghamshire. He's, as I say, from Middlesex. We mentioned yesterday Bournemouth, didn't we? And of course, there were breaking news from Bournemouth last night with Eddie Howe leaving.
Was there?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know the cup final score till this morning.
Yeah, Eddie Howe. Mutual, what do they call it? Mutual
sack
decision.
Underachieved, haven't they?
But
I think
Tom Barber is a Bournemouth fan.
The amount of money they've spent. Here's Barber from the pavilion end, left arm over the wicket, balls to the left-handed Duplo. Just pushes it out into the covers where it's fielded by Joe Clark.
Yeah, played 2 matches for Middlesex in 2018. Scored 3 runs and didn't take a wicket in his first-class career. So yet to strike in first-class cricket. He's 25 at the end of this month, and was born in Poole, Dorset, as I say. Strong Bournemouth links, and carries on to the football club.
Big chance for him then here. As he's in again to deploy, and that one's a full toss on leg stump, and it's clipped away for 4 runs. I wouldn't bother if I'd been Samet Patel. He didn't put anything into that chase really, because he knew he was never going to get there. It was a poor delivery.
indebted
Very
to
much a
Steve,
warm-up
who
delivery.
sorry mate,
No.
who says end of last season, Ben Compton, Jack Blatherwick and Joey Everson all made their first class debuts against Warwickshire in the same game. It was last September, the penultimate round of matches. So it's not that rare for 3 debutants. Ideally you don't want it to happen too often, but
No.
it very often does happen. The first game of the season, the university game, you'll perhaps feel maybe a promising youngster who you're going to give an opportunity to, and a couple of new signings.
Barber again bowls to deploy, pulls out of a shot. It was wide of the off stump, and he just sort of dropped his bat out of the way of it. In the end, it goes through to Tom Moores. I think Derbyshire in recent years, because they tend, not being a test ground, to have the tourists for a first class match, and that's when they make 2 or 3 or give 2 or 3 debuts to players.
Did used to enjoy those as a kid.
Absolutely.
But it never happens now. Notts haven't played a full touring side for years.
So next delivery is just pushed into the onside by Deploy. 68 for 3. Well, we were very fortunate last year at Derby, when Australia were always slated to come between the third and fourth test, or the second and third test, I can't remember. And of course it was Steve Smith's comeback after his concussion, and they put quite a strong side out, Australia.
See, tours used to last, you know, if it was a 5-test international summer,
March,
they'd be here all year and they'd play all the counties.
Yeah.
But even, you know, when people came across just for 3 tests, they'd generally play most of the counties.
Barber in and bowls down the leg side. This one taken by Moores.
But
Not a word I'm used to saying, Barber.
No. No, you didn't have to go too far during lockdown,
No,
did you?
it was fine. Absolutely fine. Just go around being very amused by people with long hair. Just needed a visit to the razor shop.
My good lady's a hairdresser, so I was all right.
There's Barber to bowl the final ball of his first over, and it's played off his toes out towards backward point by Dupont. It's gone for 4. There was a despairing dive there in the distance from Joey Everson, but he couldn't get there, and it thumped into the hover cover, which is residing to our left. So a good end to that over for Leas Deploy. He moves on to 33 now from 54. He started to, ever since Dave said, well, he's not played any shots, he started to play shots again. 33 from 54, and Critchley has 16 from 31. 72 for 3 now, Derbyshire, in reply to Nottinghamshire's 324 minutes. They trail by 252, 200 the follow-on. Remember that, as Dave quite correctly pointed out earlier on today, and you would expect Derbyshire to pass. Oh no, I've said it out loud. I think they'll pass it. There you go.
Players just taking a little break to sanitise their hands again. Nick Gubbins still there for Middlesex. 192 not out now for Gubbins. Middlesex 341 for 4 at the Oval against Surrey. Kenter eventually all out for 387 at Chelmsford against Essex, who are just about to start. Heino Kuhn didn't add to his overnight 140. What else has moved on since I last spoke to you? Glamorgan's plight has only got worse. They're 56 for 6 at Taunton, where Somerset made 296 yesterday, and Lancashire now all out 322 at New Road, so we'll keep abreast of that one with Ben Slater due to open the Leicestershire batting. Ben Slater, of course, very well known to supporters of both the two counties we're watching here, as Stephen Mullaney restarts play by bowling a ball short of a length outside off, which is chopped away by Critchley for a couple of runs again out to the busy Joey Everson. 74 for 3.
I hope Slats does well. He's a very talented cricketer. A little susceptible, as a lot of left-handers are, to a third slip, but
he missed out last weekend at Edgbaston, and Chris Nash played the game against Leicestershire in midweek and scored runs. This one is a decent leave from Critchley in the sense that there's only 2 sorts of leave. He didn't knock over his off bail, but was very close to doing so. Some oohs and ahs from the players.
Yeah, looked close from here, didn't it?
Sucks you in,
close.
Mulaney, doesn't he? I think
oh yeah, absolutely, terrific player.
I think he describes it as dobblers or dobbers he bowls, and no, only bowls slow and slower. He says, comes in and bowls once more. Decent shape on that one. Mulaney skippered Critchley in that north v south I've referred to a couple of times.
Well, that would explain something that happened before. You might have been checking the. I don't know if you spotted it, but Critchley hit the ball straight back to Mulaney, who picked it up and threatened to throw it, and there was a bit of byplay between the two, but it looked exceptionally good-natured, I have to say.
Yeah, 2-week tour together, sharing dressing room and hotel and what have you. They obviously know each other pretty well. 74 for 3.
Critchley is very much a fidgeter of a cricketer. I can describe him as certainly looks like a small child who's had too much orange juice.
No, he scored. I mentioned it yesterday. He scored good runs in at least one of those matches, helping Mulaney's side to a 2-1 series win. I know he did, because he came up and the ECB brought him up to have a bit of a chat with me on air about his innings. 74 for 3.
He's a good lad. He has a Ben Slater connection, sort of. His girlfriend partner is Ben's sister. They're very good mates. Played Chesterfield.
Stephen Mulaney once more. Bowls well defended by Critchley. Wicket obviously very hard. It'll have been rolled and rolled and rolled and rolled, and I think the outfield's fairly hard as well. There's little bits of it. Certainly the area that the bowlers are using as a run up from this end, your right arm over the wicket bowlers, where they set off for the run, it does look a little bit untidy, doesn't it? You can say.
Yeah, I just wonder if they've tried reseeding it so you can see the drainage lines, can't you?
But there's no foot marks. Very often when there's been moisture, you can see where the bowler's foot marks are, but there's none of those there. Here comes Barber. Good pace. That one really thudded into the gloves of Moores. Past Deploy's bat. 74 for 3. Wickets for Jake Ball this morning. Getting rid of Lewis Rees first for naught. Billy Godleman made 18, and Wayne Madsen also out for naught. 74 for 3 as tall Tom Barber comes in. That's it crisply up to Jake Ball at mid-on, and he had to be watchful, taking it on the bounce. Lots of aeroplane activity this morning, as you'd expect. Probably nowhere near as busy as in normal years at East Midlands Airport. I can report very much open for business this morning. Plenty of incoming and outgoing from what we can see away to our right, as this one's clipped away to Samit Patel. Another single to deploy, who's played nicely. He's on 34, and the partnership now worth 49. Half an hour or so, in fact a little over half an hour to go until lunch. It'll be taken at 8 minutes past 1. No dancing for me today, and no wickets for Nottinghamshire in the last hour. The visitors Derbyshire for this match were reduced to 26 for 3 after a really exciting burst with the ball from Jake Ball this morning. Got rid of Godleman, Rees and Madsen in quick succession, but since then a little bit of applause, but that is of course just coming from the coaching staff and the players sat watching here, as Derbyshire's 4th wicket partnership now passes 50. Matt Critchley has 22 and the South African born Lewis Deploy is on 34. So early wickets for Nottinghamshire, but Derbyshire fighting back. Notts made 324 yesterday, and Derbyshire now 79 for 3. Critchley works this one away on the leg side for another single, moves on to 23. One ball left in the 26th over. Barber leaking a few runs here, he's bowling quickly. But neither batsman seemingly too inconvenienced at the moment, enjoying themselves. Critchley and Deploy, they've added 54. Here comes Tom Barber past Paul Pollard. Drops it on the leg side, fielded by Asiba Mead. End of the over. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. Glad to have you with us at Trent Bridge. First game in the Bob Willis Trophy for both these sides. Of course, up and down the country, all the sides are playing. The 18 counties split into 3 groups of 6. And the 2 best of the 3 table toppers will go through to a final. So a side could actually win the group and win it well, but then find itself not having as good a record as the winners of the 2 other groups, if that makes sense. Nottinghamshire or Derbyshire or Lancashire, Yorkshire, Durham or Leicestershire could win the North group but still not make it through to the final. 80 for 3. Next ball nicely defended as Mullaney starts a new over. You'd imagine, wouldn't you, that you need at least 3 wins out of your 5 games, maybe even 4. Could be one of those scenarios, of course, where everybody beats everybody, or where a lot of the games end in draws. It remains to be seen. But almost certainly 4 wins in a group would get you through to the final. 3, I think you'd be optimistic. 80 for 3. This one's hit as a low full toss by Critchley. He hit it up to mid-on, and down on his haunches there, Tom Barber unable to gather it cleanly, and they go through for a single. 81 for 3. So 5 bowlers used so far for Notts. Ball and Trico starting things off this morning as they did last night. Joey Everson had 3 overs. Stephen Mullaney now in his 5th, and Tom Barber has had a couple. Just Samit Patel really of the players you'd expect to see bowling, and we haven't seen yet the spinner. Stephen Mullaney, nice and full, and there was good shape on that one. Held it back a little bit, I fancy. Slightly slower delivery, but in return the payoff was that it went a long way, and Deploy wise enough not to follow it. Taken by Moores, who standing a long way back to Stephen Mullaney, as he does in red ball cricket. He'll be up to the stumps, of course, in the white ball competitions to the same bowler. Mullaney in again. This one on the pads of Deploy. He works it to Joe Clark at mid wicket. No addition to the total. Poor old Luke Fletcher's having to walk up and down the stairs of the Smith Cooper stand. Got a bit of a twinge, and only been put through his paces during the course of this game, so I'm having to do quite a lot of exercising yesterday. Same again today, as Mullaney's in again and bowls outside the off stump. Elsewhere in the North Group, Yorkshire 157 for 6, replying to Durham's 103, and Leicestershire just starting their reply against Lancashire as Deploy defends. Lancashire made a decent 322 all out. Ben Slater and Hassan Azad, also well known to plenty of cricket followers in the East Midlands. They're opening the Leicestershire innings 0 for 0 in the first over there. 81 for 3 here. BBC Radio Nottingham with full match coverage and commentary on the radio this afternoon of Notts County's bid to get back in the Football League at the first time of asking, playing Harrogate Town at Wembley Stadium. I think that is a 3 o'clock kick-off. We'll of course be concentrating on the cricket here. 81 for 3. And a little partnership this between Critchley and Deploy. 55, and trying to break it is Tom Barber from the pavilion end. Left arm quick, pushed into the offside by Critchley. Samit Patel's out there. They perhaps could have taken 2 if they'd made the decision nice and early and both gone for it. Patel had to pick it up off balance in the deep on the run, but they settled for 1. 82 for 3. Another holiday jet comes back from heaven knows where as it just goes across the top of the Batman board as we look from the Radcliffe Road end. Next ball from Barber to Deploy. Scratchy inside edge, just missing the stumps. Hamid shies at the stumps, narrowly misses, and not sure what Critchley was unhappy about. He got to this end and he's waving for I think a couple of the Derbyshire players, perhaps getting in his eye line. I don't know, he's asked them to move across a bit. They were sat on the seats in front of the pavilion, but they're in white, so sat still, but just asked them to move a little bit. 83 for 3. Critchley has 25. Deploy very nearly drag that on and then had to scamper down the other end to beat the throw of Hamid. Critchley pushes this next delivery out to Jake Ball, who's got only 3 wickets to fall so far, and it remains 83 for 3 as Mr. Fletcher.
Sorry I was so long. They keep forgetting me. So I demand to be put on air and refuse to leave until they do. They're just getting used to these half-hour ones, so...
Well, when you're paid by the word.
Indeed.
There's Barber. Halfway through the 28th over of the innings. Bowls to Critchley. He's tickled it nice and fine past the diving moors. And I was going to say they're running, no need to, but they did have to, and it's only going to be 2 because Joey Everson has come round from nowhere and a Superman dive down below us on the ropes, and he's made the stop. It would be one of those that were this a televised game, they'd be having a look, or the third umpire would be having a look from 27 different angles to see if he touched the rope. He was very close, but I wouldn't say in any way whatsoever you could tell if he touched it or not, and I think it was probably a decent stop. Couple of runs then, Critchley on 27, 85 for 3. Next one, oh crikey. It's been dug out by Critchley, but he sort of dug it out, and it may have even gone into his boot and then been rolling back towards the stumps, and then he had to thrust his bat down quickly, and there was only about an inch or 2 to spare there, with the ball very, very close to rolling onto his stumps.
He did well to work out where it was in the end, didn't it? Because it was one of those where you have no real idea where the ball is. By the time he turned around, he would have been slightly horrified, I would have thought.
I think he's going to be used in sort of a shock and awe tactic. Is that what the Australians called it when Mitch Johnson was doing his stuff? A bit of shock and awe. But he's a quick bowler. He's leaked runs, but comes in at a great rate of, excuse the pun, knots, and bowls outside the off stump. Again, they'll take just 1 to the arm of Patel. It means, having said that, they almost tried to sneak a crafty overthrow there as the ball evaded Tom Moore's grasp. End of the over, though. They stick at 1. Critchley will keep strike on 28. Deploy has 35. And this partnership worth 60.
Can I double check something? Because I saw it on the board, and by the time I saw it in focused, was it 44 balls for the half-century partnership? Did you see that?
I think it was.
Yeah.
A lot has happened since then.
Yes. Yeah, no, it just struck me that was quite quick. And it's been highly entertaining. They have played a few shots.
No, it can't be, because it's 60 from 96 now.
Yeah, it can't be, can it? No, you're absolutely right. No. That's nonsense. I'll cross that out. I've just told everybody it was true.
No.
And they'll believe me. You're You're right.
Yeah,
Can't be.
Critchley, who was the most recent out there, he's faced 46 on his own.
He didn't face them all, did he? No. Here's Mullaney bowling up. Oh dear. There was enough clues there. He pushes it out to the outside. Ben Compton, the fielder, does the fielding. There's no run. Oh dear.
84 maybe.
Yeah, could have been. I'll just ignore it now. I'll just say that they got half-century partnership. Nobody will check. Nobody will go back through the recordings. Fingers crossed. I don't think anybody in the studio understands cricket. Mullaney in and bowls, and that one is pushed onto mid-on. It's fielded by Barber. It's interesting, isn't it? Both teams have got a very quick left-arm bowler. And they couldn't be more different shapes or size, could they?
Yeah.
One's really tall, Barber, and Cohen's quite a short, stocky kind of figure. But they both do very similar kinds of jobs. Bowl at full tilt. Here's Mullaney. Does another kind of job. Does it very well. Ball squirts off the outside edge along the floor of Critchley's bat and towards Nash in the gully. Took a very straightforward catch earlier to dismiss Wayne Madsen. One of 3 wickets in the first 33 minutes or so of play. A couple of ducks. Lewis Reese's poor trot from pre-season continued as Mullaney is in again and bowls to Critchley. Punches this wide of Barber at mid-on, and he's got a bit of a chase on here. Is he going to get there? Yes, he is, as the ball just slows up a little bit, and he's going to get 3 for it. So the left arm throw comes in halfway down the wicket. Wasn't sure which end to throw it at, so he threw it to the middle. And they pick up 3 more. Critchley moves to 31, 89 for 3.
Yes, this partnership gathering legs now. Mullaney's deciding to be proactive. He's going to go round the wicket to deploy, I think, for the first time. Pretty certain it's for the first time. Still got the 3 catchers beside Tom Moore's there. And that's probably right, because he is getting it to wobble about.
Yeah. He's in now around the wicket and bowls to deploy. Defends it straight back to him. And he just stands there for a moment, staring back down the track. No run. Deploy 35 from 64, Critchley 31 from 50. All the clues as to how quick that 50 partnership might have been are there. I just didn't look at them. There's Mullaney in and bowls. It's a full delivery that's worked into the leg side. Now he stands with his hands on his hips, staring down the track. Stephen Mullaney can't quite believe it that he got bat on that, but he did. End of the over. Mullaney 6 overs for 8 runs. Dried up completely one end. Whereas Barber 3 overs for 19. But the difference between the 2 bowlers couldn't be much starker. The batsmen get a drink and the fielders are not doing their hands this time. So it mustn't be. No, it's an odd number anyway. So it cannot be.
So we've had 25 overs this morning.
Oh, had they done one just before that over? Then they must have done.
Must have done, yeah.
I didn't spot it. We're becoming that used to it now.
We
We don't even spot them doing their hands anymore.
We're sanitised.
Yeah, to the whole situation.
Steve Williams, thanks, Steve. Deploy and Critchley got their 50 partnership of 82 balls, 57 minutes.
I don't know where I got 44 from then.
I don't know.
No.
You discovered firsthand how easy it was to get me to agree with you straight away before I
worked it out.
before I sort of thought about it for a second.
Yeah, no, many thanks for that. I've written it down. I shall.
2 men out on the hook now for Critchley against Barber, so very, very deliberate ploy here. Here's the former Middlesex quick from the pavilion end. Well, bowled it outside the off stump, and it's been bottom edge down into the ground. And I think first time we pretty much mention him today. Ben Duckett at first slip makes the stop. Not a regulation way the ball will get from bowler to first slip, but he made the stop nonetheless.
Good reactions actually.
Yeah.
I think it might have touched Moores and managed to prevent it, but it raced away for 4.
I think England had 20 or so players down, white ball players down, with Owen Morgan and in the group at the Aegeus Bowl. Duckett was one of them, but didn't make the squad for the Ireland game. This is a lovely shot from Critchley down the ground. Not sure it's got enough strength to go all the way to the rope, but they'll run plenty. Yeah, they're coming back for a third. Nicely pushed, pleasant push. All the paces in it, of course, from Barber, so it's all about just timing the ball, really, I guess, from the batsman, and pushing it for 3 more. Deploy 35, and almost been caught up now by Max Critchley, who's on 34. 92 for 3, Derbyshire. 232 runs behind.
Not far from the follow-on.
No.
Which is certainly a possibility at 26 for 3.
Extraordinary day yesterday in many respects. No wickets in the morning session. 7 between lunch and tea, and then a shortened evening session. 3 wickets went down in that one. This next one is just blocked by loose deploy. He's on 35, as I say. Critchley 34. The men out. Godalman on 18 out of the first 19 scored, and Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen. Well, if there's a duck finds Kitty, they'll have to cough up, because neither of them got off the mark. Both hung around for a while. Lewis Rees a 16-ball duck, and Wayne Madsen a 13-ball duck.
That would only apply to batsmen, wouldn't it?
Yeah. 92 for 3. Next one. Ooh, pacey ball again. Was he throwing for speed there?
Yeah.
Deploy a little late going down on that one, as it blasted through his defences and just missed the off stick.
He went past the inside edge of the bat, I think. So certainly a rapid delivery that had deployed groping a bit. And he's certainly in now, so little victory for the bowler.
Lunch at 8 minutes past 1 today. Making up some lost time from yesterday. This one into the pad. Not the most confident of shouts from Tom Barber, and he didn't get a lot of support from anybody else, but if nothing else, it saved the leg by, as Hamid had to come in quite some distance from the leg side to pick the ball up. Trent Bridge looking a picture. I know I normally say that, but it really does look very nice when the sun's beating down on it.
Glorious.
92 for 3. Next ball wide of the off stick, and again it just smacks into the gloves of Moores, really very loudly into the over. I don't think Barber's too happy. He just seemed to stomp away a little bit there, as if not quite going to plan. 4 overs, none for 22, but now they are going for a sanitary break. Perhaps when the wickets went down, they sort of did an extra one then, and another aeroplane going overhead. Been quite busy in that department today, comparatively so. Drink for the batsman. 92 for 3 is the score.
Alex Hughes got his gloves and mask on as he brings the drinks out for the batsman.
Leicestershire made and he says there's not meaning to jinx them, a decent enough start. 20 without loss after 4 overs against Lancashire. Ben Slater is 16 not out, as Sanazad as the other 4.
He looks useful, doesn't he, Azad? I like the look of him. I've seen him a couple of times over the past season and a bit.
Slater 16 not out, 3 boundaries. We've seen that a few times.
Yes.
Supporters of Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire.
3 cover drives, I fancy.
Got a bowling change for you to enjoy.
Back, yeah. Makes sense, doesn't it? With I shouldn't have started that. 17 minutes to go until the lunch break. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 22. His figures.
Yeah, it was 3 for 7, wasn't it, at one stage?
Bowled 2 last night and the rest this morning. Reduced not necessarily single-handedly, but almost. Derbyshire to 26 for 3. Currently 92 for 3. As the rebuild job goes on, these two have added 66. The 4th wicket so far. And that was me being surprised that Matt Critchley had come out batting at 5. He's facing now as ball bowls to him, and he gets a thickish edge, and they're going for a single. If this hits, he's gone, and it didn't. He was gone for all money there, Lewis deployed. There was never a single there. If that one had hit, he'd have been, what, 5, 8 yards out.
Hamid.
He'd given up. He'd given up completely, and the batsmen have a little chat and saying, let's not do that again now. So close to lunch.
Yeah, Hamid was...
Critchley's just explained, I thought it had gone past him.
He was off balance on the ground, wasn't he?
No way of telling how close it was. It sounded quite close given the oohs and the ahs, but that's not necessarily an indication. But as I say, had it hit, would have been the end of Leah's deploy. It was his call really behind square. I don't know if those rules still apply. I assume they did. That's what I was always taught anyway. Didn't do me any good, but I was taught it. Critchley's moved on to 35 and joined deploy. 93 for 3 ball. On his way in again. Bowls and deploy struck on the pad. Left-handed batsman, of course. These two will want to be there when we break for lunch at 8 minutes past 1.
I think there's a well-known ladies shoe designer that sells footwear with red soles at a very, very expensive price. And
yes.
I don't think they've branched into the cricket market yet, but
balls, that's an edge, an involuntary edge really down towards third man, and goes for 4 runs as Sami Patel runs around from the point boundary. Couldn't get there in time. A false shot though from Leah's deploy. Didn't mean to play that one. Been better not playing it at all. But he picks up 4 more. 39, 97 for 3. You know, I was just thinking exactly the same. It hadn't struck me in his earlier spell, but he really does kick his feet up, doesn't he? And
they're either deep orange or red, aren't they? The soles.
Yeah, I assume the sole doesn't count for the overall percentage of boot that has to be wide. Wants to know the percentages, look it up. It's very complicated. Here's ball again in and bowls to deploy. Turns this one down towards fine leg. He'll just get a single. There is a fielder out there in the far distance. I fancy it's Everson.
It's easy to suggest that batting has got easier, but of course it's only got easier because they've made it that way by hanging around for an hour and a half or so now. They've got themselves in, and they've worked hard to get in this position. The ball, of course, is getting softer and losing a little bit of its lacquer, not quite swinging as much, I guess.
As it comes ball again. Balls to Critchley, who tries to convince everybody. He played inside the line of that one. Entirely sure that he did. A decent pace through some moors.
He was within a whisker of nicking it, wasn't he?
It's a long way away, but they won't get a new ball. They will get a new ball today, because there's 96 overs, of course. But it'll be very late, as this next one is defended by Critchley. Back to the bowler to end the over. 3 for 28 now. Ball in his 10 overs. Derbyshire 98 for 3.
Big, a decent effort from Derbyshire if they took the innings to 90 overs. And I don't mean that disparagingly.
No, you're right. They took it to a new ball. I think there'd be an open top bus parade.
Notts were bowled out in 77.2 yesterday.
They cracked along though, didn't they? Over 4 and over. Derbyshire currently going at just over about a run and over less than Nottinghamshire managed yesterday.
Harvey are saying we think doing at 6.
Do we?
Do you? I thought that's what you said. And Matty McKiernan, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Sam Connors, Michael Cohen, Ben Aitchison.
I think those 3 will be the bottom 3.
Here's Barber, still looking for his first wicket in first-class cricket, and he very nearly got one there, with Deploy having a little bit of a fiddle outside the off stump at that one, and then they go down, and I must say, having a bit of a chat about something. They're certainly not doing any gardening anywhere near where that one pitched, but
I think that might have been as a result of the edge that he got off ball. You know, bowlers hunt in pairs, and that involuntary edge, it's just made him break his concentration a bit there. And
he's not bowled a maiden yet, Tom Barber. Can he? He's applying pressure with pace, but not really with dot balls, not joining the dot balls up. And this time, batsman can do nothing than defend it. And the reason he's not been able to build the pressure is because they've been able at least once and over to get away from him, to get down the other end. He's constantly having to flip-flop between right-hander and left-hander.
Went to the Derbyshire order. I think it might be McKean and Hussain, Hudson Prentice. That'd be my guess. That's what I'm putting out there.
98 for 3. Tom Barber from the pavilion end. Bowls again. That was a good lead from Deploy, and I thought for
he needs a new bat for some
thought
reason.
for a second there that he'd left it and he was going to clatter into the stumps, but he didn't. He didn't play at it. It missed the stumps obviously and went through to Moores, and then he's waving for a new bat. I mean, what on earth could have
without having touched the ball?
Yeah. Could have happened between that delivery that he didn't play at and his decision to, well, I think I'll have a new bat.
It's getting close to lunch, though. Perhaps just wants to waste a bit of time.
Yeah, maybe. 98 for 3. Here's Barber once more, passed on by Pollard, and this one he's hit fairly crisply, it sounded anyway, to Jake Ball, who dropped it like a hot potato. It bounced up on him and dropped it again. Remains 98 for 3, and Barber is now 4/6 of the way through bowling a maiden.
I prefer 2/3.
Yeah. Here he comes again. Accelerating to the crease, bowls, and he's not going to get the maiden as it's run down off the outside edge towards third man. Hamid. Is it Hamid down here below me, or is it Peter Trigo down here? Not seen him for a while.
He's just been on his back, doing some stretches. I wonder if we're going to see him just have a little burst before lunch. Perhaps have an over from the pavilion end.
And to absolute complete indifference from everybody inside Trent Bridge, the Derbyshire 100 comes up.
Bloody spotted that.
100 for 3 after 31.5 overs. This partnership has produced 74 of them as Barber comes in again to deploy. He's flashed at that one. It was short and wide, and it was an inviting delivery for a batsman with his eye in to have a go at. Deploy threw everything at it, missed it, and is now waiting for his new bat to be brought out. His new pre-lunch bat, no doubt. 100 for 3 after 32 overs. Barber 5 overs, still no maidens, none for 24.
I think he's going to struggle to bowl maidens in the same way that Cohen did, because any slight miss-hit races away, doesn't it? When off a lot of bowlers, a miss-hit, they'll be close enough to a fielder to say no, but with the pace that he's putting on the ball, the slightest miss-hit just races away. And Deploy's getting his new bat off Alex Hughes.
Just have a look at Cohen's figures. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 47.
Yeah.
There were 3, 6, 9. There were only 12 maidens yesterday. No Derbyshire bowler bowled more than 3.
Matt Critchley would have bowled none, I would have thought.
Critchley, yeah, you're right. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 46.
Ouch.
McKeon, who needs maidens? 1.2 overs, 2 for 3. Job done.
Hardly bowled and picked up a couple.
8 balls, 2 for 3.
Jake Ball's going to continue his bowling to right-handed Matt Critchley, so we won't see the new Lewis Deploy bat in action just yet. He bowls to him now, and it's defended beautifully out into the offside. Clark does the fielding. Yes, it didn't feel like there had been very many maidens yesterday, I've got to say. Poor old Sam Connors probably bowled 4 good balls and over.
We're into the 1 o'clock news in our area, so Dave realises he should be elsewhere. Here's Jake Ball to bowl to Critchley. Gets everything behind this one, pushes it back to Jake Ball, and the Everton supporter tries a little mini game of keepy-uppy all on his own, but doesn't quite manage it. Derbyshire trail by 224. Follow on mark only 25 runs away now. As Ball bowls, again Critchley pushes in front of him on the offside, straight to Joe Clark. We're closing in on the lunch interval now. They'll take it in about 5 minutes' time here with Derbyshire 100 for 3. 3 early wickets today for Nottinghamshire. They had Derbyshire right on the rack at 26 for 3, all taken by Jake Ball as Godalman and Rees nick behind and Madsen pushed to Chris Nash at backward point. 100 for 3 though the Derbyshire score, replying to Nottinghamshire's 324 all out yesterday. Next ball pulled away handsomely. That's vigorous boundary swatted away in front of his nose by Critchley. Jake Ball banging it in and Matt Critchley taking it on. Get 4 runs. Ball making its way off the grass and across the concrete path, coming to a halt in front of the William Clark stand. Chris Nash retrieves it. Critchley on 39. Probably time for one more over after this one as Ball is in. Critchley defends. No obvious sign that Stephen Mullane is going to change it for the final over, if that's what it will be. No, not seen any call to Samit Patel just to get loose for 1 over of spin before lunch or anything like that. Barber would want to see it out if he could. Last ball of Jake Ball's 11th over. 3 for 32 his figures. Here he comes to bowl to Matt Critchley, who again has taken him on, pulls it out on the leg side. Decent stop from Patel. Good stuff. Samit Patel diving full length and steered the ball whilst he was on the ground with his left hand in the direction of Chris Nash, who was also over there in the vicinity. So just 1 run, but between them they did really well. The ground staff are ready to come on. They've got a light roller there, and that'll be of course not for the track they're playing on, but for one of the other wickets, no doubt. Either a practice wicket or the wicket, of course, they'll be preparing for next weekend's game. Not play at Trent Bridge on Saturday against Yorkshire. Their second match in the North Group. The ground staff are ready. The wheelbarrows there and their brushes and the dustpan. They're all ready just to come on. So it will be the final.
Do you play 4 games at home then? Or 3?
It's scheduled to be 3. We're scheduled to go to Leicester and to Old Trafford. There's Barber in to bowl to Critchley.
Because this is technically. Yeah. That's why I was just wondering if so.
No,
yeah,
Notts were slated to be at home to Yorkshire and Durham.
Right.
But then obviously this one was moved here. And obviously there's some talk about the availability of Grace Road, or the Fisher County ground as it's known, at Leicester. I think Derbyshire are in the same position, aren't they, as
next Saturday,
whether they'll be able to play at Leicester or not. So possibility that might be switched here. But here's Barber in, and Critchley defends. You ought to see this one through, as it's probably, well, it will be the last over before lunch.
Oh yes, he's only just started it, hasn't he? Yeah, it will be. Very fitting that the final report in the news before I came on was about NASA and their precise landing. The ship hurtling towards the Earth. He said we're hurtling towards lunch. Equally precise at 8 minutes past 1. There's Barber from the pavilion bowls, and Critchley accepts the invitation of a hook to the short ball. He only gets a little bit on it though, and it goes very fine down the fine leg and crashes, as you heard, into the boards below us for 4 more. So if it's there, Critchley will take it on. He moves on to 44, 109 for 3. So another 100-run session.
Yep.
As they started on 9 without loss first thing this morning. We had a 109-run session yesterday morning. There were no wickets though, of course, as Nash and Hamid batted beautifully. Carnage in the afternoon, and then it sort of calmed down again in the evening. I wonder if we'll get a similar kind of day today. Barber's in and bowls way wide of the off, so it's going to be 5 wides, I think. Yes, the man down at wide third man can't get there. It didn't pitch on the strip, and poor old Tom Moore's dived to his right in front of Ben Duckett at first slip. Couldn't get anywhere near it. It was sent down with some feeling after being hooked before, I think, and it's cost him another 5 runs. 1 for the wide and another 4 for it going over the boundary rope. 114 for 3. Not what Stephen Mullaney and his team would have wanted. Well, this definitely will. It already was going to be, but if there was any doubt, this will be the final over before lunch. He's in again now and bowls. That's another quick delivery. It comes off a thick edge, goes in between the second and fourth slips down to third man. There is a third man. It is Nash, and they get through for another single. Critchley moves on to 45, 115 for 3.
Partnership at 89 from 131 balls. 26 for 3.
That was a mess, wasn't it?
I'm guessing even the most passionate Derbyshire supporter might have been fearing the worst, but they've really done magnificently well.
As Barber is in again and bowls, and Deploy defends. It'd be the second time in the match when Derbyshire fans feared the worst, when Nottinghamshire were 109 without loss at lunch yesterday. So, as ever, the Derbyshire supporters being put through the ringer. Just 1 legitimate delivery remaining in the morning session. Session that's seen Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen out for ducks. Billy Godleman make 18. Critchley will go to the interval on 45 from what you would expect he will from 65 deliveries. What will Leas Deploy be on? Barber comes in and bowls to him, and he drives it very pleasantly up towards mid-on boundary, and it's going to go all the way, isn't it? Yes, it is. Chases given up by Jake Ball, so a boundary to end the session. Deploy has 46. He's just overtaken Matt Critchley, who has 45. It's 119 Derbyshire at lunch. Current partnership worth 93 in Derbyshire, trailing by 205.
Yeah, and you can probably make claims that it's ended up as Derbyshire's session. I know Nottinghamshire got those 3 wickets, but presuming they're not exactly walking off with a spring in their step at how well they've done this morning. They did get the 3 early wickets, and to be fair, the 3 big guns, if you like, or 3 of the top 4 big guns that you were talking about at the start of the day, Godleman, Rees and Madsen, would have been a real tonic to see not only Lewis Rees nick behind, but then Billy Godleman in Jake Ball's first couple of overs of the day, and then to get Wayne Madsen for naught as well. Notts would have been fairly cock-a-hoop at 26 for 3, but it's been a magnificent fight back from this pair, not really given anything resembling a chance by the one run-out opportunity, a real mix-up, and Hamid was down on the ground off balance at sort of a deepish backward point position, didn't have the full sight of the stumps to aim at, and he obviously hurled it in the general direction. It just narrowly missed, and Deploy running towards that end would have been out by quite some distance, but it's really the only offering they've given, and apart from that, they've played very nicely, very attractively indeed. Deploy went into his shell a little bit, but then as we got into the last half an hour before lunch, they've both really put bat to ball with a purpose and extended their partnership to 93 now, 119 for 3 at lunch.
The players will now be tucking into the meals that they ordered before 10:15 this morning, as I understand it.
Well, you tuck into yours, Dave, and you too, dear listener. If you're heading off for a Sunday roast, we're envious. We've got our butty boxes. We'll speak to you in 40 minutes' time or so when the players return. At lunch, Derbyshire 119 for 3. in good time for the resumption of the afternoon session. The umpires for this game are Paul Pollard and Neil Malinder, and they're leading a posse of players out to the middle. Matt Critchley and Luce Deploy, the two Derbyshire not-out batsmen at lunch, following their trail, and then Stephen Mullaney's side having just broken up from their little bit of huddle, some pre-session inspiration no doubt given them by the skipper, are also making their way out to the middle, and we'll be underway in a moment or two. If you're wondering perhaps why we're a little late getting underway, it's because we're making up the lost 6 overs I think it was from yesterday, and so they're just splitting the sessions a little bit. We didn't go until to lunch until 8 minutes past 1. Tea time scheduled to be just before 4 o'clock, or when 32 remain in the day. We'll have to see, it'll probably 4:15 or whatever.
Although Notts did bowl 30 overs this morning, which is what they were supposed to.
It's a good morning session, which we'll touch on, no doubt. You just heard him there. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Derby to talk you through the first over. Good chum, Dave Fletcher.
Thanks, Dave. Jake Ball, not Dave Ball, Jake Ball. Ball's the first.
They're both at the same end.
Oh, and they're both batsmen at the same end. And Matt Critchley is out, and he shouldn't have been out because the throw was appalling. They both ended up at the same end. When the throw came in, the poor throw, it was over the keeper's head. It fell to one of the slips who was backing up. And then Critchley decided he might as well have a go at trying to get back. Unfortunately, by that time, there was a direct hit from the other side of the pitch. And Matt Critchley goes, and that is bizarre.
It was Stephen Mullaney who threw the stumps down.
That is bizarre.
Well, we had a far less dramatic start to the afternoon yesterday, but in the context of the day it was a big moment. Chris Nash, who'd played beautifully before lunch, was out at the start of the afternoon session, but that just can't compare to this. Matt Critchley run out for 45. As I say, it was Stephen Mullaney who threw the stumps down, but the ball was just played out onto who was on strike? Was Critchley on strike?
Critchley was on strike.
Critchley was on strike, the right-hander. Played it onto the leg side to Samit Patel. He came halfway down. Deploy, no, tried to send him back. And then the throw came in from Samit. It was too high. It was over Tom Moore's. And you thought perhaps they're going to get away with it. But Stephen Mullaney had done the right thing and was backing up. So Mullaney had to shy from no inconsiderable distance, but still with the batsman well short of his ground, threw the stumps down. A real mix-up.
If he'd have gone back when the throw was coming in, it'd have been safe.
Yeah.
It'd have been safe
He
by
gave up a
a
little bit,
considerable distance. They were basically having a chat, and then he suddenly realised, hang on a minute, that's a poor throw. Well, when you think you've seen everything, you see something else. And Harvey Hussain, just to disprove my theory of who might come in next, has come in next. The Derbyshire wicketkeeper batsman. And he was probably thinking, well, I've just had an hour and a half sitting in the shade outside the pavilion. I'll just have another couple of hours here. Very pleasant way to spend a Sunday afternoon. I know he's been thrust into the heat of the action. And a bonus wicket for Nottinghamshire as if they needed one. 119 for 4. And Matt Critchley cut off at the knees as ball is in, and balls to Hussain, who plays this towards Peter Trigo. He's fielding at mid-on, and there's no run. Many thanks to Robert Drummond for his tweet. He calls it a niche tweet. He says he likes the font used on the Nottinghamshire website, but he likes the new logo they've taken as their badge, which I completely concur with. It's on the flag on the pavilion at the far end. I was inquiring downstairs about the Derbyshire flag. As in comes ball again, and balls that's left alone by Harvey Hussain, goes through to Tom Moore's. We think it's a touching issue, handling issue. In that
you can't handle the flag.
Well, that somebody would have to bring it and then hand it on to somebody else to put up the. That's the only theory anybody could come up with in these times.
Could it not be washed and then brought here in a bag and handed over to somebody in gloves to run it up the flagpole?
Well, starting to think sensibly now. This is cricket, so obviously not. But I don't. Anyway, Jake Ball bowls to Hussain, who just plays this backward of square on the onside to get off the mark with a single. 120 for 4. I just think it's slightly disappointing that the 2 flags aren't fluttering away on the flagpoles either side of the pavilion at the far end here at Trent Bridge. I do like to see the opposition and the home flags.
There's been a little bit of controversy in another game, which I've seen it, you haven't, but I'll describe to you and any listener who hasn't seen it as best I can at the end of this over, which is 2 balls away.
Oh, you're teasing us now.
Yeah.
I like that. I like a bit of controversy.
It's resulted in 5 penalty runs. That's how.
Oh, is it a saliva-related issue?
No.
Oh, excellent. I haven't heard about any of those yet, and I've not noticed anybody using any saliva anywhere, except in their mouths, their own mouths, of course. Here is Jake Ball in and bowls to deploy. He's got to make sure he's concentrating now after that run out. I
mean, from here you can only surmise.
We can only surmise.
Whose fault it was? Well.
I don't know.
Yeah. He's ultimately got to take the blame because he's back in the pavilion, and he was the only one that ran.
Yes. Could have done with not running, really. That might have been the best option. His ball to complete the first over after lunch. He bowls to deploy, who gets an edge, but it goes straight into the ground. Soft hands. Around comes Hamid to do the fielding, but that was an involuntary shot. The over ends. Wicket fell. 120 for 4. Hussain has 1. Deploy has 46.
The man in the know, the esteemed Nottinghamshire communications manager that we all doff our cap to, says, he's obviously listening, so best behaviour, the Notts font is called Gill Sans in line.
Excellent.
I presume that's Gilles Sans in line?
No.
Isn't sans French for without?
I think it's very much Gill Sans.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah, a sans is without. It means it isn't curly, I think.
Okay.
If it's a... Or is that sans serif?
But to your correspondent, if you wish to have a look and see if it's something to your liking for something that you're doing, the font is called the Gill Sans in line. Joey Everson's going to bowl. I've not forgotten that I will. I did mean to tell you about something that's gone off in one of the other games, but we might just have to wait for this delivery because we've been able to bring more important news about a font. Now then, Everson's got a wicket. LBW first ball, Harvey Hussain goes, and what a dramatic start to the afternoon session, as it was yesterday. Wickets falling. First ball in each of the first 2 overs here this afternoon, and Harvey Hussain, LBW to Joey Everson. And that's a great start to his afternoon. Not so for Harvey Hussain. LBW for just 1, faced 4 balls in the previous over, and a horrible start to the session for Derbyshire. 109 for 3 at lunch. 7 balls later, they're 120 for 5.
Yeah, that looked out, didn't it?
Yeah.
Looked very, very out. Harvey Hussain trapped right in front, going back and trying to fiddle one away, and unfortunately for him, we've got 2 batsmen coming out. We've got a batsman here with a runner coming out to bat. Excellent news. I was just trying to... It's Finn Hudson-Prentice, which means he won't be bowling, presumably. Why is he... Derbyshire Communications Department, what's wrong with Finn Hudson-Prentice, please?
Well...
Because he's come out to bat with Wayne Madsen, and he's there with Lias Deploy as well. So we've got a new batsman with a runner. And I can't tell you how pleased I am that it's not my over. Because as comical as it can be when there's a runner. But it's bad news for...
No, it's not as comical as it can be. We have had here, and it was a game against Warwickshire a few years ago, we have had the proverbial 2 batsmen, both with runners. And it was, I believe, I'm right in saying, it was Darren Maddy's last game of first-class cricket for Warwickshire. So that's going back now 5, 6, maybe even 7 years. But Darren Maddy, his last innings, came out with a runner, and I think it was the wicket-keeper, Mackay, was it? He'd also got hurt, and he came out with a runner, and well, it was all all confusing for quite some time. But yeah, 120 for 5. Hudson Prentice out there with a runner.
And facing.
So here is Everson in and bowls, and nicely played by Finn Hudson Prentice. Not yet sent the tweet for the run out wicket, let alone the. We're just about catching up, and again I do realise the longer I keep saying I'm going to tell you about something, the more wickets perhaps
I'm going next door in a minute, so don't tell it then.
No. His Everson, he's not got the ball yet. Okay, so it happened in the Lancashire-Leicestershire game at Worcestershire. Here is Everson into bowl, and it goes through to the keeper. Now a Lancashire batsman, and it looks on the stream, I don't know of his name, it looks as if it's either number 26 or number 28 of Lancashire, has drilled the ball straight back at the Leicestershire fast bowler Dieter Klein, as they do.
Yeah.
The fast bowler Klein has taken it on the bounce, one-handed, come up good old height, and he's shied it back down at the other end towards the stumps, and he's hit the batsman, who hasn't left his crease, no intention of going for run.
Right.
He's hit the batsman, looks like on the leg because he's hobbling about, as Everson comes in down the leg side. Scrambling stop by Tom Moores, who's emerged this afternoon wearing a floppy sun hat. Now I wonder if that's Everson's floppy sun hat. I'm not sure. We'll find out. 120 for 5. So he's hit the batsman at the other end, who hadn't been going for a run. Umpire Nick Cook was awarded 5 penalty runs. And it's creating a little bit of a ripple on social media as to exactly under what regulation and why, and why did he throw it, and should there be sterner sanctions. 120 for 5, but that's what it is, and you might want to have a look, people, if that's the sort of thing that you like to cast an opinion on. Dieter Klein throwing the ball. You see fast bowlers doing it, don't you?
Yeah.
We don't know the build-up. Perhaps he'd just been hit away for a couple of 4s and he was steaming or whatever, or perhaps he thought the batsman was out his ground, but he certainly isn't setting off for a run. Next one, past the outside edge, and Finn Hudson Prentice.
I've got to go now, but this is interesting. They're having to come on and paint a new white line for the runner.
Yeah. So that will soak up a minute or two.
I'm not going to leave you by yourself when there's nothing happening.
No, that's all right. Dave's off to speak to the good folk of BBC Radio Derby. A reminder for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners, hope you'll stay with the cricket, but of course if you want to listen to the football, the match day programme from Wembley, Notts County v Harrogate, just starting round about now. Commentary as ever with Charlie Slater and Mark Stallard. 3 o'clock kick-off in that one at Wembley. Notts County against Harrogate. Notts County trying to get back in the Football League, and no doubt there will be 1 or 2 reports from here at Trent Bridge in the programme. So the line has been painted, or it's still being painted. It was painted at the far end. They're now doing one down at this end, the runner Wayne Madsen. So a really dramatic and disappointing start to the afternoon as far as Derbyshire are concerned, losing there's 2 wickets in quick succession, and you have to say the first one was a real act of self-denial. It certainly shouldn't have happened. Deploy's still there on 46, pushes this one up to Trigo at mid-off, and there's no run. So 120 for 5. The difference between that and the Nottinghamshire first innings score, quite a hefty 204. Oh, comfortably, I assume, going to save the follow-on, which is only 5 runs away now, but Derbyshire will want to get a lot closer to the not score. The inexperienced lower order, this one from ball past the outside edge, on its way through into the gloves of Moores. The men out this morning, all to Jake Ball, Godalman, Rees and Madsen. At that stage Derbyshire were 26 for 3. Then a wonderful recovery mission. Partnership of 95 between Critchley and Deploy. Critchley out for 45 right at the start of the afternoon, and Hussain in and out quickly. Next ball from Jake Ball, again finds its way through to Tom Moores. Finn Hudson Prentice, born in Sussex, Haywards Heath, 24 years of age, has a highest first class score of 99. It's just his 13th first class game. Picked up the wicket of Tom Moores yesterday. Ball bowling and just sat up really, almost a slower bouncer, just helped away on the leg side by Deploy. Moves on to 47 with that single. 121 for 5. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby at Trent Bridge, the opening round of matches in the Bob Willis Trophy, the first domestic competitive cricket of any sort in 2020. A season, of course, that should have started in early April, but for reasons that we're all too familiar with, sport and indeed life has been on hold for the last 4 months. Semblance of sporting normality in that players are out playing cricket, but still we feel for all the spectators who can't be here. This one's gone down the leg side, taken by Moores. There was a solitary appeal from one of the slips that might just have clipped the bat. Mark Hefter's had a bit of a look at the run out and says a big credit to Hamid, who managed to avoid disturbing the stumps, which would then have prevented Mulaney's direct hit from counting. Yeah, I'm just got to agree with you there. Spot on. Another lovely delivery from Ball this time. Shapes away from Hudson Prentice. It's a very good point. It was played out to Samit Patel, and there was obviously the mix-up with the batsman in that Critchley went and Deploy, clearly sensing the danger, tried to send him back. And you're absolutely right in pointing out that Asib Hamid was trying to get to the stumps, or would have got to the stumps, for to take the throw from Samit Patel, and it was over his head and over Tom Moore's head as well, because he was trying to get up there with the gloves, obviously, in case Patel had thrown it to the keeper. It went over those two. Mulaney had done the right thing, getting in position to back up, and he had taken the throw and still had the presence of mind and the wherewithal and indeed the ability to throw the stumps down from about 8 yards. So it was a real catalogue of errors from Critchley that he nearly got away with, but didn't in the end. There's Everson, and Dave's come back to join us.
There's some balls to Liz Deploy, who pushes this one up to mid-off. Yes, I've had a look back on the, you can rewind the live stream, which is terrific. And very noticeable that Deploy essentially said no after, taking a step. So he was barely backing up, and he held his hand up, so he clearly shouted no. Matt Critchley just head down, carried on regardless. Well, there we are. 3 Derbyshire batsmen out there now as Liz Deploy turns this nicely into the leg side, and Madsen goes through for the run.
Just going to do a quick update for Radio Nottingham. Well, Derbyshire now 122 for 5. We're not all that long back from having a late lunch here at the cricket. Derbyshire at the break were going along so nicely at 119 for 3. A partnership of 95 before lunch between Lewis Deploy and Matt Critchley. No real promise of what was to come immediately. First ball after lunch, Jake Ball bowled to Critchley, hit it out straight to Samit Patel on the leg side. Critchley ran, Deploy didn't, but that was was only half the drama. Patel then, all he had to do was get it back in to either the wicket-keeper, Tom Moores, or Asiba Mead, who'd run up to the stumps. Patel's throw went over the top of both of them. Stephen Mullaney managed to get into a position to pick the ball up, and from distance, he then threw the stumps down. So Critchley was run out, 119 for 4. Newman Harvey Hussain in at the crease, straight away in and out in the next over, LBW to Joey Everson. So right at the start of the afternoon, 2 big wickets for Nottinghamshire. Notts made 324 yesterday. Derbyshire, after that really strong recovery in the second part of the morning, now 122 for 5. Well, that an update into the BBC Radio Nottingham football programme, and just as we sort of broke off from that, a tremendous boundary. Everson bowled to Hudson Prentice, who has driven it through the offside for 4.
Not a bad way to get off the mark, really, was
No.
it? It was a beautiful shot for a man who's clearly stricken by something, because he's got Wayne Madsen out there leaning on his bat as a runner. They've put a couple of marks down so that the umpires know if Madsen's in or not. Either of them can be out, of course, of their ground, as this next delivery is pushed just backward of square by Hudson Prentice down into the gully. Nash does the fielding, and there is no run. Everson 1 for 18 from 1 ball shy of 5 overs, and he will be a far happier man now than he was at the end of his first spell, when he got hit for a couple of 4s and possibly 3 in quick succession, and looked a little bit dejected, but he has no reason to. 1 for 18. 3 of his previous 4 overs were maidens, so fair play to him. He's come back nicely and he's on his way in again now. From the pavilion end, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who goes high up onto his toes and pushes the ball out into the offside. He doesn't appear, I'm trying to work out if he can't just be ill, otherwise he wouldn't have batted, so he's obviously not ill. He's obviously got some kind of
Groin, maybe?
Yeah, but he looks okay, doesn't he? It's not restricting his batting at all. There's an awful lot of bat touching going on out there. Of course, with 3 batsmen, it just multiplies the number of bat touching exponentially. Now, Madsen comes down to the non-striker's end. Hudson Prentice goes across to the square leg umpire, and Deploy will be facing the next over from Jake Ball.
It says a lot about Wayne Madsen that he's happy to go out there as a runner. I know there's sort of limited choice a little bit, and the skipper's not going to do it, but Madsen, quite a senior player, but more than happy to go out there and be the team man. We should also point out that officially Derbyshire have saved the follow-on. They're 198 behind, but as I was saying earlier, they'll want to get a lot closer to the Nottinghamshire score than they currently are. It looked as if they were really in for a sizable total, but they've just got to be a little bit careful now, and a lot really does depend on Lewis Deploy, you'd imagine, to hang around here, certainly in the middle part of the innings, and then at least try and be there to chaperone the tail if necessary. Here's Ball round the wicket, bowls to Deploy, who defends. Didn't manage to talk him out there, did I? 126 for 5 is the score. If you were with us before lunch, you'd know we were on Ben Slater watch, the former Derbyshire player, now with Notts, out on loan with Leicestershire. We think just the second man to play for all 3 East Midlands counties. Currently 25 not out at the crease. That game at that's the game where the incident was at, the Lancashire-Leicestershire game, and you'd imagine it's quite a spiky atmosphere then if it's gone through to the keeper. But I don't know who the batsman is, but Dieter Klein, the Leicestershire left arm quickie, it just hit straight back to him, and on the bounce picked it up, reacted, presumably tried to throw down the stumps. I'm sure he wasn't trying to throw it at the batsman, but he's hit the batsman, and Leicestershire have been docked 5 penalty runs.
Doesn't strike me as necessarily being that kind. I mean, he's not a huge man either, is he? He's not.
No. 126 for 5. That's Jake Ball. Bowling round the wicket to Lewis Deploy. Needs 2 for his 50, and he'll get at least 1 of them here as he's pulled it away out to Everson. And comes a long throw again. over the keeper's head, and this time it's Samit Patel backing up with a single. Another fella for Nottinghamshire supporters, gone but not forgotten. To be honest, I had forgotten. Jake Libby, of course, left during the winter, making his Worcestershire debut. He's 32 not out in the Gloucestershire-Worcestershire game. Jake Libby on debut, and of course partnered up with his own old opening partner here, Ricky Vessels, but Vessels batting down the order. 127 for 5. Jake Ball to bowl to Hudson Prentice. Samit Patel's been ever so busy since lunch. He's doing an awful lot of the fielding there, and again he saves a single.
Ben Slater wore 26 here, didn't he? I think he wore 26. It's the batsman. So it's the 26 batsman who was hit. So it would have been Ben. Is that right?
No, because he's on. No, this was towards the end of the Lancashire innings.
Oh, was
so it's a Lancashire batsman. D. Klein of Leicestershire is the bowler.
Yes.
As ball is in. Oh, this one goes through to the keeper.
Lancashire have merely tweeted, "What's your take on it?"
You've now seen it, have you?
I've seen it now. Yeah. It's fairly aggressive, and he's pretty much halfway down the track when he throws it. He looks very remorseful straight away, though.
But you don't. Like I say, you don't know just seeing that in isolation. If there'd been some words, if he just smacked him away for 2 or 3 fours, fast bowlers. It's part of the job description, isn't it? Get steamed up as ball bowls to Hudson Prentice, but I'm sure he will have been as remorseful as anybody when he hit him, and I'm sure he won't do it again. He'll no doubt get a little bit of a ticking off, and maybe even a demerit mark or two. But there we go. The old Rachel's playing her own game of brace girdle bingo. Things I always say, I'm so predictable. And always Jake Libby always talk about him being a proud Cornishman. And she had a pen ready to cross proud Cornishman off a brace girdle bingo card. There, I've said it. Yeah.
Everson to continue 1 for 18 from his 5 overs so far. He comes in and bowls to Deploy, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Moores. Mark Beck 5 minutes ago and says, unfortunately the supporter confidence in our top 5 not being shown. Maybe that was behind Billy's decision yesterday. Unfortunately, I think possibly even since that tweet was sent, although it says 5 minutes ago. I lost another couple. Deploy is 49 not out and needs you were saying a lot depends on him. I think pretty much everything depends on him. Here is Everson bowls. So he turns it into the leg side. They're going to get through for the single that will bring up Lewis Deploy's half century, to the applause of a few in the dugout just below the Batman scoreboard at the far end. Deploys 50 coming from 138 minutes, 93 balls and 8 fours.
It's been a good innings.
And I'll just tell you how many he's got now, but I'll do that in a second when I found it. Lewis Deploy, who's a very fine cricketer, as we all know, has played Hudson Prentice this time into the leg side. Lots of screaming and shouting brilliantly. Hudson Prentice pointed to the umpire who's at point to say no. Wayne Madson's a square leg, but he heard him because he was allowed enough, which was good news. It was his 19th first-class half century. He's got 11 centuries, I think you mentioned earlier on, Dave, to his name as ready. So that's the 30th time he's passed 50.
I was wondering who fielded that, but Joe Clark's taken his floppy sun hat off, and he's got the cap on now.
They do what they can to confuse us. This next delivery is clubbed. Absolutely clubbed by Hudson Prentice. He didn't really get hold of it, but it was a bit of a wild looking shot, short delivery, and he smashed it over wide, long on really. There's nobody out there, of course. Moves on to 8, 132 for 5. Perhaps he's decided that if he can't run, he might as well just hit the ball hit the ball as hard as he can. But
is it that towards the lower tier of the Hound Road stand?
There comes Everson again. Bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls to Hudson Prentice. Traps him on the crease and he's gone. And Hudson Prentice's little cameo with a couple of boundaries in there is ended. Everson has his second wicket in Derbyshire. 132 for 6 now.
It's been good this from Joey Everson actually since lunch. In fact, throughout there was just that one little spell where he was taken for 3 boundaries in a row. But Finn Hudson Prentice hasn't hung around too long, out for 2 boundaries that Dave's described for you, and Wayne Madsen for the second time in this innings has to troop off, this time not alone, and this time he wasn't the one who'd hit the ball tamely to Chris Nash. The Nottinghamshire players, all bar wicket-keeper Tom Moores, who I notice isn't, he's hanging around out there, of course he's got the gloves on, but all the others going off to just put some hand sanitizer on. Finn Hudson Prentice, LBW, Everson for 8. Notts have 2 bowling bonus points as Derbyshire are reduced to 132 for 6.
My thanks to the Derbyshire Communications Department. Finn Hudson Prentice has a minor thigh niggle picked up in the first innings, which is why he had the runner in Wayne Madsen. So a little thigh problem for Finn Hudson Prentice. Cheers, Tom. Good to know you're on duty and listening. 2 listeners we've got. That's still not Matty McKiernan, by the way. That's still Alfie Gledel. The photograph. I don't know if you are listening downstairs. Well, I know you're listening downstairs, but that is definitely Alfie Gledel on the big screen. But the batsman is Matty McKiernan.
And you say he's now left the club?
Yes, Alfie's gone. Yeah, sadly.
But didn't take his photo with him?
No. Quick bowler, young lad made his debut up at Durham. Good pace.
He did well against Notts. I'm pretty sure.
A little bit injury prone. Quite small for a fast bowler. But they decided on release to release him. So he's gone sadly. Alfie, lovely young man. And I don't know if he's picked himself up another gig somewhere. I haven't heard of anything, but. The new batsman is Matty McKiernan, and Everson bowls to him, and McKiernan gets his bat down on that one and pushes it onto the offside. And McKiernan, who has scored 7 runs in 2 innings, one of them not out, so therefore has a career average of 7. They've been talking up his batting, so this could be interesting.
Yeah.
Who knows? He might have gained a bit of confidence from his 2 wickets.
He's come in at 8 to do the Samit Patel role. I mean, he bowled nicely.
They'd be very happy, wouldn't they?
Just to finish off something we were talking about, with the disappearance of Madsen as a runner. Yeah, Stephen Paul Williams has brought it up. It was against Warwickshire. Yeah, Darren Maddy and Peter Mackay, the wicket keeper, were the 2 that batted here with a runner. Thanks for that, Steve. Yeah, I sort of felt that was it, but. The years meld into each other.
They need a Samit Patel bowler, don't they? 160 for 6, I think, yesterday. Notts.
There's Jake Ball. Sun comes out again. Oh, now then, deploy. Is it
elbow?
Yeah, he's gone to leave that one alone, and it's reared up, and it struck him. And just for a moment, you thought, okay, and then suddenly he's reared away, dropped to the ground, and he's going to need the attentions of I was just going to say the Derbyshire physio. Well, James Pipe is on the boundary edge with his bag, and he's come rushing on, which is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, if it's a medical issue and you're a medic, he's just hung back just in case, because he can see, is the lady's name Fran, the Derbyshire physio? She's already on her way out, so he's just sort of held back. Okay, it's one of your guys. I'm here if you need me. Which is good. They all do it for each other. It's always tremendous to see how the medical side of things at each club looks after the cricket community and all the players in general.
They asked for a drink, so they're going to give him some tablets. So clearly they don't think that there's any major damage, and he's flexing that left elbow. Leeds to play is the most hit batsman I've ever seen. Normally gets hit in the area where you don't want to be hit, and he gets hit there at least a couple of times most innings, but he's managed to avoid that so far today.
Do you think somebody's yelling to Wayne Madsen, don't take your pads off yet? You might. No, there's nothing that's going to stop him running, is there?
Wrong with his legs.
It's the elbow. And of course Notts have just had hand sanitising break, so that they can't even use up a minute or two here by going and doing it again. They only did it the ball before.
It's quite a meeting there. Sami Patel looks like he's holding court, where the behind the wicket, just to the right.
Sami will be getting stick from the others about his wayward throw, I'm sure. Which end were you throwing it to, Sami?
He did point there. I think he was saying I was pointing it to throwing it to Stephen Mullaney. Why are you asking? I've seen that. I said, it's just a mess, just an absolute mess.
Deploy's put his helmet back on again, so I can only assume he's
a strong lad. As I say, he gets hit every innings. So.
Bit of magic spray.
So he went down in instalments, then he sort of wandered off and then sat down and lay down. His legs were in there. It looked like what's one
dead
of those?
ant.
What's one of those? It's
dead ant.
It's a dead one of those.
Yeah. And you don't want to retire when you're 50 not out, do you?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's been quite the session so far. All sorts of incidents happening. He was trying to leave that ball. Just got a bit big on him and couldn't get out of the way.
We're off again. Jake Ball bowling to deploy. Pulls this one seemingly unhampered by the events of the previous ball. Down to long leg, takes a single on to 51. This partnership has legs then, that's the first single. 133 for 6. Derbyshire trail by 191. Today they've lost Godalman for 18, Rees and Madsen for 0, Hussain for 1, Hudson Prentice for 8, and possibly, we'll keep talking all day about the most crucial one. First ball of the afternoon session, Matt Critchley for 45, because he looked as if he could do some real damage if he'd played this afternoon like he did this morning. As the next one is steered into the offside by Matty McKiernan. Born on Merseyside in June 1994. Plays his club cricket for Lee. That's Stephen Mullaney's department. Yeah. Mullaney knows Lee Cricket Club well. Went to school in Lee. So I don't know if they've run across each other before. Obviously, McKiernan, handful of years younger, 6 or 7 years younger. His ball into bowl to McKiernan. But I'm sure if it's to do with League Cricket Club, their paths must have crossed. 133 for 6.
Nice club as well down there on the way to the Rugby Union ground as well. The lesser of the two rugby codes, of course. Certainly Lee. But they're a very nice little ground in the outskirts of Lee. I don't think I've ever seen any cricket played there though.
Jake Ball in his 15th over. Comes in again. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. McKiernan groping a little bit. Got on the front foot there, just ready to push it out into the offside, but the ball just shaped away from him.
Listening to how hard McKiernan taps his bat on the crease before he's ready to face a delivery.
Digging for oil.
Well, it's as hard as when they came out last night with sorting out the footmarks with that big splatter thing that the groundsman used. It's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, listened deliberately there and heard it. He's worked this one onto the leg side. Is it one or two of the West Indians? Was it Chandapal? It wasn't. Who was it who started taking the bail off? It was Chandapal, wasn't it? Yeah, one or two of the West Indians did that in the Test series. Take a bail off and start hammering it into the ground.
And what kind of damage it does to the bails, really? Well, that's almost like a little kid on a playground, and you know, you used to hear that on the playground when you tap your bat on the tarmac or whatever. But it seemed a bit like that. I've not seen an awful lot of McKiernan bat, as you can tell. Just those 7 first-class runs.
He'll comfortably go past that here.
That'll be a new high score, of course. Will he have to buy the drinks? I think he will. If only they were allowed to go to the pub after the game. Here's Joey Everson continuing from the pavilion end. A good lead from Lewis to deploy one that was just coming back towards the stumps. Another play, that's a loud one.
Well, I know not save up things like that for the end of the season once it's all done and dusted before they disappear for the winter.
I suppose that makes sense.
if you had a highest score of 7 and then you score an 8, so you're down for 1 round. If the next innings you score 9, you've done it again. So that's, and so on and so on. So
some balls driven very nicely, but straight to the fielder.
Very early in your career, you want to get a substantial score.
Yes, yeah,
So so you're only on for 1.
Get yourself a maiden century early doors, and you coast home then.
Yeah. Yes, it's no good increasing your score every innings for a while. It'll cost you a fortune at the end of the season.
One of my correspondents on Twitter, Andy, said that there's an airline doing test landings at East Midland.
Oh.
So the same plane is basically going around and doing circuits.
That's how we thought it was busy.
Here is the Stakes Liberty. That one is a strange one. McKinnon's already called deploy through for a single, and deploy reacts rather late. He went to just defend it, and it bounced into the ground and up into the leg side, backward of square.
Has he taken another blow?
Yeah, I don't know if he's aggravated the same blow, but he does. I say he does take a lot of blows. I don't know why. He's quite a slight figure, isn't he? A short man, perhaps. You'd have thought he'd been a smaller target, but as I say, he does wear a few. Halfway through Everson's 7th over as McKinnon on strike, and McKinnon. Oh, he's fought brilliantly by Hamid at 3rd slip, 4th slip, because there's a gap, and McKinnon. Well, that's his 2nd nought in first-class cricket. It was a terrific catch because it flew to him, and he took it just above his head without any problem whatsoever. McKinnon goes, and Derbyshire 134 for 7. That's a terrific catch, but it looked fairly straightforward. But he threw the bat at the ball there, McKinnon, and he's gone, and that's 3 wickets, 4 wickets since lunch. Dear oh dear, Derbyshire in trouble once again.
You're right. It's a really sharp bit of work from Asib Hamid. I mean, he took it as if we just lobbed him a tennis ball, but it really did go like a shell head. I thrust the hands up, took it, and let's begin the celebrations. But it's one of those, all too often you see it and just flash down to the 3rd man boundary, and the bowler says he's unlucky. But on this occasion, Joey Everson, he was almost doing the Stuart Broad, running down to celebrate with his hands across his face. Michael Cohen, who wears squad number 8, is coming out to bat at number 9.
And that could be Michael
no,
Cohen.
Number 8.
Could be. I have no idea on the big screen, but I spoke to him last night, and it was a very grainy picture. So
yeah, I think that's probably a likeness.
it looks something like. Although I asked him if the Derbyshire tail would wag, because he did say that the feeling was that they thought that Notts had got a bit too many with the way that the tail had wagged, and when you think that the tail, Derbyshire's number 8's Michael Cohen, who's got a career average of 17.6, and Nottinghamshire's number 8 was Samit Patel. Spot the difference. I did ask if he said that they've got a few too many. I said, well, will Derbyshire's tail wag? He said, well, I'll bat slowly. Slowly. Which I didn't push him on, because I didn't really understand what he was talking about. He's a left-hander. Of course he is. He bowls left arm. Although that's not necessarily the case, but he's a left-hander.
Always, yeah.
And 2 lefties out there now, and this first one's a bouncer, and he ducks underneath it. Welcome to the English first-class game, Michael Cohen.
3 ducks on the card now, and a 1 as well. Quite extraordinary, really. Derbyshire have slipped from 119 for 3 at lunch to 134 for 7. That is 15 for 4 in real money. There's Everson in again. This one's just played defensively, down almost at his feet by Cohen. End of the over. Joey Everson 7 overs, 3 for 24. Put in a very decent shift here since lunch, Joey Everson. Getting amongst the wickets. It's still going to be Jake Ball. Just wondered for a moment if there's going to be a change at this end, but Ball to continue. He started this going with the first 3 wickets, then the run out, and then 3 wickets to Joey Everson. These, of course, his first 3 wickets for Nottinghamshire. Didn't get any on debut. There's ball round the wicket to deploy. Notts could get him out now. They'd be very much in the box seat. The 2 games in the North Group, Durham made 103, Yorkshire 198 for 9 at Chesterley Street. There's ball. Deploy on strike on 52. He's going to pull that one, completely gone through with a shot, and the ball struck him. Now, where did it get him? Presumably in the back, on the top part of the shoulder. Not calling for a helmet or anything. I thought at first it might just have been the helmet, but nobody's reacting at all, so clearly didn't. And the other game in the North Group, that one at sounds like an eventful game at New Road, Worcester, between Lancashire and Leicestershire. Lancashire 322, Leicestershire 42 without loss. Ben Slater still there, of course, as down the leg side, and deployed just had a little bit of a dab at that one. Might just have tickled it through to Moores, but didn't on this occasion. In the Central Group, Worcestershire 99 without loss at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 103 for 8 at Taunton against Somerset. Warwickshire 220 for 6 at home to Northants. Give you the South Group in a wee while as ball comes into bowl. Deploy rolls this away on the leg side. Going to have to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. In fact, we can do it now. Essex 51 for 2 against Kent. Surrey 46 for 1 against Middlesex. And they're into the 3rd innings of the match between Sussex and Hampshire. Sussex 176, Hampshire 153, and Sussex 10 without loss. Here 135 for 7. Three slips, gully, point. Yes, Derbyshire in a little bit of bother now. They're 135 for 7. They've got one real hope there in that Lewis Deploy has passed his half century now. He's 53 not out. He's seen partners come and go either side of lunch. Really, it all started first ball after lunch, a suicidal run out. Matt Critchley, who played nicely before the break, run out for 45. And since then, young Joey Everson, playing just his 2nd first-class match for Nottinghamshire, has picked up 3 wickets in a row. Harvey Hussain, Finn Hudson-Prentice, and the latest to go, Matt McKiernan, a fabulous catch in the gully by Asib Ahmed. 3 wickets in a row for Everson, 3 for Jake Ball, and that run out has left Derbyshire 135 for 7. End of that particular over from Jake Ball. 16 overs, 3 for 38 to him. Everson 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 24. Tom Barber's been loosening up for a while, but I think he's going to have to wait a little longer for a piece of the action, Dave.
Yes, absolutely. These two are bowling nicely in tandem, aren't they? It was a decent final delivery from Jake Ball. He struck Michael Coyne. I thought for a moment it was Deploy again, but I have to work out that one's got a sweater on and the other hasn't. Both left-handers, both South African, both pretty much the same size as Everson comes in and bowls, and that's just dabbed into the leg side. Oh, and there might be a chance of a run out here as Deploy and Cohen have a discussion on as to whether there's a run there. There isn't. And Deploy was sent back. At the other end, Cohen's just standing with his hands on his hips, nodding. Told you there wasn't a run, and he's right. And they're just getting a bit itchy and fidgety out there now, and it's a bit of a concern. They know that the collapse is on. They know that they need to hang about as long as they can, because there's going to have to be an awful lot of batting at some point if they're to save this game. And even at this stage, we're not even halfway through day 2.
That threatened to be a bit of a mix-up, didn't it? It was almost as if one was calling in English and one was calling in Afrikaans there.
Yes, good shout. This next one is a full toss from Everson. that is pushed back down the pitch to him by Deploy. Came to him around just above waist height. Must have slipped. Deploy just leans on his bat, enjoying the Nottingham sunshine. He's in the thick of the battle out there though at the moment. I noticed the Nottingham Twitter feed had the Hamid catches gully. I thought it was more of a fourth slip really, but I'll let them off. As this next one is pulled around the corner, short delivery. Didn't get hold of it though. Nash will do the fielding down to our right hand side with a single to Deploy, who moves on to 54, 136 for 7. Because I called it third slip to start with, because he was the third of the slips.
Who did Nash caught Madsen, didn't he?
That was gully.
Well,
wasn't it?
Well, I actually thought he was almost backward point. He was very deep.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But
yeah. So
it's only a bit of grass here and a bit of grass there.
Yes, we're nitpicking really. Here is nothing better. Here is Everson bowls and Cohen guides this, and then they think about a single. Oh, Deploys halfway down. He's sent back by Cohen. I think that's the correct decision as well, because Peter Trigo had got to the ball after it had bounced into the ground and beyond the grasp of Hasib Hamid. There's a lot of yes/no going on out there at the moment, and you wouldn't be at all surprised to see another run out any time soon. These two, I imagine, won't have batted together before, unless they batted back in South Africa together. But that seems fairly unlikely. It's a big place, isn't it? Not going to bump into each other in the street necessarily as Everson comes in and bowls, and that one is again guided to backward point where Trigo does the fielding. Oh, gully. And,
so who's here looking after Derbyshire this week then? Dave Houghton?
Yes, Steve Kirby's here. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Malloy wasn't with them.
Steve Kirby, I think the last time Notts ran into him was a Champion County game back in 2011 when he absolutely ran through them in Abu Dhabi with the pink ball.
He's the bowling coach and assistant coach, as this next one is left alone by Cohen. Very exaggerated leave. End of the over. Cohen still to get off the mark, having faced 7 deliveries. Deploys 54 from 105. Derbyshire 136 for 7. Still trailing by 188. His pipe is on.
Yep.
A little bit of sun cream or a tablet, something like that he's going to dispense here. He's got the PPE gear on. Hands over said tablet. Bit of salt or a painkiller or something like that. So interestingly, when Derbyshire do bowl, we'll see Michael Cohen earlier than we saw him in the first innings, because Finn Hudson-Prentice, presumably, if he batted with the runner, almost certainly won't be fielding and therefore won't be bowling. He came on before Cohen.
Yeah.
He'll be hugely frustrated. I've spoken to him a couple of times during lockdown, and he was climbing the walls, staying fit and all the rest of it. And then the first game comes around, much like Big Fletcher didn't manage to make the first game because of a little niggle. You get one in the first game, and it must be massively frustrating as a professional athlete.
Got a bowling change here. Jake Ball out of the attack, couldn't add to the 3 wickets he picked up in his first spell. Had another little go before lunch, and now his third spell has also ended without any addition in the wickets column. So it's going to be Peter Trigo. Bowled his 8 overs from the pavilion end, 2 last night and 6 this morning, and now he's going to get his first Trent Bridge go as a Notts bowler from the Radcliffe Road end. Collar up, number 77, runs away from us and bowls to the left-handed Deploy, who's on 54. Jake Libby now 40 not out. Darryl Mitchell 60 not out. Worcestershire 106 without loss at Bristol against Gloucestershire. So that particular former Nottinghamshire player going along nicely, and not quite as quickly, but still there. Ben Slater is now 28 not out, batting with Hassan Azad, who has played for Notts Academy. They're 45 not out, the Leicestershire players, as Trigo bowls into Deploy, gets off strike with a single, and you'd think Notts would want to try and bowl as many deliveries as they can at Michael Cohen, at least till he gets settled, and can at least start to take his batting credentials with the seriousness that he'd like them to take.
15 matches, high score of 23. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
Hopefully he's got family watching and listening. If you are with us, drop us a tweet. He's got off the mark here with a glorious shot through the offside. That really is very, very nice indeed. And he's got his first boundary at Trent Bridge. If you are following the action from South Africa, drop us a tweet at Brace Cricket, at Fletch Sport, if you have a vested interest in following the fortunes of Michael Cohen or Lewis Deploy, who have now had just 7 so far, but we'll be looking to extend that partnership through the bulk of the afternoon. A lot of cricket left today. Weather forecast fine. 55 overs to get in after this one, so a lot of cricket as Cohen has again tried that punch through the offside, but this time found himself just swishing at fresh air as Peter Trigo, I think, put a little extra into that one. Just zip through its way to Moores.
Too close to him to play that shot as well, wasn't it, really? The batsman ended up with his bat behind his back, admonishing himself.
Trigo again in bowls. Oh, Cohen leaves it alone, and it was a little bit of a high-risk strategy. I noticed that Mark Beck had tweeted both of us, but I'm guessing it's to you, primarily. 141 for 7. I presume he's a Derbyshire supporter, and that
yes,
doesn't wish to be informed of any more wickets going down. 141 for 7. Final ball of the 45th over. Trigo's come back over, and Michael Cohen safely negotiates. Cohen has 4. Deploy 55. 141 for 7. Derbyshire replying to Nottinghamshire's 324. Derbyshire were 9 without loss at the start of the day. They lost Godalming, Rees and Madsen before lunch, and Critchley, Hussain, Hudson Prentice and McKiernan since lunch.
Well, Mark's doing what every sane Derbyshire supporter is doing. He's not listening, and he's going to stop following social media for the rest of the day. So, Rach, thank you very much. That's tremendous. She said, didn't Minor Thynigel play Glastonbury a couple of years ago? That's the Minor Thynigel is the problem that Hudson Prentice is struggling with, as this first delivery is on my chair just goes down voluntarily.
Yorkshire missing out on a batting point, by the way. 199 all out against Durham, a lead of 96, but they're bemoaning the fact that they missed out on a batting point by 1 run.
They've probably got enough, haven't they?
Yeah.
140, Derbyshire certainly haven't. 141 for 7. First delivery was left alone outside the off stump by Duploy. Here comes Everson again and balls. He turns this one nicely into the leg side, but Sammett's out there, so there'll only be a single. And there is. He moves on to 56. 142 for 7. Trailing by 182. You want to get that down to double figures if at all possible, but whether that is possible remains to be seen, with Ben Aitchison and Sam Connors, the remaining batsmen. Ben Aitchison, who hasn't batted in first-class cricket, as this next delivery from Everson is forced brilliantly into the, or forced into the offside, backward a square, and fielded brilliantly by Peter Trigo. Diving to his right. So Cohen is denied further runs. He's got the 1 boundary so far to his name, and that's it. He must have thought there were more there.
Oldest man out there on the field, and diving around like a spring chicken. That's, of course, with the exemption of the 2 umpires. Oldest man on the field, but the oldest player on the field.
Neil Mallender would have got it. Here's Everson again in and bowls, and this one is driven straight back to him by Cohen. He didn't really time that one. It looked fairly pleasant, but there was no timing in the shot. And as a result, there is no run. Scandalous that Harrogate Town could be football. They won't be. They won't be. Come on, County. Absolute madness. darker clouds are pretty much disappearing. It's really thinning out up above now, so it's glorious sunshine here at Trent Bridge as Everson is in and bowls, and Cohen clips a full delivery to Sami Patel, who hurls it back to Tom Moores, and there's no run. So Jake Ball just stretching out his hamstrings after a spell, making sure that everything's in good working order for when he's called upon again, which he may or may not be. He's bowled nicely for his 3 wickets in this Derbyshire innings as Everson bowls, and it's defended out into the offside by Cohen. 3 for 38 from 16 overs. Only Mulaney was more economical, but he's always economical. 3 for 26 now to Joey Everson from 9 overs. Good effort by him. Derbyshire 142 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yeah, he had a bit of a look, Stephen Mulaney, didn't he? He got himself on nice and early this morning and wobbled it around a little bit, but unable to add to those earlier breakthroughs from Jake Ball. Tom Barber, quite expensive, but they do like the look of him. Kevin Shine here now, of course, the former England fast bowling coach. He's come in in charge of first team bowling affairs. Andy Pick, I think, working with some of the junior categories at the moment. So a little bit of a change there on the bowling front, and the Notts lads have been quietly impressed with what they've seen from Barber through the winter, and certainly in the nets G'd 1 or 2 of the batsmen up. And of course, Zach Chappell, perhaps a little unlucky not to be involved, was in the 12, missed out. Luke Fletcher, of course, presumably would have made the starting 11 had he been fit. Last year's Player of the Year. I guess once he wasn't available, it came down to a little bit of a shootout between Chappell and Barber. Here's Trigo. Bowls to deploy, clips it away on the leg side. I think that's the second over in a row that Trigo started that deploy's taken a single first ball, and
won't be too disappointed,
no.
will he?
But Cohen did play Trigo nicely in the last over. A lovely boundary away on the offside. Perhaps heard Stephen Mulaney yell Peter there, just asking what he wants on the offside.
It's quite the long range discussion, that, isn't it? It must be 40 yards apart.
Got 3 slips and a deep point, and then an extra cover. There is Trigo bowling to Cohen, who blocks it nicely. Well organised in defence. Will have nice thoughts about those 3 wickets he got on his Derbyshire debut, as his head hit the pillow last night, I'm sure. Michael Cohen will have relived his interview with Dave Fletcher afterwards as well, just for good measure. 143 for 7. I'm sure there'll have been a phone home. Yeah, I've had the national press on have been on asking me some posing questions, but I fielded them all.
No, it was a very brief interview because there's no need to go on and keep these players longer than needed at this time.
You just need a line, don't you?
But it looked like it might be good fun in a lengthier interview, so we'll have to sort that out sometime down the line.
There's Trigo in. Ooh, again, left alone, but he's got to be wary of that one that Trigo can shape back into the left-hander. 143 for 7. 181 is the difference. And with just Connors and Aitchison to come, Derbyshire, we're looking for contributions from those that are out there and the remaining 2 players. Next ball again, nice and full, and Once more, the chosen option was to leave it alone. It's a high-risk strategy, I fancy. Wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world if Trigo just manages to clip that off stump for one of these that Cohen fancies is going to comfortably miss it.
They're obviously playing Moneyball with the last 3 as well, because 20 runs for Connors, and Aitchison, of course, has no first-class experience with the bat.
Next one is, I think, ball it bat there rather than bat it ball.
Yeah.
I think he was going to leave that on as well. 143 for 7 at the end of the 47th over. Still 53 overs to go in the day. Slightly, well, a day that we're used to. It should be a 96 over day, making up 6 lost overs from yesterday. We had a bit of a shower.
Speaking of bits of showers, Derbyshire are 143 for 7. We're going to see a change in the bowl, and the big man's coming back, Tom Barber. Just a word though about Joey Everson's spell since lunch. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 13. That latest spell, which is decent. He was also bowling when the run out, the calamitous run out, from a Derbyshire perspective, happened. There'll be a slight delay as the field is set. Stephen Mullaney just in discussion with his bowler there. He'll got the 1 slip at the moment, Ben Duckett, but I can't imagine he'll only have 1 slip. When he comes roaring in a moment's time, he'll be looking to try and inflict another blow on Leas Deploy. I'm sure he's going to have 1 slip. That's interesting. No, Mullaney will come up to slip, won't he, surely? That looks very defensive to me.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, they're trying to
get him off strike.
Single. Yes, that's why. Why it is, of course. It just looked a bit. Yeah. No, but it all makes sense now. Mullaney stayed at mid-off. Here he comes then, the big man, Barber. 6 overs for 38, but bowls really quickly. He's in, left arm over the wicket and bowls, and they tap it out into the offside. They get the single that both Deploy and Nottinghamshire wanted.
Yes, expect
I think we're
field
going to see
changes.
some more slips now. How many of these will he dare leave? He'll be looking to leave as many as he can, I'm sure. We'll wait and see.
As a bowler, I just, or if I was bowling, I just couldn't visualise that. Captain saying, hang on, right, on you come, but I'm going to put all the fielders out on the boundary so he can get a single.
Yeah. Although, having said that,
it is one for Rach, by the way. We've got a gross on the board. You remember a gross, don't you?
Oh yes, I know. I could have told you what a gross was, but I did look at the board, so
yeah.
I clearly know now.
Yeah, 12-12's 144.
Here is Barber in and bowls to Cohen, who just taps this out into the leg side. Samit does the fielding, hurls it to Moores.
You see, whenever you hear it on the TV, whenever there's a slow left arm spinner bowling to a batsman who's also a slow left arm spinner, you'll hear him say, "Oh well, he should be able to."
Yeah, you can pick him.
He should be able to because he bowls the same stuff. Well, but they never say it when the same applies here. Look, he bowls left arm quick. He should.
It's the 2 quickest bowlers in the match, but unfortunately one of them's got a bat in his hand. Michael Cohen just defends this next delivery from Barber.
He should be able to play him all right because that's what he bowls.
No, you're absolutely. That's a good point. That is a good point. Spinners are expected to understand everything about spin. I'm sure Michael Cohen understands a lot of what Barber's trying to do. It's whether he can stop him doing it that's going to be the problem. The speed of thought. These two seem to have been batting together a long time for the 10 runs. 35 deliveries, in fact, as Barber is in and bowls. And that was way wide of the off stump. And he's keeping it wide. I'm not sure it wasn't wide. It was way wide of off stump. But I suppose height might have been an issue because he sort of hesitated before looking across. It was for height, I think.
That was from the FA Cup final School of Yellow Card officiating yesterday, wasn't it? The player sent off yesterday for Chelsea. That second yellow card was.
I genuinely haven't. I genuinely didn't know who'd won it until this morning.
It was very, very soft, and I think that was a bit of a soft wide, wasn't it?
I think so. Cohen, this next delivery is a very full delivery, and he does well to get bat on ball. He's not a tall man. Plays it up towards Jake Ball, and then rather extravagantly steps back into his ground. 145 for 7, and Derbyshire trailing by 179. And just Connors and Aitchison to come. Who knows? Ben might be a whiz with the bat. We don't know. I've seen Sam bat. Here is Barber again. Balls and Cohen gets another full delivery. He does well and he drives it. He might get a couple of runs for this one. Ball's doing the chasing. They come back for a second. I think they'll settle for 2.
Yeah. You know what that means, don't you?
Over to you.
We've got the Crucible maximum up there, look. 147 on the board.
We've had it in each innings.
Dave's highest snooker break.
Distinctly remember
Groundhog Day.
You mentioning it yesterday, probably around about this time. Yeah, 147 for 7. As many spectators inside the Crucible as there are inside Trent Bridge. Going on strike. Barber balls trimming. I didn't think he was going to get his bat down in time on that one, but he manages to pick up a single off the final ball of the over, which is interesting. Lewis Deploy said, yeah, go on then, I'll come and stand and watch Peter Trigo bowl at you. He moves on to 7. There's Cohen, and he's edging towards that high score of 23.
Wicket went down on 147 yesterday, by the way. It was 147 for 3 when Joe Clark got out.
It's not unlucky or anything, though, is it?
Well, no. And then a bit of a collapse immediately after. 159 for 4, 160 for 5, 160 for 6. It's not too dissimilar to the way 4, 5 and 6 went down in quick succession, and 7 for Derbyshire.
Well, I would redouble my efforts to get Samit Patel to sign for Derbyshire, because if he was in there now with Lewis Deploy, I'd feel a lot more comfortable. I have to say.
There's Trigo, still searching for his first wicket for Nottinghamshire. Indeed, his first wicket in first-class cricket for a couple of years, because he didn't play for Somerset at all last year in the longer format. His first ball of this new over his 11th is a dot ball. It's funny indeed how some players will change counties, and bowlers, they'll get a wicket in their first or the second over, and some others just have to wait and wait and wait. Zach Chappell's played 6 games for Notts, hasn't taken a wicket yet. 6 games. It's across all 3 formats, but this one goes through to the keeper. Yeah, somewhat.
Must get to you after a while. You'd have thought. I don't know what kind of character Zach is, but.
Well, he's not beyond the realms of possibility for you or I or anybody to go down there and bowl a pie that a class batsman will hit straight down somebody's throat, or inside edge it onto the stumps. But to go 6 games without a wicket, it's
outrageous. More likely to hit it to the West Bridge Road.
Yes, yeah. Next ball from Trigo, just pushed into the offside by Cohen, who scored half of the runs in this partnership, currently worth 14. Very pleasant now, doesn't it? Out there.
You just want to be sitting in one of those big white seats, enjoying the day's play.
148 for 7. As Trigo comes in, and again well defended by Cohen. Has there been media allowed in to watch the Pakistan tourists preparing? Have they had their own media there, you'd imagine?
Nigel Gardner was there. He's here at this game as well, the Derbyshire freelancer. Yeah, he did both games. Said they were fed like kings. So I'm tucking into his homemade salad at lunchtime.
He's done that on behalf of who? Next ball, shapes back into Cohen, who defends.
I think it was ECB, the Reporters Network.
Yeah.
Yeah, they asked him if he'd do one, so.
Yeah.
Or 2. I think one of the games was first class. Second,
yes.
I think, was first class.
Yeah.
Seems a little absurd.
It does, doesn't it?
Whites against greens, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Got some fine players, though, apparently. Bowling looks particularly good. I'm told reliably.
Notts had Imad Wasim. In fact, he made his debut at Derby last year in the T20s as Cohen nudges it out to Samit Patel. End of the 49th over.
A bit off, isn't it? Didn't you see that?
A little wild and woolly. Very close to the halfway point in the day. 49 overs on the board, but 51 remain in the day. 148 for 7, the Derbyshire score at the moment. Cohen a 7. Deploy now on 58, having faced 111 balls. It's going to be Tom Barber once again in his quest to get a first wicket for Nottinghamshire. Deploy once more on strike, so that means all the scouts have been posted out. Very deep set field, defensive field. There's one there if you want it, but he's unable to get this one away as Barber spears it in towards the stumps, and a very late reaction from Deploy just to jab it down in front of him. Liam Patterson-White coming in to do the fielding from extra cover. He's on as a sub-fielder. Didn't see who trotted off. Patterson-White's got a new number this year. He's squad number 22. And 48 for 7. As Barber from the pavilion end bowls. Deploy gets off strike, just chopping it down to third man to Trigo. Again the throw of a man who's had an extra bowl of breakfast cereal, fires it over the top of Moores. Mead prevents any further mishap though. Backing up, 149 for 7. Derbyshire, who are, at least according to the ECB fixture computer, the home side in this game here at Trent Bridge. Now the field being brought in again for Michael Cohen. Mullaney back into the slip cordon. Barber bowls. That's hit Cohen on the boot. I contemplated sneaking a leg by, but Tom Moore's quickly on the scene to evaporate that prospect. Lewis Rees first out for 0, Billy Godleman for 18, Wayne Madsen for 0, all to Jake Ball before lunch. Immediately afterwards, Critchley run out, first ball of the afternoon for 45, and then 3 wickets to Joey Everson. Hussain for 1, Hudson Prentice, who batted with a runner, for 8, and McKiernan without scoring. Here's Barber. Bowls once more, nicely dug out by Michael Cohen, and fielded by Tom Barber. 50 for Jake Libby, 50 for the proud Cornishman, as Simon Trafford, who's normally here as the Notts photographer, sort of the Nottinghamshire Dave Griffin when it comes to snapping.
Every club should have one.
They should indeed. 149 for 7. There's Barber in once more, and Cohen defends. So Daryl Mitchell and Jake Libby still together in that Worcestershire response at Bristol. Gloucestershire made 267, Worcestershire 141. Daryl Mitchell 77 not out, and Jake Libby 58 not out. Libby scored a century on his Nottinghamshire debut. It would be a real feather in his cap if he can get one on his Worcestershire debut. And Ben Slater has just reached 50 as I click on it.
Excellent.
50 not out for Slater. Next ball has bowled him. Stumps are tumbling out of the ground, and Barber's got a wicket. Cohen goes. That really was a lively delivery, blasting through the defences of Michael Cohen, and Tom Barber gets his maiden first-class wicket, bowling Michael Cohen for 7, and Derbyshire 149 for 8.
Well, there have been many occasions when Michael Cohen hadn't really looked like he was going to get his bat down. Still Harvey Gledel, by the way. It hadn't really looked like he was going to get his bat down any particular delivery, and he didn't get it down quick enough on that occasion. 7, he took up 35 balls to get there. He told us last night he'd bat slowly, and he certainly did that. It was a boundary amongst that, so basically he's come up with four scoring shots in his innings and 35 deliveries. He hung about with Lewis Deploy for a while, and Ben Aitchison is clearly deemed a better batsman than Sam Connors, because he's the next man out. We've never seen him in action in first-class cricket. I wonder if he can hang around and help Lewis Deploy, who's currently 59 not out from 113 deliveries. If he can just get Derbyshire to at least the halfway stage, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Get them to halfway, and then Nottinghamshire would pile on some runs and Derbyshire would have some batting to do, and surely they can't bat as disappointingly Deploy and Critchley apart as they did in the first innings. We shall soon find out, of course.
I know a lot happened before and since, but that run out of Critchley, it looks more and more pivotal, the key moment of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they were batting so nicely, weren't they?
Yeah.
The pair of them looked like they were set. Well, they were set, unfortunately.
I guess I've got to report this, and you know, if you're taping the football and going to watch it later, then I'll perhaps spoil something for you, so switch off now if you want. But Harrogate are 1-0 up after 5 minutes.
Good grief. Although in fairness, I quite like John Stead, but that apart.
National League final today to see who joins the Football League. 149 for 8. Here's Peter Trigo and here's Dave Fletcher.
New over from the Radcliffe Road end balls to Lewis Deploy, who pushes it out into the offside. Samit Patel will do the fielding.
So Barrow came into the league.
Yes.
And
after
will be the winner of today's match.
Gracefully voted out of it many years ago.
Stevenage exited the league, and of course only one goes out because of you know, the sad things that happened to Bury Football Club.
Yeah, clubs in the northwest have been hung out to dry this year. Here's Trigo in and balls to Deploy again, who clips it into the leg side. He goes through for a single, which will bring Ben Aitchison on to strike for the first time. Fingers crossed for the young man. He's coming below Cohen but ahead of Connors, so it may well have been 3 names in a hat. I don't know. He may surprise me. 150 up. That's been discussed yesterday. 174 behind is the figure that's most troubling at the moment for Derbyshire. Bit of chat out there. Nottinghamshire very keen to finish this off quickly, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
They've now got 5 bonus points from the match. This first one is a foolish delivery, and Aitchison's off the mark straight away, just guiding it square, and he's going to come back for the second as well. Well done, young man. He's picked up 2 with his first delivery in first-class cricket that he's faced.
Chris Doughty says he's obviously been looking at the stream. Love the new Notts Championship shirts. They don't seem to be available on the website. Where can we get hold of one? I'm not sure. I guess in the fullness of time they will have them available in the shop. I don't think it's certainly not a one-off. The new design. It is I think here to stay. The new logo. So I guess it's only a matter of time. But don't think there's anybody working in the shop at the moment. So it'll happen, Chris.
Trigo bowls full again, allowing it to swing, and it swings away from the right-hander, it looked like on that occasion. So Aitchison gets 2, and they think about a 30 sent back. Thank you, by Lewis Deploy. Don't get overexcited.
I think this is the first time in the entire innings, all day, that Samit Patel has wheeled up from the Radcliffe Road stand to our left on the.
What's he doing there?
On the Fox Road side of the ground. He's been in all different positions on the other side of the wicket.
His throwing might be better from this side. Who knows? He'll have to brush that up before he comes to Derbyshire. Here is Trigo again, in and bowls. Oh, that wasn't far away from the off stump. It was a good leave. He thought about playing it initially, did Ben Aitchison. Left it alone in the end. A very good decision, as it missed the stumps. Who knows what we might have been saying had it not. 154 for 8. Aitchison settles over his bat. 3 slips in place. And Trigo is in and bowls to him, and he clips it into the leg side, straight to where Samit Patel had been fielding. I think that's no, I don't know. I was going to say I think it's Chris Nash.
Yeah.
Chris Nash who did the fielding there. He's been a boundary rider for much of the day.
Yeah, he used to be well, he used to bowl a lot, didn't he? He used to be really important of Sussex's bowling attack during his pomp, but he's hardly bowled a ball in anger for Nottinghamshire. Doesn't seem to have that part of his game anymore. Not that Notts need him right now, but so he spends a lot of his time down on the third man fence, grazing a little bit.
He spent an awful lot of time down to our right, just out of our view.
But he's over the years taken an awful lot of wickets against Notts during his Sussex days. So Barber will be feeling $1 million, I'm sure, having got one in the end column. 8 overs, 1 for 44. He's now going to bowl to Lewis Deploy, who's on 60. Comes in and Deploy punches it. Oh, that's a good stop from ball, and that's one of those where you can jar your shoulder and do all sorts of untold damage. But Jake Ball flung himself full length and made the stop, but they take the single. So now Barber can bowl to Ben Aitchison.
It was also a stop that only somebody 6 foot plus could have pulled off, because he was at full stretch, wasn't he, there, as he got his right hand to a really good piece of fielding from the quick bowler. You've got to be able to field nowadays, mainly because Chris Nash is down at third man.
155 for 8. Aitchison has 4. Barber bowls to him. Oh, that's one of the shots of the day. Just punches it through the offside for 4. Yeah, it's all right, Lucy. Yeah. I'll look after this end, mate. Lewis Deploy came all the way down, and it was almost as if, leave it to me. That was
That's
fine
a beautiful shot. Yeah, it wasn't an awful lot of footwork to be fair, but it was a good shot.
No,
it was a good shot.
The ball was in
Got
the
a good
general
eye,
area.
Good hand-eye coordination.
Not a lot of protection to stop it going all the way to the fence
true.
either.
That's true.
Won't improve Tom Barber's demeanour, you'd imagine. Here he comes. Slightly angled run up to the crease and bowls quickly and strikes Aitchison amidships. I think he's okay. He didn't. Don't show any pain. Don't show any pain. Gulp the air in.
Just tapping his foot on the ground there, counted to 10. that would have been a bit of a stinger. So Lewis Deploy brilliantly has just discovered that his shoelace is undone. So it just gives Aitchison an extra few seconds to collect his thoughts and anything else that he might have lost. There we go. Lewis is ready in a minute. There we are.
159 for 8. Here comes Barber in. Once more bowls. Oh, and this one's short. Goes past his nose on its way through to Tom Moores, and they're all there clapping away wildly.
I thought he dealt with that quite well, actually. Didn't he? Just ducked his head out of the way, swayed backwards.
He had 2 choices, really, didn't he?
Yes, if he hadn't have got out of the way,
limbo underneath it, or be struck at the side of the ear.
Stretchered from the field, I would have thought. But yeah. The last thing Derbyshire need is another bowler down, because Hudson Prentice clearly isn't going to bowl, you wouldn't have thought. Certainly not today. He's got that thigh problem.
159 for 8. Aitchison has 8. Barber bowls to him. Edged. Mullaney catches. And Barber has a second. He might even have given the young man a send-off as well. And Stephen Mullaney takes the catch. Notts have got maximum bowling points. Derbyshire are 159 for 9. Tom Barber with his pace just proving too hot to handle, really, for Ben Aitchison. Stephen Mullaney with the catch low down. Aitchison caught Mullaney bowl Barber for 8, batted for 9 minutes, 8 balls faced, and that 1 boundary. And Nottinghamshire need 1 more wicket. I'm wondering where we're going with regards to tea. I guess it all depends on if and when this wicket goes down. There's
Well, it's still 49 overs to go, though, isn't there?
Yeah, you'd imagine they'd come out for a bit, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Because tea shouldn't be till about 5 to 4 today. But we don't know when it's going to go down.
We do.
No, we don't know when it's going to go down.
Well, not exactly, no.
There was a record last wicket partnership at Taunton yesterday, wasn't it? Jack
yes.
Brooks and Steve Davis.
Sam Connors is no Jack Brooks. It's only the third innings of his fledgling first-class career. He's got 20 runs. He's only been out once. High score of 14. So
what will Deploy do you think?
Well, I thought, he hasn't shown any inclination to do anything out of the ordinary.
Well, Notts have been giving him one, haven't they?
Yeah.
Do you think he'll carry on taking it?
Well, I wouldn't. If I was him, personally, if I was a batsman, which I'm not, but who am I to tell Liz Deploy on 61? Not out.
You'd what? You'd start turning down runs?
Yes, I would. I think.
Ooh.
He might not get the opportunity, though, because Connors is on strike.
Barber to bowl to him. Here he comes. First ball. Ooh. Very, very quick. Oh, you got there a fly or a bee or a wasp?
It was a fly, but it was a horrible looking thing. So it's all right. He flew away. I didn't crush it or anything.
It's funny. That's just what the fly was saying.
Hey. No, it was a very ugly looking thing. Big white.
That's just what the fly was saying.
Big white feet he had. Yeah, now then, what they're calling for here? Oh, Stephen Mullany's obviously going to send instructions as to what roller he wants.
Oh, crikey.
With every disrespect to Sam Connors. What do you want?
Start the roller.
Hang on a minute. Steve, I'm here, I am in the room. Will it be the heavy one? Because he hasn't had the heavy yet. He was a very light roller. Anyway, the signal's been sent for the roller. I'm telling you, that's exactly what they were talking about there.
Crikey.
Either that or bring that rubbish bin on. I can't imagine it was that. The ground staff away to our left-hand side are all leaning on one of those large industrial rubbish bins.
Well, it's very evident that there's no 30-yard fielding circle in first-class cricket because out they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out on the offside and 1, 2, 3, 4 out on the leg side.
We will find out this delivery, I fancy, as Trigo comes in and bowls to Deploy, who pulls it round the corner and says no. So there we go. He's going to try and keep the strike. So that will slow the game down a touch if he's not going to run. Obviously, it will mean that Derbyshire's score won't go up. They're still trailing by 165. They're not quite at halfway yet. But if he's going to turn down singles, this could be a long job, as they say, and if it is a record 10th wicket partnership, we could be here till Tuesday. On 61 from 117 deliveries. He's ready now as Peter Trigo comes in and bowls through, and he taps it into the leg side, and Sam Connors forgets that he's not taking singles because that ball is dribbling towards a Ben Duckett. Bends down and picks it up and then bowls it.
Trigo's still without a wicket. I'd be skip. Get him in there.
Yeah.
Let's get this fella out.
I reckon I can get him.
Of course, the fun usually starts.
Couple of
balls 4, 5,
yeah,
and 6, isn't it?
Yeah, a couple of balls time. Here we go. Trigo's in and bowls, and it's defended by Lewis Deploy. I was going to say up towards mid-on. It was nowhere near mid-on. And Clark, who's now wearing a cap.
Now this is perhaps the last delivery that he'll be gifted a single.
They'll all squeeze.
So he's got the decision now to make. Is he going to take a single here and give Connors 2 to face, or is he going to push his luck against a much tighter field?
I wonder how Sam Connors feels. He hasn't done this to any other batsman. Tree goes in, bowls, and that's just dabbed into the offside. He takes the single.
Yeah.
So there'll be 2 balls for Connors to face. 62 now Deploy. The field comes scurrying in. It looks like a completely different game. And I know they haven't. They've got multi-cameras now, haven't they? But under the old regime of single camera at each end, you'd wonder where everybody had gone for the first 4 deliveries of that over. Now you'll see that they're all back. There they are. They nipped off for a bit. 160 for 9. 2 more runs and Derbyshire will be halfway to Nottinghamshire's total. Can they do it? Not that it's any kind of achievement at all and shouldn't be celebrated in any way. Here's Trigo. First chance to bowl at Sam Connors. He's in now, and Connors defends it of a fashion down into the slip cordon. He dives to his right, Nash to his left. There's no run. Not that there's likely to, highly unlikely to be a run this delivery either. So if you're a betting man, this is your lump it on. Trigo in and bowls to Connors, who leaves. That's a very fine leave, too wide of off stump really to entice the young man into a shot. And the over comes to an end, so we'll see the similar over from the other end now at 160 for 9 deploy on 62. Connors yet to get off the mark.
You see, health and safety has sort of spoilt a little bit of the old captain. Last ball of the over, like you say, he's not going to take a single. Right, you in there under his nose at point. You in there. But you know, if you've got to wait 5 minutes while we send for helmets and pads and protective gear and whatever, let's just bowl the ball and turn round. But you try something funky, you try and get inside the batsman's head, you know, especially when he's a number 11, you pop a couple of short legs in there. So Trigo's still wicketless. Nice to get one, always nice to get one, I'm sure. Either you start at the start of your career or when you change counties, like he has done and like Tom Barber has done. Barber 2 for 49, bowling to deploy again with most of the fielders out, and this one's quick and through into the gloves of Moores. It was banged in short. He went for a very vigorous pull, didn't get anything on it, could easily have gloved it through to the keeper there. Seems like they're not quite sure where to have Ben Duckett, who's like in a deep gully position for that first ball. Now they're moving him out onto the leg side, so there will be 5 fielders out on the fence on the leg side and 4 fielders out on the fence on the offside. Deploy looks round. Quite an extraordinary field setting. Barber comes in, bowls, and there's just a gentle little push on the leg side. No run. Hamid doing the fielding.
It's the furthest Hamid's been from the bat as well in this innings.
Yeah.
Players scattered in all directions.
Because potentially he could be just 10 minutes away from having his second bat for Nottinghamshire.
Did well yesterday. Wasn't entirely convinced he was out, but replay showed that it was a fair shout.
There's Barber. In again. Bowls. He's got this one away down to Trigo at third man. They contemplated 2 as they set off.
Early there. He's gone a bit early.
Yeah, he's gone from the third ball.
I think he thought there might have been 2. Get it down to the old man. But as we've seen in the field already, Peter Trigo is more than a match for anybody on this pitch in the fitness stakes. So nothing doing as far as the second run is concerned. Once you've run the first one, you can't really ask if you can swap ends again. That'll be the next regulation to come in. I'll be in the 100. I'll be in the 100. That one. Yeah. Anybody can bat wherever they want. It doesn't matter what clothes you want.
Sam Connors on strike. He's faced 3 balls yet to score. Barber comes in, bowls to him, left alone, wide of the off stump. Now you've got 3 slips there, or 2 slips in a gully, but I think you've got to aim at the stumps, haven't you?
I think so.
Probably going to do him for pace, and if you don't hit the sticks, you'll probably hit his pads.
Yeah, you'd expect so. I mean, he's batting at number 11 for a reason, isn't he?
Yeah.
This isn't his primary job in the team. Very few specialist number 11s.
Here comes Barber. Bowls, and well, he kept that one out quite comfortably, and Well, he's only got one more ball to face, and then it'll be over to Deploy again, who comes down and passes on a word or two of sage advice.
Nottinghamshire aren't playing this fair though. I mean, by this time Derbyshire had the leg spinner on to the tail enders. That's
not someone got a leg spinner.
Well, any kind of spinner will take any of them. Come on, Sam, wheel your arms around.
61 for 9. In fact, Derbyshire had 2 leg spinners on, didn't they? There's Barber in once more, and well, he could have got a single there, and he wanted it.
Oh, he wanted it. He wanted it.
He went trip trop down the wicket, but was sent back quite rightly, I suppose, by Deploy. But there's plenty of number 11s that would say, don't you take any notice of my batting average. The amount of time I was told to stay where I was by a senior batsman. 161 for 9. 46 overs to go in the day, so in theory 14 overs before tea.
Which should be at 3:56.
And even then, an extra half an hour as it's 9 wickets down.
Oh yeah, yeah. Joey Everson's going to come on and bowl for the first time, I think, from the Radcliffe Road end. I don't think he's been down here before. I don't recall, certainly.
No.
He's got an opportunity here to add to his 3 for 26. He'll be bowling to Lewis Deploy to start with, so Lewis will want to get a couple of boundaries out the way early doors and then get a single. Here we go. Everson's in and bowls, and he comes down the pitch and smacks it out into the leg side and doesn't get hold of it at all.
But takes a single.
But takes a single first delivery, interestingly, which is bizarre. It was fielded by Peter Trigo out on the mid-wicket boundary, and it bounced at least once, if not more times than that. I didn't see how many times it bounced. Yeah. And that is one of the stranger decisions that we've... Well, no, it isn't really, is it? We've seen some strange ones through the course of the first day and a half. Barely ranks in the top 5. But it does mean that Derbyshire are halfway with 1 wicket remaining. 162 for 9, trailing by 162.
Harrogate 2, Notts County 0.
No. Oh, man alive. Come on, the Magpies. Here is... Well, that was a shocker from Everson, really. I think he's trying too hard. His eyes have lit up by the fact that he's bowling to a number 11 who there's clearly don't want on strike, and he's just put too much into that, and it was wide and short and horrible. I'm not entirely sure whether Connors could have got anywhere near it if he'd tried, but goes down as a dot ball. We'll say no more about it. Here's Everson again. He's ready. Deeper red on the soles of his feet than Bowles, and that's better. How that hasn't taken the edge, I'm not sure. He played at A-line, Connors, picked one, stuck to it, the ball was just slightly wider. He's a good kid, Sam, but I don't think he's a batsman. The greatest will in the world. If you stuck him in club cricket, he'd probably be batting the top 5. There were some balls, and oh dear. He had a play at that one as well. Whether it moved away or he just played down the wrong line, one or the other. And it goes through to Tom Moores.
And it must be so dispiriting when you know that you're going to be, in all probability, be stuck on naught as well, because even if you, as we've seen, even if you get bat on ball and play a nice shot, your partner's not going to run for you. Stay there.
He needed to get a run from the second ball of the over, which he was forced to face. This is now the 5th. He's not going to be allowed to get one here, as Everson bowls Germany defence perfectly out into the offside. Oh, there's no run.
He needs to hit boundaries. Get after them.
They need to do something because the game's grown to a halt. Well, there's so much time left, it doesn't really matter. There he comes again, Everson. Final ball of his over. Bowls to...
Now then.
Oh, no, there's 2 there. Yes, there is 2 there. Excellent work from Sam Connors. He drove it out towards the long off boundary. And he's picked up 2. He's off the mark. He'll feel a lot better about life. Deploy keeps the strike. 164 for 9 at the end of the over. Deploy has 64 of them.
I need 48 now for me 50.
Yes. Oh no, I think I might have missed my half past.
Well, it's just half past. They'll wait for you, Dave. They'll wait for you. 164 for 9. The Derbyshire score. Notts made 324 yesterday. Half centuries from Nash, Hamid and Patel. Hamid the highest score of the innings, 68, and chance for Loose Deploy to become the highest scorer in the game, you'd imagine. He's just 4 behind him on 64, and he's on strike. Tom Barber to bowl to him. Field not quite as mega defensive as Mullany had for a while, with all 9 on the fence. He's brought 5 of them in. And now off the outside edge, goes down to third man to Everson. They won't take a single. There's an opportunity, I guess, for Deploy if he can lift it over that inner ring. Four on the leg side, but the only 2 out are behind square on the leg side. Chris Nash at long leg and Samit Patel at deep backward square. There's Barber once more, and Deploy, well, he's gone for a big hit on the leg side, and he's hit it 1 bounce straight to Asiba Mead at mid-wicket. Little unlucky there. Yard either side, and he got himself a boundary, but unable to get it beyond, over or through Asiba Mead. So no addition to the total, 164 for 9, but a rare show of real aggression there from Loose Deploy, and now Notts are sending Hamid out. Stephen Mullany dispatches the opener out onto the fence and moves Ben Duckett from the slip region to where Hamid was standing at mid-wicket. 164 for 9. What will Deploy try now? Here's Barber to bowl to him. Well, he's deflected it down to Chris Nash at fine leg. Won't take a single, so that's 3 balls gone in this over. 3 decent connections from Loose Deploy and no runs to show for it. Deploy came in at number 4 in the order, so it was in quite early in the day in the 9th over when Billy Godalman got out. 19 for 2. So I've been there for about 46 overs now for his 64 not out. Barber to Bolton. He's backed away and manages to punch it into the offside. Now will he take 1 or 2 here? Connors is coming back, and again almost a mix-up. Connors ran 1.5, but Deploy only made it down to the other end and settled for that. That would be the last thing that Derbyshire need, a run out really to end the innings. And I'm sure there's plenty of other ways in which they could get out going after runs, but a run out isn't one of them. 165 for 9, so 2 balls left in this over. And again, in they come to give Sam Connors a little bit of company. Bowled okay in this spell. Barber picked up a couple of wickets, kept up his pace all day. Balls once more, and that's another pleasing shot from Barber. Jake Ball has to do a bit of a tumble roll to stop it. But there was nothing wrong with the authenticity of that shot, was there?
No, it looked very nice indeed, and Lewis Deploy's just gone up and said, nicely batted, son,
Yeah.
but we're not having a run off this ball either. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. You've got to hit it for 2 or 4 if you're going to score off this ball, or 6.
That would be spectacular.
There's Barber. Final ball of his 11th over. Bowling to Sam Connors. And he leaves it alone, the number 11. a doff of his cap or his helmet, and
It was
the
a
end
bit
of the
like
over.
that,
Yeah,
it was very reminiscent of Derek Randall, just facing down the pitch. If he'd have just taken his helmet off and given it that would have been magnificent.
Wouldn't have thought he's got that many more in the tank, Bob. I know he's picked up a couple of wickets, but he has been fairly steaming in, hasn't he? He's bowled quickly, and it might just be a Samit Patel just to float one up that the batsman hits down somebody's throat that Notts might turn to eventually, but remains to be seen.
Yeah, we're going to stick with Joey Everson, Joe 90, for the time being. I say that because, of course, he wears number 90 on his back. I've no idea if that's the reason, but I really hope it is. In the same way that we see 66 on the back of two particular players. Now then, the field has inevitably scattered. Ben Duckett thinks he's too close at 35, 40 yards away, so he's moving further back, and here comes Everson in, and balls to deploy, goes for the ramp shot and gets it right and gets 4 runs for it. He is a very fine one-day player. He's got Derbyshire's joint fastest one-day half-century under his belt already in his brief time here.
He's now just become the highest scorer in the match as well. He's on 69, gone past Hamid's 68.
Samit warms up. He was swinging his arms around. I fancy a bit now. I'll give it a go.
That's not a bad call.
Skip. Skip is steadfastly refusing to look in Samit's direction as he...
Don't know. I don't like wasting energy, Samit. I wouldn't imagine he's doing it off his own bat.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Nice shot by Duploy to get to 69. 169 for 9, trailing by 155. I expect we'll see more funkiness from Duploy. Oh, not quite ready.
Yeah.
Now he is. And Everson, he's on his way in. What will Deploy do this time? His feet are on the move, and he turns it around the corner. Has he turned it fine enough? He's got 4 runs for it, as Trigo in the far distance almost dived over the top of that one. I thought he was going to get there, to be honest, and I'm sure he'd be disappointed if it was within diving range. Perhaps it wasn't. But 4 more to Deploy. He moves to 73. 173 for 9. A 14-run partnership, which isn't too pesky at this early stage, but I'm sure Nottinghamshire just want to finish this up as quickly as possible. The deficit 151 now.
Meanwhile, Samit's just bowled another 4 deliveries.
So he's definitely coming on. I don't think either of these batsmen will be able to resist. One because he's a tail ender, and the other because he thinks that might be the best way of getting some quick runs. And we know what a good operator Samit Patel is. Everson bowls, and that one is chopped into the ground. Taken on the bounce by Tom Moores, the wicket-keeper. Bang that one in. A little bit shorter, and he's not a particularly tall man, Duploy. Can do an awful lot with it.
Well, when you start seeing 73 not out against your name on the scoreboard, your thoughts inevitably would start to turn towards a 3-figure score, a 3-figure contribution.
And then again and bowls, and this time he punches it out into the offside. They've run the first one quickly. A fielder comes around to collect it, though. It's Hamid, and they pick up just a single. 2 balls left of the over. In come the fielders. Deploy moves to 74. 74 for 9. Now the deficit is 150. There's me being fanciful about it, getting it into double figures.
May do, yeah.
I'm not a gambling man. But if I was... There's Everson bowling to the number 11 Connors, who gets hit on the pad. Big appeal, not out, going down. Looked close from here.
It did.
Because he got a long way across. Perhaps he just fooled the umpire into thinking he was outside. It was going down. But it looked a lot closer than... It wasn't a massive, that's definitely out appeal, though, was it?
No.
Blackrod's first T20 of the afternoon has ended in a 9-wicket defeat, which is not possibly the best news. In comes comes Evison, bowls, and that's defended by Connors. Keep the ball, Samet, you're on. He was fielding at mid-on where the ball ended up. Is he coming on?
He is. Taking his cap off.
He's got his cap on.
Oh.
He's thrown it away,
Yep.
discussed
Yep.
the ball, didn't even find a teammate.
No.
He just chucked it off the other end. Thanks very much. Barber's going to continue by the look of it. He is. He's got another one in him. His current spell is 4 overs, 2 for 12.
Yeah, I mean that's okay, isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, it helps when the batsmen aren't taking runs, I suppose.
But he'll have another one in him on
Yeah.
4. You get a 5 over
Yeah.
burst out
Yeah.
of him, you'd have thought, quite safely. We're all about the safety these days.
174 for 9 then. Deploy on 74. Here comes Tom Barber. Left arm quick to left-handed batsman who's slogged it away on the offside for 4. Moves on to 78. Low full toss. He advanced towards it and punched it away into that gap on the offside. There was a man at deep extra cover, a man deep square, but he managed to get it through a more orthodox cover region, bisected them nicely. So again,
Used his
Barber.
feet again, didn't he?
Yeah, again, Barber won't bowl a maiden. Runs from the first ball. Going at 5 and over, Tom Barber.
Very similar to Cohen. He was going at about that.
178 for 9. Here he comes again. Tall man bowls, chopped down to third man by Loose Deploy. Won't take the single. Peter Trigo. It's all the time in the world just to pick the ball up and lob it into the gloves of Tom Moores.
Sensible batting from Deploy, and I'm surprised he didn't perhaps start doing it a bit earlier, although then again there were 2 new batsmen who he won't have batted with or seen an awful lot of, I suppose. But if you're 9, 10 and 11, the chances are you need some protection.
Yeah. Barbara again. Looking to wrap up this innings. Bowls. And that's just been paddled away, and that'll go for 4 as well. So now he's into the 80s, Loose Deploy. On to 82. And it's 182 for 9. It was down the leg side, just helped it on its way. And again managed to find that gap between the 2 fielders. This time Nash at long leg, Samit Patel at deep backward square. Ran it away towards the William Clark stand for 4 more.
He's doing a nice job for his team here, Loose Deploy.
18 away from adding his name to a list of centurions this week. Heino Kuhn and Nick Gubbins, the 2 from yesterday. I've not noticed anybody else today reaching 3 figures as yet. But Loose Deploy has every chance. He's on 82. He can certainly get to 83, however he wants, because they're all on the boundary again. Here's Barber to bowl to him. Oh, that's lifted up, deliberately lifted up. Will it go for 6? No, about 9 inches short of the rope, gets a boundary. We saw Brendan Taylor play those, banged in short, and Brendan Taylor was so good at just lifting the ball over the slip cordon and away for 4, and this time Loose Deploy had backed away, so he's able to lift it deliberately up and over and gets the boundary. So he's on to 86, 186 for 9.
He was on 61 when Aitchison was out.
So that's quite an expensive over for Tom Barber. Quite a fruitful one for Loose Deploy. But we've had 4 balls and maybe Notts have taken their eye off it because they've not brought anybody in. He'll take a single here. He'll take a single here. Here's Barber to bowl to him, and he'll just chop it down to third man for a single. Notts took their eye off the ball there.
You're right.
You'd think
Dave.
one of the 11 out there would have said, hang on, Skip, it's the 5th ball coming up.
Yeah, that was a little bit sloppy.
You know, you can't you can't really have your main plan of getting the last wicket 1 ball and over at Sam Connors. You know, 2 balls and over at him would be a stretch, but he should certainly have brought the fielders in there. I can't believe there were a little panicky about saving the boundaries, because quite frankly they hadn't been able to save the boundaries even with 9 players on the ropes.
Yes.
He punched one through the offside, just in front of square, one behind square on the leg side, and one almost down to long stop. 13 off the over, 187 for 9, and now all Sam Connors has got to do is keep it out. Here is Barber. Balls to Connors. Oh, down the leg side. Oh, a long way down the leg side now then. Should they run? Shan't they run? Shall they run? Shan't they run? No, they won't run.
Stay where you are.
Would have been an easy buy. Might have gambled on getting 2 there.
Well, would have been quite the gamble though, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Given the way they have been batting and the way that Deploy's suddenly decided that this is the future.
So 13 from the over. Any interaction here between Stephen Mullaney and Samit Patel? They're going off to... are they going to have a hand sanitising session?
They might be close to each other when they sanitise their hands.
Yeah.
They're certainly walking off towards the stations now.
I
Liz
think,
Deploy's having a drink.
Of course, there's no saying, no knowing when the wicket will go down, but I think as and when it will, the tea break will be taken, because we're almost on the scheduled tea break now.
Yeah. We're inside 10 minutes, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're inside 10 minutes, so...
but, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because...
who knows?
There could be 10 overs plus another half an hour before tea is taken. So really, any time between now and whenever.
Yeah, between now and 6:30.
Yeah.
We'll be having tea at some point.
Yeah. Not that we've got the...
Not that I've got it.
delicious scones and clotted cream and tubs of raspberry jam that we normally have here at Trent Bridge on a tea time.
The umpires had to put a glove on to pick the ball up to pass it to one of the Notts players.
Yeah.
Then he's dropped it. Then he dropped it on the floor. He might as well left it there in the first place. What's going on? Here's Samit.
Yeah.
This will be interesting. 13 away from a century. I'm
It's a good photo.
So now, yes.
Good photo of Samit in his new shirt.
So poor old umpire Mallander's put the glove back on, bent down, picked the ball up, given it to Samit, and taken the glove off again. He's had that glove on and off twice in this break for the sanitisation of the hands. So here we go. It's not the game, but it's a fascinating moment in it. What will Lias Deploy's approach to Samit Patel be? 87 not out from 137 deliveries.
Generally manages to winkle a wicket out one way or another.
Fascinating stuff. Here he is. Patel bowls. It's a full toss that's bunted down the ground, and he's more than happy for Sam Connors to face Patel. Moves on to 88. That is interesting. He's only a slow ball. He'll be all right.
Yeah.
Whereas Lias Deploy himself picked up 2 wickets with his left arm spin against Lancashire in on the final day of the 2-day warm-up game. Sam Connors, it's almost like an eye test, isn't it? Where are all the fielders? Oh, there they are. All around me. So what will Sam Connors do? Will he just defend 5, or will he have a go? Around the wicket comes Samit, bowls to Connors, who goes forward and defends it out into the offside. Ben Duckett's the fielder, throws it back to Patel, rugby style. Connors goes for a little walk. Comes back ready to face this next delivery. He's in now, and Connors defends it out to Ben Duckett, who picks it up and throws it back to Samit Patel, rugby style. Connors has gone for a walk. Groundhog over. Patel in again, bowls, and this time, well, you can fill in the rest.
Yeah.
Defended to Duckett. Duckett passed it back to Patel. Connors has gone for a walk. 3 balls he's faced, 4 gone in the over. Comes in again, bowls, and this time he goes back and defends it into the ground. Moores does the fielding. He still goes for his walk though, Sam Connors. 1 delivery to go. And Samit Patel's first over, 1 run from it off the first ball that was bowled. Not sure that was particularly sensible. Patel is in again and bowls, and it's defended by Connors. 2 Duckett, who keeps it this time because that's the end of the over. 188 for 9. The least eventful over I think I've ever commentated on.
Must mention at this juncture, at Wembley, the football, Notts County playing, they've gone to half-time. At some point in the next minute or two, they're going to be coming to Trent Bridge for an update on the cricket, and there will be a little bit of a chat, so different from the ball-to-ball commentary for our online listeners and for our stream listeners. They will just be basically asking me to sum up what's been happening, I'm sure, over the course of the afternoon, or indeed the day. So just to warn you, we might miss an actual ball or two of the ball-by-ball normal commentary, but we won't be too far away from telling you what's going off, and it won't last too long. But it's half-time in the game at Wembley. Notts County are trailing 2-0 to Harrogate.
Could be over by then. Jake Ball's coming back.
It could indeed, yeah. 188 for 9. Stephen Mullaney turns to his strike bowler. 188 for 9. Ball with 3 wickets. And again, I'm not entirely sure. Jake's bowled from that end before.
No, I think you're right. We've seen the soles of his feet a lot, but we haven't seen him running towards us, I don't think.
And again, he's bowling with 8 out on the fence. Just Ben Duckett in, saving one or potentially catching at fairly shortish mid-wicket. So here's ball in from the pavilion end, bowls down the leg side, tickled. That'll be for Duploy, and that's going to take him into the 90s. That's just the start to the over that Lewis Duploy wanted. Doesn't really matter if he scores runs or not, but tickles it away.
Don't be offended when you start your chat. If you're close, I'll nip next door.
Oh,
if that's all right.
Yeah.
Just for the archive.
192 for 9.
I might be getting ahead of myself there,
Yeah,
of course.
Duploy on 92. Dave Fletcher already with the checkered flag out to wave him over the line as he reaches it.
It was sort of production on air, which is never a great thing, is it? But
where's my list of batsmen who've been out for 99 here? Well, let's wish him well. He deserves it. He's played nicely here. Clips this on the leg side. Could have had a run, but doesn't take it. It will be nice to see how he negotiates his way through the next over or two, because it's a team game, but every now and again there are moments where an individual can just do a little bit for themselves, and of course he will realise that if he gets to 100, it's at least going to be adding 8 more onto the Derbyshire score, which will bring them a point. Let's not forget that aspect of it. As ball comes in and bowls, he's worked this away behind square. No addition. 192 for 9. Midway through the 60th over. Connors has 2. So here is that update then for Radio Nottingham listeners, and a little bit of a chat for a minute or two. Won't be too long. Ball coming into bowl. Yes, a frustrating last wicket stand holding Nottinghamshire up. We've said that many times in many different cricket grounds over the years. It's Lewis Duploy, South African born. He's had a couple of good seasons for Derbyshire, and he's really held the innings together, particularly this last wicket stand. He's now on 92, a partnership of 33 with the youngster Sam Connors, very inexperienced player Connors, but he's done his bit whenever he's been on strike, whenever he's been asked just to keep out a ball or two. He's done very well. He's faced 21 balls for his 2 runs. Nottinghamshire thought they were through the Derbyshire side earlier on. This morning they got 3 wickets with Jake Ball, then a bit of a fight back through Duploy and Critchley straight after lunch. First ball, in fact, after lunch. Both Derbyshire batsmen ended up at the same end. Critchley needlessly run out. Then 3 wickets to youngster Joey Everson. Really tore through the middle and lower order, and a couple of wickets to the pacey Tom Barber. And at 159 for 9, Notts very much in the box seat. They've still got a hefty lead of over 130, but they've been held up by this last wicket partnership as Duploy punches this away on the offside, and he's going to get 4 runs here, so that's going to take him to 96, and Derbyshire 196 for 9. Yeah, very much. It's not the same without the crowd here. Of course, we wish supporters could be here. Supporters of both sides, of course. This match, Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Traditionally, it's a game where fans from either end of the A52, the two lovely counties, always like to get together and meet for this particular fixture. So it's not the same. I must admit, I came down, Notts had a warm-up friendly against Leicestershire earlier in the week, and I came, and there's a big hit down the ground. I must mention this because this will go all the way over the ropes for 6 to take loose deploy to a quite magnificent century. It's pretty much been a lone hand that he's fought, reaching 100 out of 202 for 9. He's held Derbyshire together, but he's reached it with a big 6 off Jake Ball. 144 balls he's faced, 15 fours and that's 6. That's a really great knock. But just to come back to you, I came down the other day and really it did seem a pretty soulless place. Pre-season friendlies traditionally are all about practice, but with nobody here, I thought, oh, this is how it's going to be. To be fair, once the game has started, because there's something on it and it's competitive, the players are playing for points, they're playing for, in some cases they're playing for their professional contracts and certainly their professional pride, and they're also playing for the spectators that aren't here and the supporters and the members. There is more on it. It is competitive and it's a decent game of cricket, but yeah, it's just not the same without the fans. So century to loose deploy for the listeners on BBC Radio Nottingham. Half time in their football. We managed to get his 100 in. It's a big 6 straight down the ground off Jake Ball, and quite rightly he celebrated it. Helmet off, arms held aloft. Nice moment, and there aren't many inside the ground, of course, but all his watching teammates and the Derbyshire support staff and coaching staff that are here quite rightly celebrated it, and I'm sure all the Notts contingent outside the boundary rope and indeed inside the boundary applauded it. Samit Patel bowling to Connors right now. A couple of blocked balls, 202 for 9. Should also, of course, point out in terms of the game, in terms of bonus points, Derbyshire have got a batting point now as Patel bowls again to Connors, who blocks. Partnership of 43 for the last wicket, 202 for 9 is the score. That's the 61st over. Samit Patel bowls once more, and that one just a little flatter zip through. Had Connors going deep into his crease, might well have been a plumb candidate for LBW there, but watched it onto the bat. Last ball of the over. Short leg and a slip in, very close but not needed as it's defended. In fact, Hamid at short leg made the stop, but it was comfortably played by Connors, who's looked very organised, looked very much somebody who could be relied upon to go out there and perform this role. Keep loose deploy company, keep an end up. He's done that very, very well indeed. It's still going to be Jake Ball, despite getting a little bit of tap in the previous over. Again from the pavilion end. Field again being set deep for loose deploy. Just quickly while they set in the field, Jake Libby 66 not out for Worcestershire. Ben Slater 67 not out for Leicestershire in a couple of the other games. One a former Notts player, of course, in Libby, who's now gone to Worcestershire, and Ben Slater playing his first game for Leicestershire on loan. 202 for 9, so ball to bowl. The offside, all 5 fielders on the boundary or there or thereabouts, and the same on the leg side, the 4 fielders on the boundary. So wicket-keeper Tom Moores, fine leg. Chris Nash, deep backward square. Samit Patel, deep mid-wicket. Asib Hamid. Jake Ball, deep mid-wicket. Stephen Mullane in front of the pavilion at long off. And as we follow it round, Duckett and Trigo and Clark and Everson. There's ball in once more. This one's run away square of the wicket on the offside. Peter Trigo is the man that comes in over one or two cut practice wickets, picks the ball up, which was running smoothly. That square looks magnificent. 202 for 9. He will be taken when this wicket goes down, but as I said earlier, it's a case of when the wicket goes down, or indeed if the wicket goes down. Next ball dug out by Deploy, third ball of the over, so no need for him to take a single yet. Fourth ball coming up. Fabulous innings from Deploy. 144 balls for his century, 15 fours and a 6. Ball. Past the umpire, bowls. Let's hit this one away. Up to Patel, square of the wicket. No run taken, so that's 4 balls gone. 2 left in the over. Now is Stephen Mullane going to bring them in? He does. So the 5 on the offside have come in a ring. The 4 on the leg side. Well, hang on, we're going to have a bit of movement here. 2 men have stayed out. The 2 behind square on the leg. That's Chris Nash and Samit Patel. Seba Mead has run all the way from deep mid wicket to get involved in what was a 2-way chat between Ball and Mullane, and Mead getting involved there. It's in a sense, it's good to see that he's obviously got some sort of senior role or a voice that they're quite happy to tap into. Next ball, wide of the off stump, and deployed backed away to give himself a little bit of room, so it made it look as if it was even wider. He couldn't reach it. .202 for 9. Derbyshire 9 without loss at the start of the day. 119 for 3 at lunch. Now 202 for 9 as we get towards the fag end of this session. Dug out by Deploy. All too easy to... Oh, hang on, has that been called as a no ball? I think it has. Pollard was stood there still with his arm outstretched, yet now it goes on the board, so 204 for 9. I guess there's plenty of cricketers that have done what Deploy has done, reached the 100 and then thought that's it, and basically tossed the wicket away, but he's got his nut down and he looks intent on eking out every run that he can. He's got another boundary there, clipping it away on the leg side. Knots had brought Samit Patel in towards the umpire, towards the square leg umpire, and it was clipped past him nicely. The only bonus, the only positive I guess that Notts can take from it was that it was the last ball of the over, so they will be bowling to Connors, but in truth he's not really looked in too much difficulty as Dave Fletcher comes back, having commentated on a quite magnificent 100.
Remarkable innings, isn't it, from Liz Deploy, his 12th first-class century, and who knows how important it might be in the grand scheme of things. There's still 116 runs behind, of course, Derbyshire, so Nottinghamshire still in the box seat, but to go to a century with a 6 off Jake Ball must have been a special moment for the man who will undoubtedly be interviewed by the BBC come 7 o'clock this evening. Yeah, no, it's been a 4-hour knock.
Notts County have scored in the first.
Excellent, come on the Magpies.
First minute of the second half.
That's
Harrogate 2, Notts 1.
They were just messing around, weren't they? First half.
It's your over, young man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's Barber.
Tom Barber back.
It is. He's on his way in from the Radcliffe Road end and bowls to Sam Connors, who plays a bit of a strange defensive-looking shot with his bat coming down like a pendulum.
I wonder when that decision was made, because the last over, he just kept out Samet relatively easily.
Yes.
And then when the ball went for the boundary and they realised they'd be bowling at Connors, I wonder if Stephen Mullany went, whoa, hang on, Samet, or if the decision had already been made.
Well, very much like you said, I think pace bowlers against pace bowlers is a fair contest, and this is one really quick one against one making his way. That one's down the leg side. They're both making their way, of course, but you know what I mean. Sam Connors, I don't think, is as quick as Tom Barber.
Partnership of 49.
I think he's got 47 of them as he leaves deploy, something like that. There won't have been too many extras in that. They haven't run the quick leg by as Barber turns, runs away from us and in around the wicket, bowls to Connors, who is looking more and more confident in his defence now, which can happen. Of course, he's been out there a good while, hasn't he? I mean, he's only faced 30 deliveries, but he's been out there for a good while. It was 3:15 when Aitchison was out, so he's been out there for nearly an hour. And he'll be feeling pretty good about himself, about the partnership, about the way he's helped Leas deploy, get to a century. Confidence-wise, he'll be in a good place, you would have thought, Sam Connors. And he waits now as Barber's next delivery chips it into the leg side, and it's just bouncing in front of Hamid, who comes racing in from mid-wicket. He was just a little deep to be able to pull off the shot.
Toy in with him.
Pull off the catch, yeah. Deploy goes down and has a touch. Has a talk. They touch bats.
I've just
he's not allowed to touch, of course.
I've just found a way of undoing this last wicket. I've
Excellent.
Brought up the
record.
The highest 10th wicket, Derbyshire against Notts list.
Considerably more than 49, I would have thought.
Not too many more. They're not too far away.
Oh, don't say that. This next delivery from Barber is defended slightly less convincingly, but defended nonetheless by Connors. What is the record?
Highest 10th wicket partnership of all time in first-class cricket between Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. 74. Somebody we mentioned yesterday, Alan Ward.
Oh, yes.
And Harold Rhodes. And that was at the recreation ground Ilkeston in 1969.
David Griffin's home ground.
74.
Hamid has donned some pads and he's bringing his helmet on as well now. He's going to field in close on the leg side for that short delivery that just balloons into the leg side. I don't think he's hoping, well, he'll certainly be hoping that it isn't a well struck sweep or pull shot, but I think no, you need to be squarer than that. He wants you squarer than that. Stop dancing.
Second highest partnership of the innings. This obviously, but Critchley and Deploy earlier.
Barber's in and bowls, and he defends this latest delivery. Does Connors into the ground, and poor old Hasib Hamid has run off to get his helmet and put his pads on, and probably have to jog off to take his helmet off now, unless he just fancies fielding in it.
I think you did Mr. Connors a huge disservice when he came out to bat.
He's got two. I know he can defend.
Yeah.
I didn't know he could defend. I'm lying, but
he's done very well.
Yeah, he's done all right, hasn't he? He's done all right.
And again, in terms of the two, he's certainly had 4 or 5 or 6 singles turned down.
They're one away from a half-century partnership, which will be on offer immediately, but they won't take. Which is a decent effort for the 10th wicket, clearly. And what would have been 160 behind has become 116, which is still quite a deficit, but it's something that will have just cheered everybody up inside that Derbyshire changing room or wherever they're watching. There's not many watching from the dugout. There's a few. Most of them are obviously inside having a kip out of the bowling exertions, which will come later. 37 overs left in the day.
Had some tea, no doubt.
Yes.
Here's Jake Ball then from the pavilion end. Deploy did a little bit of the old chassing up and down the wicket there. He was backing off, moving forward, just Trying to get inside the mind of Jake Ball, the bowler, and wonder where he was going to pitch that ball. Trying to certainly put him off his intended length. Forced it out into the offside, no run. 208 for 9. Deploy on 106. Comes down the wicket, attacks Jake Ball and then pushes it. Now then, they're going to try and get 2, and this is going to be a risky ploy, and so risky is that ploy that Deploy says no, we won't go for it. That was an ill-conceived idea, really, because once he'd made contact with bat on ball and pushed it into the gap, surely he would have known it was only going to go 10 or 15 yards away from the strip at best, and they were never likely to be able to run 2 there before Jake Ball could get there. I think they'd perhaps forgotten about him and thought one of the fielders would have to come in from the boundary to do the fielding. Anyhow, 4 balls left in this over, 209 for 9, and over to you, Sam Connors.
50 partnership.
Yes, indeed.
70 balls.
Annoying partnership. It'll be getting under the skin of Stephen Mullaney. And the Nottinghamshire openers, certainly 209 for 9. And the Nottinghamshire bowlers, as Connors defends. They've been out there a while now. They'll all be ready to get in and have a cuppa. And Deploy and Connors will know that. And they'll be, every time they get together, they'll be saying, keep them out here. Keep them out. Let's just see how many we can get.
They're allowed to have a shower between innings like the opening batsman or the batsman or whoever, or the bowlers. They must be, surely.
50 partnership. Let's go again. Hit into the offside, slightly uppishly. 1 bounce as far as Chris Nash. Nice to see Chris Nash involved in the game. He's almost taken root down on the boundary rope. Down to our right in front of the Radcliffe Road stand this innings. $209 for 9. Second day of the county cricket season, the domestic season. Left alone by Connors. And through to Tom Moores. Got a couple of catches this morning. Moores get rid of Rees and Godalman. Gave not so real fillip, I guess, to get rid of Billy Godalman. Can be a right thorn in the side of opposition attacks. Didn't seem to like the decision, did he, all around?
No, I don't think he likes many decisions, though. Fairness.
Jake Ball in again to Connors. Final ball of the over, and again he manages to keep it out. Put his body on the line almost. End of the over.
Deploy's confident enough that he wants another drink.
Bringing
out. He thinks they're hanging around for a bit longer. So Alex Hughes races out. The famous Alex Hughes run. Desperately trying to fix his mask on at the same time.
Ben Slater 72 not out for Leicestershire, and he's still got his opening partner with him. Hassan Azad is on 35, and Leicestershire 111 without loss, replying to Lancashire's 322. The other game in the North Group, now into the 3rd innings of the match at T. Durham 38 without loss in their 2nd innings, still 58 behind. The players are having a little moment sanitising their hands. Elsewhere, batting sides, Worcestershire 169 for 1 against Gloucestershire. It's raining at Taunton between innings. Glamorgan were 131 all out in their 1st innings. Might be made to follow on. They're 100, no, they can't be. 165 behind the end of the 1st innings. Warwickshire 277 for 6 against Northants. Essex 119 for 2 against Kent. Surrey 137 for 2 against Middlesex. And in the 3rd innings of the match at Hove, Sussex at 80 for 1 against Hampshire, leading by 103.
I do Alex Hughes a disservice. I think it was Dustin Melton who came on with the drink, so it was his run, not Alex Hughes's. More of a...
This has been quite a delay, hasn't it?
More of a gym body than Alex. Yes, you heard that. I imagine. Yes, yes. It's been a little bit longer than...
That's a +1 on their over 8. Derbyshire finished their bowling stint in the Nottinghamshire first innings with a +1 over 8. So.
Everybody's +1, and yet we're going to finish miles beyond the close. How does it work, Dave? Somebody needs to explain it to me, because it's never made any sense.
No.
There was a game when Derbyshire got to something like +4 or +5, and the game ground to a halt because Billy Godleman said, right, well, we'll slow down then. Here's Barber over the wicket to deploy, who tries to defend it into the onside, gets a bit of a leading edge into the ground, into the off, and of course the bowler has to do the fielding himself because there's nobody within 60 yards of him. The boundary rope, however, has many friends. Watching Ben Duckett, I think is it Ben Duckett down below us? No, it's Joe Clark down below us, who's doing a few stretches. He's at long on to the left-hander. Barber's in. Deploy goes for the ramp shot again and gets 4 more runs for his troubles. Plays that really nicely. And it's premeditated, of course, expecting the ball will be banged in. He gets enough height from the bounce of the ball, and away to the boundary it goes. Deploy moves to 111.
What's he on, Dave?
He's on 111. It'll make no difference whether he's out or whether he's not. 213 for 2. You've got 222 coming up soon as well. Derbyshire trailing by 111. The board's covered in...
2 Nelsons up there.
Yeah, board's covered in Nelson. Barber runs away from us. And bowls to deploy. He pushes it out into the offside. There was a single there, but he turns it down. It's only the 3rd delivery of the over. What a knock it's been from Lias Deploy, that. He's got the full range of gears, certainly in his locker. A good cricketing brain as well, clearly demonstrated in this knock. He did manage to run out Matt Critchley. He's waiting now as Barber bowls. Oh, he's got a top edge all the way over the wicketkeeper's head. He's got 4 more. There are 2 men out on the boundary, everywhere, but that was right over the head of wicketkeeper Tom Moores, and as a result, it raced away to the boundary.
Can we revisit your assessment of the run out then? You think he was at fault?
No, I don't actually. No. He said no, didn't he? He said no very early in the film footage, the footage that I've seen. Now then, this is interesting. Oh, it must have hit his helmet, did it? Yes, I think it's hit his helmet. That's why. So it's gone for 4. It was given as runs? No, it wasn't. It was given as leg byes because he's still on 111. So it was given as leg byes, and the leg byes have come off his helmet, which of course means that Frank Clarkson has to come out and do the assessment. A new helmet will be brought out as well. There's a couple there who have been brought out of the changing room, so we'll just have a slight delay here as Lias Deploy is checked out. Straight away, he gave the thumbs up to the umpire who was standing at point, and I wondered why he was doing that. Quite often they'll ask about how many balls are left, and as Dave said either earlier today or yesterday, this is the one ground where you don't need to ask that because every bit of information you could possibly want is on the giant scoreboards at either end of the ground. It really is fantastic. They have the full bowling figures on the one away to our left-hand side, which I can't quite read from here, but it's terrific. They both turn into video screens as well, don't they? I mean, it's magnificent. Enhancement for anybody who's in the ground, and sadly there's me, Dave, and a couple of blokes outside, but
well, this is all very peculiar.
Not so gathered for a huddle.
They
haven't been doing anything that you wouldn't have thought they should be doing, though, really. They've been offering the single to Deploy, and they've been we see the Deploy Derbyshire bandana for the first time this season. I didn't notice it. He must have taken his helmet off when he got his century, but he always wears the bandana under his helmet. Dustin Melton's come out as well now. I'm not sure what medical advice he can offer. First bit of advice is given to him: pull your mask above your nose, for goodness sake. People who don't wear masks properly are the bane of my life. He's having a chat. Umpires are starting to get a bit antsy about how long this is taking
exactly,
now.
yeah.
It's taking slightly longer than you would expect. Obviously, they have to take everything into consideration, and the player's safety and the player's welfare is paramount. I'm not sure whether he's been given a new helmet or not. Or is Fran carrying one off? I think she might be.
Yes,
actually,
yes.
She is under her left arm.
Yes, she is, yeah.
So,
yeah, you can understand Stephen Mullaney wanting to get his troops together, and if they're all going to be together, you might as well have somebody come on with drinks for everybody. But
yeah.
You just think, we're nearly half an hour since tea should have been taken.
Spray them down with an industrial sprayer, that kind of thing.
There's still potentially 3.2 overs until the tea interval, but of course with 9 wickets down, they could potentially go on for another half an hour.
Can they after that?
Yeah.
After the 32, after we get to 32 to go?
Yeah.
Even though...
Yes.
Okay. Even though 3:56 was officially tea.
Yeah.
Some of us have got social lives. I'm not talking about me, obviously. By the time we've set up the Zoom with Leas, for it will be he. He's ready again now. He's been all checked out. He's got a new helmet and he's ready. And there are, 2 balls of this over to go as Barber comes in and bowls a full delivery that's clipped away for a single. And there will be just 1 delivery for Sam Connors to face. 218 for 9, 106 behind. I was joking before about getting it down to double figures.
Yeah.
I've joked about a lot of things. I generally take the pessimistic view, of course. I think that's the best position to start from. That you can only be delighted by what you see. So can Sam Connors survive this final delivery? He's shown great resolution throughout his innings of 2 from 37 balls.
That was 1 scoring shot as well, wasn't it? He's not scored a single yet.
No, he hasn't. You're right. They did go for 2, which was the last ball of an over, I think. So can Barber finish it off? Runs in now and bowls around the wicket to Connors, who goes back into his crease, defends it into the ground, and the over is completed. 218 for 9, deploy 112 of those, more than half of Derbyshire's runs scored by Leas deploy. Connors has 2. Partnership worth 59, deficit 106. How the Magpies doing? Are they still trailing?
Still trailing 2-1.
Come on, the boys.
So that highest last wicket partnership by a pair of Derbyshire batsmen against Notts. 74, Alan Ward and Harold Rhodes, 1969 at Ilkeston.
Now I've written it down. That should put the kibosh on it.
There's only been one, a couple of wickets partnerships that have improved since that 1969 one. The highest first wicket record for Derbyshire against Notts, 181, Phil Sharp and Alan Hill. That was here in 1976, and in 1978 Eddie Barlow and Jeff Miller put 199 on for the 3rd wicket. That's a record, but all the others are way back in history.
Derbyshire just tweeted the image and the images of Deploy reaching his century. It's a very sweet swing of the bat.
Well, it's going to be Jake Ball, and once again Stephen Mullaney's gone back to having 9 fielders on the boundary. Here's Ball to bowl to Deploy. It was off the shoulder of the bat, and might have brought second slip into play had there been one there, but of course there isn't. It runs down to 3rd man and will just go down in the scorer's notebook as a dot ball. The 0 down to 3rd man.
Nobody looking at the scorebook will be any the wiser.
No. A wagon wheel of 0s out to the boundary.
Yes.
218 for 9. This Ball once more. This is his 20th over, 3 for 59. Deploy comes towards him. Now Jake Ball's missed or been unable to gather it cleanly. He just got a fingernail to it, but ball, even though it ran away from him, hasn't gone far enough to interest deploying, going for 2 runs. Remains on 112. Connors has 2. They've put 59 on together. Terrific effort. There's ball again. Bowls. Deploy. 3rd ball of the over. Another dot as he eases it out through extra cover. It is one of those where right now you think only a uncharacteristic rush of blood from one batsman or the other would bring a wicket. You can't really see a method in Nottinghamshire's madness, if you like. You can't see how they're trying to get a wicket, trying to prevent Deploy from scoring boundaries, but he's been able to do that almost at will. This one's been banged in short, and Connors has been resolute in defence against either searing pace or the swinging ball, or just that little bit of spin that we saw a couple of overs from Samit.
Well, for a non-batsman, Connor's concentration's to be applauded, isn't it, really? Because he's been out there well over an hour now. He's faced 38 deliveries and he's got into the rhythm of defending, and whereas a lot of people might be a bit frustrated at not being able to score and been stuck on 2 for a good while, it doesn't seem to have bothered him at all. He's just happy to prop it away. I suppose he's had a purpose, hasn't he? That's the thing. He's had the purpose of getting Deployed to where he's got to.
I think it was Harry Gurney who said his great dream as a batsman at number 11 was one day to hang around long enough to ask for a change of gloves.
I wonder if Sam Connors has got 2 pairs. He's probably out there sweating profusely thinking, I wish I'd bought that 2nd pair.
So now the 5th ball of the over, and then the field is just a complete ring, saving 1, and so Deploy says, well, I might as well just smash it into the stand for 6, which he has done. Pulls that short ball high into the back 2 or 3 rows of the Smith Cooper stand. That has gone right up to the top, and I think it stayed up at the top. That was thought. There was really only one option for. It has found its way all down, but
there's a ball there. Well, he's basically said, I'm not sure that's the ball. No. I'd be surprised if it found its way down there. I'd want to see that if I was the umpire. It's one of them square ones. What's going on? Yeah, the umpire's asked if he can have a look. What do you think? Yeah, that looks like the one. How can you tell one ball from another?
Red and it's round. 224 for 9.
66 overs old.
So final ball of the over. Jake Ball to bowl to lose Deploy, who's now on 118. Can he get a single here? Oh, he's hit this one away through the offside for plenty. Lost the flight of it. It was in the air and it has gone all the way for 6. So back-to-back maximums for loose Deploy, and Derbyshire up to 230 for 9. They're 94 behind. And Deploy on 124, and that is just absolutely magnificent batting from loose Deploy. And really we're, I suppose, no nearer to the tea interval. Wonderful batting from loose Deploy. Going to be Tom Barber again. From the Radcliffe Road end. Connors on strike. That's really got to make this count, I guess. There's Barber. Oh, that's short, and Connors ducks down, goes over. He's bent back rather harmlessly through to Tom Moores. .230 for 9. Connors on 2. Partnership of 71 now. So they are closing in on that record last wicket stand as Connors defends. Not as far as Trigo. No wickets in this innings for Peter Trigo, but bowled nicely. Deploys effort, certainly keeping Derbyshire in this fixture. 94 the difference between the two sides. Connors pushes this back past the bowler, and he's going to get a couple of runs here, so doubles his score with that pleasing push. Joe Clark fetches the ball. A couple more, so the partnership on to 73. Just check again that record partnership, 74 between Ward and Rhodes, which is now very much under threat. One away from equaling it, two away from beating it. Fourth ball of this over, the 67th of the innings. Tom Barber in. Oh, that's down the leg side and well taken by tumbling Tom Moores. 2 balls left in the over, 2:32 for 9. Dave's back from updating BBC Radio Derby listeners, and on the brink of a last wicket record stand here, Dave. They're one away now from equalling Ward and Rhodes' effort.
I've just mentioned it in there, the record, hoping that I didn't put any jinx on it. Yeah, I mean, it's been an astonishing effort. Just the fact that they'd put on 71 and Connors had got 2 of them sort of tells you how good this innings from Deploy has been.
He's always saying a partnership, though. He couldn't do it on his own. As this next one, he's pushed this one down there. Ooh. Wondered if they were going to scamper through for another couple, but Deploy, probably the right call there. They can certainly have matched the record, but I would only have been interested in a 2 there, really, and Joey Everson always likely to be quick enough to get to the ball. So 1 left in this over. A couple of fabulous shots to end the previous one from Lewis Deploy, hitting a couple of 6s off Jake Ball, which hurt his figures a bit. Both Barber and Ball have now gone for 71 runs apiece. Now Jake Ball's had 5 more overs. Next ball defended by Connors competently, and that's the end of the over. 33 overs remain in the day, so 1 more and we should go to tea, but fairly certain 9 wickets down. We then start the half an hour period, but of course we've all seen the rules just seem to morph into each other. Don't be surprised if they walk off after the next over, but I don't think they will. 2:32 for 9. Stephen Mullaney's going to have a go himself, the skipper.
Might as well give it a go.
6 overs only for Mullaney in the innings, 0 for 8. Brought himself on nice and early this morning after Jake Ball had a go and successfully picked up those 3 early wickets. Ball was swinging around. Can totally understand Mullaney getting involved at the outset. 6 overs, none for 8, and maybe he can come back now and just find the key to unlocking this last Derbyshire wicket. He's sending the troops out, though. Away they go, and on the brink of the last wicket record partnership stand being brought up. I'll let Dave Fletcher describe the action.
So Mullaney, shortest run up, coming in from the pavilion end to bowl to Lewis Deploy, who just plays it into the leg side. There was the most comfortable of comfortable singles available to him there, and unsurprisingly, the first ball of the over, he has turned it down. So they remain on 232 for 9. Deploy remains on 124 not out. It's been a terrific innings from Lewis Deploy. Some way off his high of 181, but big innings from him as this one is turned into the leg side again. Samit Patel has to come off the boundary to do the fielding, and he must be getting a bit bored because he ran in off the boundary and knowing full well that there wasn't going to be a run taken. They will not take singles this early in the innings, I'm sure. Well, we know they won't. This next delivery from Mulaney, oh, it's a wild swipe, and this time Deploy does think about taking a bye. The ball was banged in by Mulaney. He doesn't really have the pace of some of the other bowlers, and it sat up relatively invitingly. Deploy obviously thought he could dispatch it. How wrong he was. Was that 1969, did you say?
At Ilkeston,
Yeah.
Alan Ward and Harold Rhodes.
Just looking at who played in that game here. In comes Mulaney in and bowls. That one's pushed out into the offside. They
So
take
they've
a
equalled
single, and they have equalled the record from 1969 by Alan Ward and Harold Rhodes. That was in the first innings. Ward made 44, Rhodes made 37. I was going to look for the result, but I don't know whether it's match drawn in the end.
Harrogate to 3-1 up, by the way.
Oh man, it's nonsensical. 233 for 9. I feel everybody of a Notts County Persuasion's pain. What is it with Nottingham in the playoffs, eh? I'll say no more. Derbyshire 233 for 9. Connor's on strike on 4. Mulaney bowls to him and he beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery. Not as easy against these dibbly dobblers, you see. Not as easy. What an operator Stephen Mulaney is. I mean this with the greatest of respect.
Yeah.
He is he's the archetypal county cricketer, isn't he? Proper cricketer who's good at everything. Captains the side, bowls to Connors, defends it out into the offside.
Yeah, bats anywhere in the order.
Yeah.
Catches pigeons.
Absolutely tremendous cricketer. But he, despite beating the bat, can't take that final wicket. 74 the partnership, 1-2-5 now to Deploy. 4 to Connors, 233 for 9, the deficit 91.
Look who's got the ball in his hands now.
Here he is. Here he is. The other archetypal.
Well, you
Come on.
you might as well keep going if
Oh,
it's
okay.
if there's one needed and all the fielders are on the boundary.
How early will they take this to break the 10th wicket stand? Patel bowls, and there it is.
Yeah.
They're going to take it now. That is the new record for the 10th wicket for Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire, beating the 74 that Alan Ward and Harold Rhodes made at Ilkeston back in 1969. That game ended in a draw. How will this one pan out? Well, there's a lot of cricket to be played. I assume that one would have been a 3-day game.
Yeah.
Back in those days.
51 years ago, so
On the
it's-
2nd, 4th and 5th of August. I wonder if it was on the 2nd. I think it was on the 2nd of August. It was in the first innings. Patel bowls, and that's defended by Sam Connors. There's no run. Yeah, I'm thinking if it was in the first innings.
well, I'll tell you.
Not sending day 1 on 18 for 2, so Derbyshire had already batted,
Yeah,
so it was
yeah,
on day
on
1,
day
on
one.
August the 2nd, 1969, waiting for the Griff to tweet that out. I'm sure he's all across it. He probably thinks it's insignificant. he will do. He'll do. If I mention it to him first, it doesn't really matter, that one.
He was probably there.
Patel bowls and Connors covers up, pushes it back towards the bowler. Duckett comes in to do the fielding. He's close in on the offside. There's a short leg as well as a slip.
With his old box browning.
Next delivery from Patel is defended by Connors, picked up by Hamid this time. And there's no run. He's working under extreme conditions. He's restricted as to where he can go, which obviously means a lot of his photographs they're not the same. They're similar. This next one is defended by Connors. Pushed back down the track. The over comes to an end at 234 for 9. 75 runs the partnership for the last wicket. Deploy 1, 2, 6. Connors 4, but he's also restricted as to his workstation because he's not allowed inside the building. So He has to do all his work outside, so it's a bit tricky for him.
What we didn't do, and we ought to make a note of the time now, because we are into the extra half an hour before tea. We've already had 1 over of that half an hour, so we'll assume that was 3 minutes or so. Do you reckon?
Yeah.
So we'll assume 4:38 we started the extra half an hour. We'll get tea eventually. If the wicket goes down, it will be then. But if they don't get it before, that's what we're saying, 8 minutes past 5, we'll have tea. Well, there or thereabouts. 2:34 for 9. Just 90 runs between the two sides as Mullaney bowls to deploy. Clips it out as far as Asiba Mead, who's handicapped by those cumbersome pads underneath his cricket flannels. So when he has to go in there close at short leg, Mullaney bowls, and again he's gone for the little scoop down towards long stop, and it's a good tumbling stop from Chris Nash, prevents the boundary but can't stop them coming back for a second run. 2 more. Extra half an hour started at 4:36 officially. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, cheers, Tom.
Giving us the exacts. So I'll go to tea. 6 minutes past, and let's not get the wicket. Those 2 runs take deploy onto 128. The scoreboard is so quick that I was just typing a score update, tweeting a score update, and I think the ball was just landing for the 6, which I thought took him to 130 off Jake Ball. This is eased into the offside, gets another single. So I tweeted it was 130 not out, and it was only 124 not out. It actually made it go from 118 to 124 just as the ball was in the air. Tremendously quick. 2:37 for 9.
Did you tweet 130 or did you correct
I
yourself?
tweeted 130, and I'm not going to cross it out and whatever, but I'm quite pleased he's not been out. I mean, he might not get there yet. He's on 129, but
yeah. That's the problems of this immediate medium that we're working in.
Fabulous innings. Connor's on strike, 2 balls left in the over. He didn't quite nibble at that one, but
twice.
It was close.
That's twice.
Almost through to the bareheaded now wicket-keeper, Tom Moores. Nice to get a bit of fresh air on the top of the head, especially when you have the helmet on. Stephen Mullaney once more. Ben Duckett goes down at first slip, ready for the edge. Doesn't come. That's the end of the over.
And on we go.
Onwards. 2:37 for 9. Derbyshire trail by 87 runs as the strap line at the bottom of the board, and fielders are again heading off for the hand sanitising tables all around Trent Bridge, and the Derbyshire batsmen are brought out a bottle of water, a change of gloves, a towel and whatever other paraphernalia they need just to prepare them for the next part of their journey.
Yeah, 165 behind when these two came together. It's a big difference, isn't it? Probably. I'm only guessing. My maths is appalling, but it's around about that.
Yeah.
Huge difference in the whole outlook of everybody in that Derbyshire changing room. There have been 2 partnerships worthy of any kind of note. 93 for the 4th wicket between Matt Critchley and Lears deployed before Critchley tried for a single. First ball after lunch, inexplicably really, and the pair of them had batted really nicely, rescuing Derbyshire from 26 for 3 after Jake Ball had gone through the top order. And this one, and that's it. You wouldn't really make a note of any of the others.
No. At
all. Lots of teens and single figure partnerships, but 2 big ones. Samit Patel is going to continue. He was bowling before, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's going to continue. It's a long session, this. My head's gone. 5, and we haven't had tea.
How successful has this been, pushing all the
Well, it
fielders
hasn't
out
worked
on the
at all,
boundary?
has it, really? No. And I think you were on when he edged one, and it would have gone probably straight to second slip, but of course everybody's on the boundary.
Yeah.
It gives Deploy the license to actually miss-hit a shot if he's going for a big shot, doesn't it? That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't forget that Connor's 53 deliveries has looked exceptionally competent, probably more than competent. May well have given him a case for moving up the order a touch.
Well, it'll in future weeks and months and years rely on you to keep this innings alive, because the scorecard won't show him having scored many, I'm sure. But Patel bowls, tosses it up, and it's hit back to him. He'll need you to keep reminding people of that day at Trent Bridge where he hung around for more than an hour in a record-breaking partnership. Patel bowls to lose Deploy. He's worked this down the ground, and maybe that's a sign that Deploy's growing more and more confident in the abilities of Sam Connors, because he's content there to take a single second ball of the over.
I think Connors is going to be more susceptible to the real quick bowling, isn't he? He's obviously got an eye, and he's also made himself a very, very good candidate for a night watchman, which he might not be quite as pleased about. That might not be the top of his list of priorities when he came out to bat, but when we're searching for a night watchman in future...
Yeah, Luke Fletcher loves being hit around the helmet in the evening gloom by a young tyrant.
Exactly.
There's Patel going round the wicket now to bowl to Connors, and again, it's very composed, very orderly as he...
But if he doesn't play any expansive shots, he should be relatively safe, shouldn't he?
Yeah, there's no prodigious turn really for Patel, is there? Not a great spinner of the ball. Next one goes back and chops it out onto the offside. Shout, yes, we will. Says they take a single.
And now the field's going to go out, and that makes... The field shouldn't go out. There's 2 balls left. Don't give him the single. And I'm more than happy for them to give him the single, but why would you do that?
I don't know.
There are some times when cricket is baffling. When Derbyshire tried to get somebody caught at long stop when they were trying to beat Glamorgan last year, which was horrific.
Patel bowls, and Deploy nudges it out on the leg side. Can't get a single, so if he wants to take strike in the next over,
They've stayed out.
He needs one now. No, Stephen Mullany's just... Hang on a minute, Zamet, let's bring him in and...
have a word. Look at the scoreboard, boys.
Yeah.
3.5. Good shout, Skip.
He's on 130 now. He's on strike. Last ball of the over. He bowls to the left-hander who comes at him and then heaves it high up into the air. Joey Everson's trying to get underneath it and takes an excellent catch. Sami Patel gets the wicket, but Everson with an excellent catch, and that is the end of a quite magnificent innings from Loose Deploy, who goes for 130. He really deserves to have a standing ovation should there be a full crowd in to give him one. There isn't, but that shouldn't take anything away from the quality of the innings. 239 all out Derbyshire. 85 runs adrift, but the fact they're even that close to Nottinghamshire is primarily down to a magnificent effort from Loose Deploy, who has just gone over and he's tapped his bat on the back of Sam Connors, saying thanks mate, well done mate, because Sam Connors 5 not out, and the importance of that shouldn't be overlooked. 239 all out. He will be taken at Trent Bridge after the fall of that wicket. Samit Patel has dismissed Loose Deploy thanks to an excellent running catch backwards by Joey Everson from mid-off. Had quite a distance to go, and then reaching out well in front of him, took the ball in both hands and toppled over as he took it. Excellent catch, and the Derbyshire innings eventually ends in the extra half an hour at around about 10 minutes to 5. 239 all out. What it does mean is we won't lose. Yes, we will. We won't lose the 2 overs because we're going for tea. But as I say, Deploy. Every plaudit in the world, well battered.
Yeah, magnificent effort, wasn't it, from Lewis Deploy? 17 fours, 3 sixes, 177 deliveries for his 130, and I suppose he was entitled to have a go at that delivery from Samit Patel. It was just as Dave described, a very, very fine catch from Joey Everson, because he had to run back a long way. It was coming over his shoulder, and he still managed to cling on despite hitting the deck, which can often dislodge the ball. In some ways it's a shame it's come to an end, but Derbyshire will resume in 20 minutes time, trailing by 85, which at one point was almost unimaginable when they were 26 for 3 after this morning. Lewis Rees out for naught, Billy Godleman for 18 and Wayne Madsen for naught. All 3 wickets going to Jake Ball. 26 for 3, and they were in all sorts of trouble. A half-century partnership off 82 balls in just under an hour between Matt Critchley and Deploy helped turn things around to a degree. Lunch 119 for 3. At that stage, Lewis Deploy was on 46. And then first delivery after the lunch break, Matt Critchley run out. He went for the run, Deploy sent him back. Well, he didn't really send him back because they ended up at the same end. And then when he did decide that he should go back, a direct hit from Stephen Mullaney after a poor initial throw from Samit Patel saw Critchley depart for 45. Joey Everson picking up his first wicket when he got Harvey Hussain out for 1. He then got Finn Hudson-Prentice out for 8 and Matty McKiernan out without scoring, and Tom Barber joined in as well. Michael Cohen bowled for 7, and Stephen Mullaney a good catch at second slip to get rid of Ben Aitchison for 8. At that stage, Derbyshire 159 for 9 and a long way off the pace. They're still off it at the moment, but that magnificent stand at the end of 78 runs, 79 runs.
Oh, it's 80 if it's.
It's 80. You're right. You're
239, 159 to 239. Is that?
Yes, it round about 80.
Yeah.
Round about exactly 80.
You forgot to add on the VAT.
I forgot to add on the 2 extra the run each that they've got that this computer hasn't caught up with yet, beating the record.
Yeah.
For the 10th wicket against Nottinghamshire by Derbyshire, set in 1969 by Alan Ward and Harold Rhodes at Ilkeston on August the 2nd.
51 years ago today.
Thank you. I'll write that down as well.
What about that, eh? What about that? So that's it, folks. We're into the tea interval here at Trent Bridge. Been a lengthy old afternoon period between lunch and tea. There's still plenty more cricket to come today as Nottinghamshire begin their second innings. And to see how they go about it, please join us in around about 17 or 18 minutes time, and we'll bring you the coverage from that. At tea, Derbyshire are all out now, 239. That's a first innings deficit of 85. Well, hello everybody and welcome back to Trent Bridge. The umpires have snuck out there, took us unawares. It's always been one of the great bugbears of cricket and cricketers. You speak to any first-class cricketer, what law or rule or regulation would you like to change in the game? And they'll all say we want a longer tee. All of them. But they're back out there. And we'll be underway in a minute or two with no sign of the Nottinghamshire batsman at the start of the second innings as yet. The Derbyshire players just in a little bit of a huddle, getting their orders for the next couple of hours from Billy Godalman. If you've not been with us, Nottinghamshire yesterday bowled out for 324. Derbyshire just dismissed 20 or so minutes ago for 239 in reply, and that's largely to a magnificent individual effort from Lewis Deploy. 130, he was last man out. A fine catch from Joey Everson, who finished with 3 for 38 with the ball. Jake Ball 3 for 71. They were the leading wicket takers for Notts. Couple of wickets to Tom Barber on his Notts debut. They were his maiden first-class wickets, and one to Samit Patel in a quite farcical run-out which saw the end of Matt Critchley. So Derbyshire 239 all out. Notts lead by 85 as we get close to starting again. And whilst you've been away, news from elsewhere, another Centurion, I don't know if you've seen it, Dave, he's now been dismissed. Tim Bresnan for Warwickshire, and of course he's on his debut, having moved from Yorkshire. I thought it was interesting when you see all the quotes, leaving Yorkshire to give youth a chance, and then a week or so later he signs for Warwickshire at Edgbaston. But fine player.
Longer contract, perhaps. I'll tell you what, if he scores hundreds.
Yep. And again, sometimes a move can. Well, it can just suit everybody, can't it? Anyway, let's concentrate on what's happening here. Sam Connors, he of batting glory, record partnership fame, is going to open the bowling. Chris Nash and Asiba Mead, who both scored half centuries in the first innings, are at the crease, and Dave Fletcher's nicely poised to my right.
Here is Connors then, bowling to Chris Nash, and Nash leaves this one alone. Good pace from Connors, who'll be buoyed by that innings, no doubt. As David quite correctly said before, his part in getting Derbyshire to where they are, and they're still 85 runs behind, let's not forget, should not be underestimated. I'm sure his confidence is sky high after that long stint with the bat, helping Lewis Deploy to score 54% of Derbyshire's runs in the first innings.
He's changing his profile to all-rounder for Derbyshire CCC.
Here he is again, second delivery in, and Bowles bowled him! Nash went for an expansive shot, and the wickets are all over the place. There's one out of the ground, there's one leaning back, and Connors celebrates. Nash goes second ball of the innings, Nottinghamshire 0 for 1.
I tell you what, would you rather bat for an hour, Sam, or would you, as a fast bowler, like to see the stumps go tumbling out of the ground as you dismiss an opening batsman with the new ball? And I think he's just remembered. I think he's just remembered what got him into cricket, why he enjoys doing what he does, because he couldn't hide his delight. And that's disappointing from Chris Nash. He obviously thought it was a lot shorter than it turned out to be, and unless he bottom edged it onto the stumps, I'm not sure, but it went for a very vigorous pull, and then suddenly stumps went disappearing to all parts of West Bridgeford.
I was expecting to be looking towards the stand away to our right to see exactly how far back the ball had gone, but Connors, well, what a day it's been for him so far. 5 from 55 deliveries in the record 10th wicket partnership of 80 for Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire. Now wicket with the second ball of the second innings brings Ben Duckett out to bat. I should also just say that Alex Hughes is out there as a sub-fielder as well. He's on in place of Finn Hudson-Prentice, who batted with a runner earlier on today, and as a result isn't taking part at the moment in this game. Ben Aitchison just warming up in the far distance. Ben Duckett walking out to punch gloves with Hasib Hamid. Well, cricket never ceases to amaze, does it? It never ceases to amaze. Chris Nash in the first innings Never looked troubled in the entire first session yesterday.
More than 28 overs still to go in the day. Already more wickets have gone down today than yesterday. Notts lead by 85 with 9 wickets left.
And Duckett in slightly earlier than he might have hoped. Ready as Connors goes in and bowls trim. That one's down the leg side to the left-hander. And there's no run. In fact, they've got 2 sub-fielders on because Dustin Melton's on as well. I wonder who the other person is. Perhaps it's Lewis Deploy. Is that him at second slip? I'm not sure that it is. Looks like Matt Critchley. Too tall for Lewis, standing next to Wayne Madsen with Matty McKiernan at gully. So, yeah, no, I'll look. Thanks, Dave. No, I'll look after this delivery. It's definitely not Deploy. Connors is in and bowls. This one's outside the off stump. He overcompensated, and Duckett can leave that one alone. Just checking through Dave's binoculars to see that it is. Yeah, he's turned his back on me now as well to show me his number. It's definitely Matt Critchley fielding at second slip, and not Lewis Deploy, who spent most of the first innings there. So he's obviously taking an extended shower.
I can understand that.
David McCardle, tongue-in-cheek, I'm sure, has tweeted me. I'll get to that in a moment. I like a tongue-in-cheek tweet. Here is Connors, bowls to Duckett outside the off stump. Good pace again, though, taken high up by Harvey Hussain. Good carry to his right, went past the off stump. Deploy has earned himself a new contract at Trent Bridge next season, he says. I don't think so. He's contracted at Derbyshire next season, don't worry about that. But his Deploy is contracted to the end of 2022, so I think we can even ask for a fee. I particularly liked, and I know all sportsmen do it, but he did point to the badge when he got to his century. Here's Connors again. In bowls to Duckett, who turns this one on leg stump away into the leg side. A good stop there by Michael Cohen, and the over comes to an end. A wicket maiden to begin with for Sam Connors. Part of his problem yesterday, if indeed it was a problem, but part of the way that he bowled yesterday was there were always a couple of deliveries that you thought might go to the boundary, and often did. Well, now he's walking down to his position on the boundary, safe in the knowledge that he's batted nicely and he's started his bowling spell very nicely. Not for 1.
Ben Slater, 89 not out for Leicestershire.
Good.
There were 148 without loss. Hassan Azad, well known in these parts, 55 not out.
Will be Ben Aitchison to open the bowling, so they're not changing the formula from the first innings. One thing has changed, of course. No century stand for the first wicket this time round.
No, that's the. I was going to say the beauty. That's the wrong word in this instance, but you know that's cricket, isn't it? That's just typical. A century stand yesterday for the first wicket. Didn't even get the first run today at second ball. So here's Aitchison from the pavilion end. Sun shining brightly again here at Trent Bridge and Asiba Mead. We saw a lot of that yesterday. The flamboyant leave, the bat coming up high over his head, and walks away to square leg, and then a little bit of a waggle with the helmet. And then he gets back into position. Played nicely yesterday. Top scoring in the Notts first innings with 68. There's Aitchison, not still looking for the first run, and this one just comes back into the waist area of Hamid. Police car in a bit of a hurry, racing away from us down the Loughborough Road.
A lot of activity.
0 for 1, 27 overs to go after this one. Scheduled finish today was around about 25 past 6, but if we get them all in, I'm sure we will. It'll be a lot longer than that. That's a really good delivery. Ball smacks into the gloves of Harvey Hussain, and that Pete Hamid all ends up really is Again, off on his little walk. But Chris Tavery, he used to do all that, didn't he? Go walking away towards square leg every ball. And comes back, just takes a moment. He does it very often indeed, but now he's in his normal stance, ready for Ben Aitchison. Right on, pace bowler, spears this down the leg side, and it's tickled away nicely by Hamid, who's up and running. Knots are up and running. Away goes Hamid again, despite hitting a boundary, off to square leg. Touch of the pads, touch of the pads. Rehearses a defensive push, touch of the helmet. There's a little bit of the Alex Stewart's here as well. He does, used to do all sorts of mannerisms. There's quite a number of batsmen, isn't there, that have rather more than the standard trigger movement when they're at the crease. Hamid seems to be one of them, but he's away. He's got his four for one. Next ball he leaves alone with a flourish, and he does it again with the flourish. And here we go on that little walk. The strangest I've seen in recent times. Unfortunately, we won't enjoy this year unless he spends some time at the crease when he comes to Trent Bridge in September. Paul Coghlan, my word. 4 for 1 as the next ball sees Hamid pushing at that one. Crikey, now he has got a whole host of issues between deliveries. He will take his position away from the stumps, will face the opposite direction from where the bowler is, will line up and play a shot, and then will turn and march back into his crease. There's one or two more bits and pieces to it, but that's the gist of it. And every ball, and again, why on earth do you do that, Paul? It's all back to superstition, isn't it? You're just looking to do something to get you from A to B, to get from one delivery to the next, and you do something and it works and you feel good doing it and you feel comfortable and you get into a little bit of a routine. And
you can have too many in the end, can't you, really?
Yeah, but
Connors to continue, of course, from the Radcliffe Road end. Runs away from us and bowls to Duckett and beats him outside the off stump, just going across the batsman, of course, Duckett being left-handed. Played a slightly more aggressive shot than he's practicing there. A bit more of a flourish with the bat.
Didn't really get started yesterday, Duckett. 9 from 17 balls, couple of fours, and then he nicked Aitchison too. Second slip to deploy, took a good catch low down.
Connors is ready again, so is Duckett. Standing very upright, bat held high, balls to him, full length delivery that's pushed up to mid-on, where Lewis Rees, one of 2 ducks this morning, manages to comfortably pouch the ball.
Ben Slater is now 91 not out, but he has lost his partner. Hassan Azad has just gone for 58. The Lancashire-Leicestershire game at New Road, where earlier today there was a little bit of an incident. He declined throwing the ball at a Lancashire batsman, and his side being penalised 5 penalty runs as a result.
You just hope nobody wins by 5, don't you? As Connors bowls, that one is on the leg stump and clipped away for 4 runs nicely. Just backward of square. Cohen had no chance, and neither did Aitchison of coming around from fine leg. That was a poor delivery, really, from Sam Connors. 8 for 1.
The other one I've sort of been following as a former Nottinghamshire player who moved in the winter, Jake Libby. He's just been dismissed for 77 on his Worcestershire debut.
I might have looked. I don't know if Dwan Olivier was playing for Yorkshire. I assume he is. If he isn't, his career's taken a bit of a nosedive.
Oh, I thought he came back late and needed
Oh,
another week to be ready for Notts.
Right.
And I think I read that.
Yeah, fair enough.
So he'll be here on Saturday.
In goes Connors bowls. That's defended by Duckett, and there's no run.
We played Notts played Yorkshire here first game of last season, and I think it was Olivier's debut for them, and he was very quick and got a 5 for.
Good player, very good player. Came through the ranks at Derbyshire, of course.
Yes.
Well, they signed him, and then he turned cold pack. He was the overseas.
Mickle boy, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Usual pronunciation of Olivier. Here is Connors in again and bowls, and that one is punched into the onside where Cohen does the fielding. No run, 8 for 1. No, he's a thoroughly nice chap, but I wouldn't like to face him. Blimey, he was quick. David Griffin was talking about the bowling attack that Derbyshire have got now is Sam Connors, who's relatively inexperienced, Ben Aitchison, who's very inexperienced, Michael Cohen, who's only just arrived to play in this country, compared to the side that Olivier started the season before last. Really brings it home as Connors is in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side for a single, I fancy. It's fielded by Cohen out there in deep. It is just a single. Duckett moves on to 5 because it was the final ball of the over. He keeps the strike. 9 for 1. Not Hamid has got 4. It was Dwan Olivier, Hardus Viljean, Ravi Rampal and Tony Palladino, and the experience and wickets in that team compared to this one is like chalk and cheese.
9 for 1 after 3 overs. Nottinghamshire in their second innings here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby, the first Sunday of the cricket season, but 2nd of August. It's all a little bizarre. It's been a strange old year for everybody, hasn't it? But there was a time when I really began to doubt whether any cricket at all would be seen by any of us this year. We know now that spectators won't be permitted, at least for the time being. You just like to think that they can sort something out in time for some of the T20s, but you have to wonder. 9 for 1. Duckett's on strike on 5, pushes this one back to Aitchison. And ideally, I guess, county championship games, there would be more likelihood for spectators being allowed in than a boozy Friday night crowd coming into a T20. But
it makes more sense.
Slight hold up the lower balcony door of part of the facility that Derbyshire are using. I mean, they're all on the field, but clearly there's nobody in the dressing room because one of the backroom staffs had to go running in there to shut the balcony doors.
Interesting when the T20 schedule eventually comes out as to how they spread the games, because if they're behind closed doors, it's almost ridiculous to play them under floodlights and spend money in that sense, isn't it? So you might get a lot of 2 o'clock in the afternoon games in midweek.
But that said, I think the great God television is going to have a say. And
oh, no question, no question.
Next ball sees Duckett push it into the leg side. He'll take a single. Michael Cohen doing the fielding. I wonder how long it'll be before we see Cohen bowling in this innings. It won't be for a while, certainly.
But 39 overs.
No.
I think we'll see him tonight.
You'd imagine there will be periods where they're going to want to show cricket matches in the evening. I mean, they might. Doesn't the football season start again September the 12th? Yeah. So in the little period between the T20 starting, sort of there's this one down the leg side taken by Hussain in the sort of period between the scheduled start of the T20, which I think is around about the 27th, 28th of August, something like that, and the football starting. I'm not sure what other televised sports will be on. I don't know, there might be major darts tournaments on in the evening or some such, but you'd imagine there's scope for perhaps 2 games of cricket a day, 2 T20 games, an afternoon one, as you say, and an evening one. 10 for 1 as Aitchison bowls again to Hamid, just happy to defend. And of course the groups are regionalised, so it's not really going to be a great problem if Notts and Derbyshire have to play in the evening, and the hotels won't be needed, would they?
No,
I was some of the fixtures.
Just thinking of how much it costs to crank up these lights when you're not getting any revenue on the day as far as spectators and that kind of thing is concerned.
You're right. 10 for 1. All got to be wary of the costs. This is Michael Cohen doing the doing the fielding. And I'm not sure if just see how this is urgently after me for see if we can do an update for Radio Nottingham in the next 5 minutes. I'm sure we can arrange that. I'm sure I can fit that into my busy schedule. Heaven knows what I was going to say. The thread. Yeah, I'm not. I'll finish it in a moment because Aitchison's coming into bowl. Final ball of his second over, the fourth of the innings, and Hamid leaves it alone. 1 wicket's gone down. Chris Nash bowled by Connors for naught in the second over. 10 for 1. I'm not sure if all 18 counties get the same percentage, the same pot of gold from the TV revenue, or if you get more if you do host a game.
I know what you mean, yeah. So got the sort of a facility fee almost, isn't it?
Right, Dave's off to update BBC Radio Derby. I'm going to be updating BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment. Meanwhile, we are a moment or two away from Sam Connors starting the 5th over of the innings. Ben Duckett has 6, Hasib has 4. Notts lead by 95. So there will be another bit of a chat with the local radio station in just a second as Duckett nudges this into the offside. Nottinghamshire now batting in their second innings and they're 10 for 1. Dreadful start to this second innings. Second ball after tea, second ball of the innings. Chris Nash went for a vigorous pull. I think he probably thought the ball was shorter than it was from Sam Connors, and he lost a couple of his stumps as they went cartwheeling out of the ground. Funny old game cricket, as somebody once said yesterday. Hamid and Nash put on 111 for the first wicket. Today they were parted without a run on the ball, on the board. Second ball. So Ben Duckett's out there on 6. Hamid is there on 4. So Notts have extended their overall lead to 95, but it could have been much greater, and it would have been but for a splendid knock during the course of this second day by Luce Deploy, the South African-born left-hander who scored 130 for Derbyshire. He was at the crease early on this morning, 26 for 3 Derbyshire after Jake Ball nipped out the top order, but Deploy hung around. He survived a little bit of a collapse through the middle order and then chaperoned the lower order, putting 80 on for the final wicket with Sam Connors. A magnificent innings from Deploy, who was eventually last out. Then we had tea, and now Chris Nash has fallen. There's runs here for Ben Duckett, who moves on to 10. Notts' overall lead is 99. Second day of the match, still more than 20 overs to go in the day. Notts are 14 for 1. Ben Duckett pulling that one away onto the leg side for a boundary. So he's into double figures. He's gone past his score of yesterday, which, as far as he'll be concerned, is just a start. Next ball, well wide of the off stick, through to the wicket keeper. 14 for 1. Lead is 99. Quite a hefty advantage still in Nottinghamshire's favour, but could have been so much worse from the Derbyshire perspective. Sam Connors walking back to his mark there. He's got Billy Godleman on one side of him in one ear, Lewis Rees in the other. Leave him alone now as Connors comes in and bowls, and Duckett forces it off the back foot into the offside. Godleman will run round from mid-off to his right to pick the ball up, keeps them to 1, and fires the ball back into the gloves of Harvey Hussain. 15 for 1. Notts lead by exactly 100 runs. 3 wickets today for Jake Ball first thing this morning, then he didn't get any more. 3 wickets to Joey Everson, a couple to Tom Barber, who's certainly got plenty of pace about him. Does become a little erratic at times and spray it a bit, but there's certainly no doubt that he fires it down at a rapid pace. There's a wicket by way of a fairly crazy run out straight after lunch, and Samit Patel coming on and inducing the last wicket. Single taken here by Hamid. Slipping Tapping it away on the leg side. 16 for 1. Hamid will keep strike. He's got 5. Ben Duckett has the other 11. And we've had 5 overs now. Connors 3 overs, 1 for 11. Aitchison 2 overs, none for 5. And it will be Ben Aitchison to continue. Although there's another powwow going on now. Godalman and Rees and Wayne Madsen involved. They do like to have their little get-togethers and discuss a plan of action, which of course really in itself is never a bad old thing. Aitchison ready to get going. In fact, let's hang on a minute. He's what's going to happen here? Sweater been taken off the ground. The bowler had forgotten and went to hand the umpire his sweater, and he was reminded that he needs to get somebody else to look after it for him, so went and took it off the ground. 16 for 1. Is that Aitchison or is that Lewis Rees? Yeah, they've had a bowling change. It's Lewis Rees who's going to bowl. It's not been put up on the scoreboard yet, but it is Lewis Rees rather than Aitchison. So he's going to be bowling left arm over the wicket. And here is Lewis Rees. Bowls past the bat of Hamid. We got out yesterday, if I remember correctly. I did. Hamid LBW to Rees. It was that one that at first sight I thought, perhaps a little questionable, but you see the replay and umpire got it spot on, as they usually do in truth. 16 for 1. Hamid tapping away there and holds the bat aloft and took a step towards the bowler, and he's punched it through extra cover for 4. Very nice from Asib Hamid. Ben Duckett come down 2 or 3 steps. I think he was going to congratulate him and have a bit of a chat, but Hamid's away. He's off to square leg and gets back into his zone and ready for the next ball. Umpires have changed ends, of course, so we've got Paul Pollard at this end now, the Radcliffe Road end, and he's not at square leg. He's chosen to go over onto the Smith Cooper side of the ground, so he's at point, so he's got the sun behind him. You can obviously see the lines better. Next ball is defended by Hamid. Back to Rees, who was unable to take the ball cleanly, and it was interesting if he had done, because I think he was looking to was certainly making out that he was going to throw the ball towards Hamid's stumps. 20 for 1, Nottinghamshire. Duckett 11, the former Lancashire opener. Hamid is on 9. Overall advantage 105. Only the second day of 4, so Nottinghamshire, if they are able to look to bat certainly a good chunk of tomorrow. Some oohs and ahs there, and looked as if Lewis Rees wanted to hang about at the end of his follow through for a chat, but Hamid, I don't think, is the sort of batsman to engage in conversations with opposition fast bowlers. Again, just did his thing, just backed away. Here comes Lewis Rees again, bowls, and Hamid leaves it alone. Through to the keeper. 20 for 1. Elsewhere, Ben Slater is now, I don't know, hardly dare mention it, but he is 96 not out. Quite incredible, really, for somebody to go on a short loan like that and impress as much as clearly Ben Slater is doing. 20 for 1. Next ball nicely defended by Hamid. Lewis Rees certainly looks very pumped up, doesn't he? He's not taken to Asib Hamid putting him away for that 4 early in the over at all. going off after 6 overs to sanitise their hands as Fletch comes back to join me. It looked very fired up there, Lewis Rees. Thinking behind the early change?
Yeah, I think they're going to give everybody a go, aren't they? I think that's probably the thoughts there. Interestingly, Sam Connors, who's been fielding just down below us to the left, when he saw everybody scattering, he went and collected his cap from the boundary, and he's been bowling at this end, hasn't he? So I wonder if we're going to see a change. Might even see Michael Cohen early in this innings. 39 overs in the first, but it doesn't look like Connors is going to continue because he's just wandering very slowly back with his cap on, which rather suggests who's going to come back without a cap. That's what we need to find out. Lewis Rees is, because Lewis Rees doesn't wear a cap. We're not going to see Finn Hudson-Prentice because he's not on the field.
There's been quite a few powwows actually. Godalman, Rees and Wayne Madsen have had 2 or 3 chats about
we're going to see Aitchison
all
from
sorts
this end,
of things. Yeah,
which I don't. He bowled most of his overs from the pavilion end. He's going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end. He may have bowled from this end.
I can't recall, and it's only yesterday.
Well, yes, it's a slight concern, isn't it? It's a slight concern. Make sure you tell us when Slats gets to his 3 figures, because I'm sure there'll be people in both of these counties will be very pleased for him. He's a likeable young man.
Curious. Did you hear the curious tale of the Nottinghamshire batsman who scored 100 for Leicestershire against Lancashire at Worcestershire?
Yes. So it's Ben Aitchison swapping ends, coming in from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Ben Duckett, and Duckett plays this out into the leg side, where it's fielded there by Michael Cohen, who clearly doesn't like lacquer on the ball, as Dave suggested yesterday. he's not warming up or anything. Not that you need to warm up out there, but stretching and that kind of thing. They're a bowler light. Finn Hudson-Prentice not on the field with a thigh strain. They're a slip fielder light. Leas Deploy, which might be good news for the post-match, although I think he's sitting on the bench at the moment as Aitchison bowls and strikes the pad of Ben Duckett. The appeal didn't come from the bowler at all. And I don't think I've ever seen quite so many fielders descend on one ball in all my life. There was at least 4 of them. The ball went no more than a couple of yards away from Duckett. They were there like a shot. Hughes and Melton, the 2 subs. Matt Critchley obviously, but he's pretty much always on the move. Just a slight alteration to the field down at long leg, which just forces Ben Duckett to ask Ben Aitchison to restart, which he obliges. He's on his way in now and bowls. That's turned square. Has that fielder gone square enough? No, he hasn't. It's gone all the way to the boundary. Sam Connors was asked to come a little bit squarer, but he wasn't asked to come square enough, and that's a very nice shot off the legs by Ben Duckett, who moves on to 15, 24 for 1, a lead of 109. Still plenty of encouragement out there. I can hear Billy Godalman's twang, as you would expect and hope from the skipper. Lewis Rees on polishing duties on the front of his Derbyshire top. He's either washed the one that he had on yesterday, or he's got another one, because there's no red mark on it at the moment. Aitchison's on his way in again and bowls, and that one again just tangles Duckett up. They flash through for a leg bite. Again, there were plenty of fielders coming in, but none of them could get in quickly enough to prevent the leg bite from being taken. 25 for 1. Unprecedented scenes at Radio Derby Towers.
Unprecedented.
Unprecedented, whether cricket will still get airtime after 6 o'clock on a Sunday night. I don't think that's ever happened before.
It's the big one.
The updates will continue. I did push for them. I said if we're going off AM, we need to be somewhere. I'm not saying it was all down to me, but you know, you're welcome. Here's Aitchison running away from us, bowling to Hamid. That's like a slower delivery and a full one at that. It was defended and killed stone dead by Hamid, who goes off on one of his little walks.
All right, so we're doing another Radio Nottingham one in a minute or two, and take your time. Need 2 minutes from you, Dave, is the message. So
got some air to fill, haven't we? That's usually Dave. Couple of minutes. Oh dear, really? Shoe size, inside leg measurement. Aitchison's in, bowls, and that's left alone by Hamid. Goes through to Harvey Hussain, the wicket keeper, and it's the end of the over. 25 for 1. 22 overs remaining in the day. Duckett has 15. Hamid has 9.
I presume they're still trying to get some reaction from Wembley. Notts County's defeat today against Harrogate Town. Another year in the National League for Notts County then, and another new club, relatively new club, entering the Football League for the first time.
Visit, won't it?
Yeah.
What a dump.
You've been, have you?
Oh, yeah. They've got a plastic pitch. I don't know if they'll have to rip that up, will they? Possibly. I don't know what the Football League regulations are. It's not plastic, obviously. It's artificial, but you know there was used to be plastic in our day, didn't there?
Yeah. Luton, QPR.
Oldham and Preston up our way.
Yeah, oh yeah. Start of a new over. Ben Duckett on strike, defends this ball from Lewis Rees, so it wasn't just a straight end change. Rees having a second over. 25 for 1. Start of the 8th over. Overall lead is 110. Ben Duckett's still on, Ben Slater's still on 96, not out for Leicestershire. Here is that update. We're in bright evening sunshine. Nottinghamshire looking to build their overall advantage here. They're batting for a second time against Derbyshire in this inaugural Bob Willis Trophy. Remember, they're in a north group of 6 counties. They play the other 5, and up and down the country there are 3 similar groups. The best 2 table toppers will then go through to a final at the end of the season. Well, Nottinghamshire scored 324 yesterday. They were very much in charge of this contest this morning when 3 wickets for Jake Ball reduced Derbyshire to 26 for 3. But then the county from just along the A52 there fought back magnificently through a splendid innings from South African born Loose Deploy. 130 he scored today, held the middle order together, and then really chaperoned the tail. He only had one meaningful partnership earlier in the day. That was with Matt Critchley, who found himself at the wrong end straight after lunch. First ball from the interval, a real mix-up, and Notts almost let him get away with it. Samit Patel's throw went over the top of Asiba Mead and Tom Moores, who got up to the stumps, but Stephen Mullaney was alert. He backed up, he stopped the ball and then threw down the stumps from 8 yards. It was a real old comic of errors there. 3 wickets for Joey Everson today. He impressed. Couple for Tom Barber. He's quick. On debut from Middlesex. Notts supporters will, I'm sure, like the look of him over the forthcoming years during his contract. Barber, very lively, a little erratic, but he certainly had too much pace for Cohen and Aitchison, who he dismissed. And at 159 for 9, Notts in a healthy position. But then a last wicket partnership of 80 as Deploy really helped Sam Connors just stick around, frustrate Notts for well over an hour. Deploy going up to his 100 and then beyond. In the meantime, Connors made 5 out of a record last wicket partnership of 80. Eventually, Samit Patel got the wicket, and that was it at tea. Notts had that lead of 85, but in the very first over of their second innings, Chris Nash dismissed for naught. Since then, Duckett and Hamid have helped build on that, and Nottinghamshire now 25 for 1 in their second innings. That's an overall lead of 110. Are we just about got there? End of the over, 25 for 1. I can tell you Ben Slater's had another one. He's 97 not out at wherever that is, at New Road, Worcestershire.
You didn't miss anything ball by ball wise either, because that was a maiden over from Lewis Rees. So he's now bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4. You said something interesting. I don't know the answer to it, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to ask you anyway. The best 2 table toppers.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
So you can't be a second place team with more points than anybody else.
No, they've got to be table toppers.
Sorry, I hadn't realised, but yeah, let's clear that one up in my mind. Thank you very much. Ben Aitchison to continue from the Radcliffe Road end, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Alex Hughes does the fielding and there's no run. I mean, it makes perfect sense. But I was just thinking, what happened if one team won 5
Yeah,
and one team won 4 in a group, and you end up with more
I've
points
thought that, but it says there in the regulations,
Okay.
of the 3 group winners, the 2 with the best records
fair enough.
go through to a 5-day final to be at a ground to be arranged.
Here goes Aitchison again and bowls. That one is turned very nicely down to fine leg for a single by Hamid.
All the rumours and speculation and newspaper tidbits from those that are in the know is that it will be at Lord's, but I understand that that's what they're hoping for, but there's a great deal of ground reconstruction going on at Lord's, hence Middlesex are playing their home games at Radlett, aren't they? They're not playing at Lord's.
Yes, when we went there last game of last season, it was being knocked down, the stand around the media centre. So we were right next to the pavilion in one of the corporate boxes. Very, very good. Next delivery from Aitchison is turned into the leg side by Duckett. Around comes Cohen to do the fielding. Does well as well, because it went across a number of cut strips that are used for practice away to our left-hand side. Picks up another single, used to 16.27 for 1. It's going to make it harder for Derbyshire to get to that final, and if they've got to top the group, I was thinking of being a very well-placed runner-up, but we'll have to go for the title now. Thank you. Here's Aitchison in again and bowls. Pushed into the onside. Aitchison fills off his own bowling. Of course, they won 4 games in the county championship, 2nd division last season. So 4 wins in this, and you'd fancy they'd probably top the group. Whether it'd be enough.
And of course, this group is the only one that's got 4 county sides in that would have been in the 2nd division. Lancashire and Yorkshire would have played in Division 1 of the county championship. Notts, Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Durham would have all been in Division 2. Aitchison
bowls. That's way wide. That's going to be a wide. It is a wide. I thought it was going to be. That was a very wide. But you're suggesting it's an easy group?
I'm not suggesting it. There are people in the south.
They're always talking about it. Well, they've got it easy, haven't they? Because they get all the sunshine.
Hampshire, Sussex, Essex, Kent, Middlesex and Surrey. That's quite a competitive group, you have to say.
Put any money on Middlesex, certainly. This next delivery from Aitchison is turned into the leg side by Hamid.
So they had to declare, or they declared today at 347, and I thought that's an odd number to declare at when bonus points are 350, but they'd run out of overs.
Innings closed.
They'd run out of overs.
Used to see innings closed in the newspapers all the time, didn't you? When we were growing up.
They declared in the after 111 overs. I think they could have gone on to 120 when it's innings closed.
Oh right, okay. Next delivery from Aitchison is wide, but not quite wide enough to be called a wide. But it was a waste of a ball.
Gubbins made 192.
Decent. I was disappointed not to see Tom Lacey's name in the Middlesex lineup, since they refused to allow him to sign for Derbyshire, who wanted to sign him after his successful loan spell last season, and then didn't pick him first game. Now obviously I haven't seen him batting the nets and that kind of thing, or batting any warm-up games, but he's a very fine batsman.
A player must have the say in it though as well, mustn't they? He will know if he's going to get a chance, an opportunity there, surely.
Yes. Yeah.
28 for 1. There's the score here. Duckett 16 is on strike. The left-hander who's played for England in all 3 formats. It's defended. In fact, these two both played for England briefly in that same winter, didn't they? Yeah, the 16-17 winter, the tour of Bangladesh and India. Ben Duckett played in the Bangladesh part of the series and then made way for Hasib Hamid to partner Alistair Cook for the Indian leg as Duckett pushes up to mid-on. Duckett, of course, was a Northants player. Hasib Hamid was a Lancashire player.
It's been suggested on my timeline that Harrogate Town can't play at their own ground because they're going to have to ground share. Which makes it even more nonsensical that they've been allowed in. Bring back re-election, that's what I say. I don't mean that, of course.
Next ball sees Duckett advance. Looking to play an aggressive shot, but in the end it really wasn't there to do anything more than just drop it on the leg side.
I would offer Notts County fans a glimmer of hope in that I'm a Tranmere Rovers fan, and they didn't get back up straight away either. There is an escape route. It's a very tricky division to get out of, but it can be done.
So it must be a treat for the listeners when there's yourself and the
Clive.
Warwickshire commentator, Clive Eakin together.
He's a much bigger Tranmere fan than I am. He still goes.
Congratulations to Ben Slater, who has scored 100 for Leicestershire, or as I said a moment ago, Nottinghamshire's Ben Slater has scored 100 for Leicestershire against Lancashire at Worcestershire. It's a game they're playing at New Road.
Excellent news.
It's 5-6 and 19 overs to go. Next ball is defended by Ben Duckett.
We're going to finish later than last night, aren't we?
Yeah.
Isn't great news, to be fair. Which is why I'm all for Leas to Ploy just sitting out the evening session and coming straight onto Zoom at the final knockings. And we can all crack on.
28 for 1. Nottinghamshire batting for a second time. Final ball of Lewis Rees is over. Bowles. Duckett drives handsomely but won't get a run because Billy Godalman is there at mid-off and misfield and perhaps a bit of a bobble. Captain will say it was a bit of a bobble anyway, so they do get a run. And Ben Duckett won't mind because he can keep strike. It's the end of the over. He's on 17. Hamid is on 10. They came together when Chris Nash fell. Second ball of the innings without a run on the board. So they've added 29.
Even if Billy Godalman didn't get a bobble there, nobody's going to admonish him. He's the captain. He's allowed. Ben Aitchison's going to continue. Still no sign of Michael Cohen. You'd have thought he'd be the next cab off the rank. Perhaps they just want him for a 5-over burst at some point, but this partnership, 29 from 59 deliveries, it's not exactly getting away, but Derbyshire haven't got any real room for manoeuvre as far as this game is concerned, because the more runs that Nottinghamshire get, the sooner they can pull out, and then it's going to be a long old bat. Aitchison on his way in now, Bowles, and that one is turned into the leg side. A chase on here for Cohen, who gets there now. They come back for a second. Always looked to be 2 on the cards there as Cohen ran round. Well, they do manage to pick up 2 more. 31 for 1.
Do beg your pardon for that annoying noise, but keep getting
I never noticed
messages that we have to acknowledge.
I just turn my phone onto silent and ignore them all.
Yeah, well, if I do that, I would completely forget about it.
Aitchison Bowles again on the leg stump. This time it's turned fine, down towards fine leg, and it's gone all the way for 4. Connors couldn't get round to cut it off. Disappointing delivery from Aitchison, who's he's just struggling a little bit at the moment to get the right line. Batsman Duckett moves on to 23, 35 for 1, lead 120. Kicks the ground in, a bit of frustration there, Aitchison, as he gets back to the top of his mark, has a chat with Lewis Rees. For 1. Aitchison on his way in again. 2 slips in the gully. Bowles, and that one is played a long way from his body by Ben Duckett. But he doesn't cause himself any damage as the ball was batted straight into the ground. Short and wide outside the off stump.
Steve Battlemuch has been in touch. Good to listen to the cricket. It's just a shame, he says, it's deemed unfit for or unsafe for couple of 100 members to sit there in a 18,000 seater stadium outdoors and watch the cricket. much safer to go to a pub or a beach, he says.
Aitchison bowls a long way outside the off stump this time to duck it. It's nothing to do with it. Yes, he's got a point, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Saw something yesterday about the lockdown in Greater Manchester. Went through a list of places where you wouldn't catch COVID-19, but the one place that you would was in your Auntie Mabel's kitchen. Here's Aitchison in and bowls, and that one is driven very nicely, but straight to Dustin Melton. He's fielding in the covers. He and Alex Hughes both on the field. No Finn Hudson-Prentice, no Lewis Deploy at this stage. There's Deploy walking up the steps to the pavilion. Look, in he goes. Never to be seen again. Here comes Aitchison again. Bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Duckett. There is no run, end of the over. 35 for one. Duckett's got 23. Hamid has 10. The lead 120.
I don't really think we've at any point we've sort of gone into the procedure in the morning here. I know usually people see us and hear us talking and chatting to the players and this, that and the other. We are totally isolated, separated from the players at the other end of the ground. You know, people will know the concourse at Trent Bridge, the gates are locked, we can't get round there, we can't get down for pitch access or whatever. You know, quite understandably there are very stringent precautions in place as Lewis Rees comes in to bowl to Hamid. This one goes across him and through to the keeper. We're met at a gate at the Radcliffe Road end where our temperatures are taken. We're wearing our masks. We're there's just literally a handful of well, you and I are the only broadcasters here. There are a couple of photographers and a couple of reporters, and you know, obviously the one or two members of the two clubs that are playing their media department. It really is a very, very, very skeleton staff in here in the ground. Someone goes through to the keeper. I mean, yesterday I sort of said, how many people do you think here? 80, and you know, that many.
I don't think there's that many.
Yeah,
really.
yeah. You know, when we thought about it, no, there really won't be. There's you know, there's nothing open at Trent Bridge. There's, you know, we can't go and buy a cup of tea or a bottle of water or a burger or a beer. You know, there's nobody in the ground. The shop's closed, and you know, and all the other things that you might expect to be normally open. There's an LBW appeal here by Lewis Rees, trying to get Seba Mead to be given out in that manner for the second time in 2 days, and he had a rather an elaborate follow through which took him all the way down to within a pace or two of a Seba Mead. Turning back to look towards the umpire, Malinder, who said not out. 35 for one. But just to finish on that point, you know, the medical staff here, the people that test us and look after us and what have you, very much is a full-time job. Next one goes through to the keeper, as we keep saying. The players every 6 overs need to go and sanitise their hands and what have you. When you see the procedures that have been insisted upon to get cricket up and running, you can understand, partially understand. Well, you can totally understand why, with it being as widespread in the community as it still is, that they just don't want people mixing and congregating in sports stadiums for the time being. And this one goes through to the keeper, and yeah, we can all say, well, they can meet in the pub and they can meet on the beach, but these have been the guidelines that the ECB and the participating counties have had to adhere to get cricket back on. The alternative would have been no cricket in 2020, and it's certainly not ideal for anybody, and we genuinely feel sorry for all the supporters, the spectators, the members that pay their hard-earned money that they can't be here. Seabermead pushes this one away for 4 runs, managed to squeeze it to backward point, down to third man for 4. 39 for 1, Hamid on to 14. Keith says, afternoon, I'm liking the look of young Hamid. Hopefully he can resurrect his career with knots and score runs aplenty. And congratulations to Ben Slats on his 100. Thanks for the commentary. You're very welcome, Keith. Ben Slater with that 100. There's an update for Radio Nottingham. Just a quick one this time. Yeah, we've still got around about an hour or so to go here. 17 overs to bowl on this second day. Nottinghamshire 39 for 1 in their second innings. An overall lead of 124 earlier in the day. Notts managed to bowl out Derbyshire for 239, but they were held up for most of the day by a splendid innings from Luce Deploy, who made 130. Plenty of cricket left in this final hour. Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 39 for 1. You've not missed any action because the players have been off the field. Once again, cleaning their hands, sanitising their hands. And the 2 Nottinghamshire batsmen have also been just having a little drink and change of gloves for them. And we'll get underway with the bowling again from the Radcliffe Road end, and looks as if Billy Godalman's going to bring back Sam Connors. He is indeed. So Connors, who started 3 overs 1 for 11, coming back early for a second spell. If you weren't with us earlier, Finn Hudson-Prentice had to bat with a runner. I think it was a thigh problem. Didn't last too long with the bat, but clearly he's not on the field and can't bowl. We've not yet seen Michael Cohen, who we didn't see for quite some time in the first innings. So Connors getting a second spell nice and early here. Just 12 overs have gone so far. There is Connors, bowls down the leg side. Duckett goes to try and tickle it away, doesn't manage to. Nothing on it. It was a good stop by the diving Harvey Hussain. Here's another one to miss out with the bat today. Harvey Hussain out for just 1. BW to Joey Everson, the middle one of Everson's 3 wickets. Joel, fantastic to have the cricket back. Loving the video, the graphics, and the commentary all synced up. Great to have you guys back. Thank you, Joel. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the nice comments, everybody. As Connors bowls, and this time down the leg side, Duckett has flicked at it and has got a glove on it, and Hussain takes the catch. Well, the warning signs were there from the previous delivery, and Sam Connors has come back into the attack, and he's got Ben Duckett out for 23, caught by Harvey Hussain down the leg side, 39 for 2. And you have to say that was another one that was probably to be marked in the avoidable category, because he just had a casual little flick at the previous one that went down the leg side. Tried it again. It's one of those risk and reward, isn't it? When it's swinging down that leg side, if you can just get enough bat on it, tickle it away, you'll get it wide of the keeper and run down to fine leg for an easy 4 runs. But if you just get a fine edge, may have been the glove, may have been the top of the bat, but Duckett goes for 23, batted for almost an hour, 42 balls faced, 4 fours. But that's another disappointing contribution as regards the overall match contribution for Ben Duckett, 9 and 23. And here comes Joe Clark, who scored a century here in midweek against Leicestershire in the warm-up game, but fell for 8 yesterday in the first innings. So Ben Duckett has gone. Seabermead there again. Will he be the anchor? Will he be the rock for the second day running? And there's still more than 16 overs to go. Second wicket for Connors. The Notts lead 124. So Joe Clark has taken guard, scratching away at his crease. And Connors to bowl to him. Now everybody's ready. Here he comes. Pacey right arm ball. No wide of the off stump, swinging further wide and left alone by Joe Clark. 39 for 2. Pleasant early evening now in Nottingham. Just a little bit of a ripple on the flag at the far end. Clark works this one short of a length, away onto the leg side. Fielded at square leg by Michael Cohen. Not seen him yet with ball in hand. Clark on strike. Connors bowls to him. Squared Joe Clark up a little bit, but not in any real trouble as he pushes this one up to Godalming at mid-off. 12 wickets have gone down today and 3 in that morning session, all to Jake Ball. And the Derbyshire fight back. Stand of 93 between Critchley and Deploy. Critchley run out straight after lunch. First ball after lunch. Really was a bit of a crazy mix-up. And Notts made really strong inroads. Clark again looking to get off the mark, but can't. Plunders this one straight to mid-on to Lewis Rees, end of the over, 39 for 2. Successful over for Connors, whose 4 overs have cost 11 runs, but he's picked up both wickets to fall. One stage today. Derbyshire were 159 for 9, but then a last wicket partnership of 80, which is a 10th wicket record for Derbyshire against Notts, beating a 74 run stand back in 1969 between Alan Ward and Harold Rhodes, two fine fast bowlers. That was put on at Ilkeston against Notts. 39 for 2. Mead to continue his battle against his former Lancashire teammate Lewis Rees, who bowls again, and wonder if Asib Mead is outside his crease there, because the ball went through to Harvey Hussain, who was sensing an opportunistic moment as he underarmed it towards the stumps, trying to run him out, but narrowly missed. Would have been interesting had he struck gold. They're ones that sometimes, certainly in club cricket, take the umpire by surprise. The umpire might well have taken his eyes off the action. Don't think Paul Pollard would have done. Michael Cohen has been dropped from mid-wicket out onto the leg side fence, but out there just there's a little bit of a bluff, because this was pitched up again, and Hamid having nothing to do with it. 39 for 2.
Apologies, they forgot me again. It's easily done.
Don't take it personal.
Well, I got all excited about still being on a Sunday evening, and they forgot.
39 for 2. We're going to be here for a while yet as well.
Yes.
Still 15 overs and change to go. Next ball About to be delivered by Lewis Rees. Left arm medium pacer, and he squared Asiba Mead up there. Got into a little bit of a tangle, but plays it safely in the end along the ground to mid-off. No run.
I got so engrossed in trying to get on air before I missed the Ben Duckett dismissal. I know Harvey Hussain caught the ball bowled by Sam Connors. Anything remarkable about it?
Well, it was remarkable, and it was avoidable because it was an exact carbon copy of the previous ball down the leg side, and he had a little bit of a lazy flick at it. And I did say to the listeners, you just had to be careful as Rees bowls. Oh, that was took off, gone past the peak on the helmet of Asiba Mead's helmet. Really did take off sharply from Lewis Rees. Bent his back there and got plenty of response from the surface. So he had a lazy flick at the ball before. And he thought, just be careful if you're doing that. And then he did it again, and it was either very faint glove or just clipped the bat very faintly down the leg side. They all went up, and he had to troop off.
No, I just borrow your. I want to see if that is Leas Deploy who's on the bench. If it is, he's definitely not coming back because he's taken his trousers off.
39 for 2. This goes through to the keeper. So just to clarify, you wish to borrow my binoculars to look at somebody who's taking their trousers off?
Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Yes, he's wearing a pair of shorts. It's Leas Deploy. He's not coming back anytime soon. Thank you, Dave. We've just had the notification that he'll be on the Zoom call at the end of play, so that might be good news. Not for him necessarily, but for the rest of us, because he's already changed and ready.
39 for 2. Mead is on 14, and again just happy to defend. The ball's just dropped down, rolls past the stumps. He was watching it just in case it went anywhere near the stumps, but it didn't. End of the over. Another maiden. Lewis Rees 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 9. He's certainly more fired up than he was in the first innings.
Seems to be, doesn't he? Certainly seems to be. Got a sharp haircut as well.
Yes, I mentioned, I think last time you were here when you were leaving, sort of, we've got no interaction with the players or sort of anybody else, and that goes to the interviews at the end of the day, doesn't it? The media managers from both sides excellently arranging people to talk to, but it's all done either the 2020 innovation, the Zoom call, or a phone call or what have you. But them and us shall not mix.
Indeed. Sam Connors is in, bowled to Clark, who takes the bottom hand off the bat as he plays it out into the leg side. No run. Yes, it's the modern way, I suppose, isn't it? But you do miss that, morning Bill, morning, what did you make of yesterday, all that. Just what is effectively idle chit-chat. You often get a little bit of a, well, the pitches might do this, might do that. We can't see the pitch for ourselves apart from 60 yards away or more.
Who's Bill?
Who's there? He's at mid-off like he always is. Connors balls. This one is clipped very nicely. That's a stop with his face, I think, potentially by Lewis Rees. They do get through for a single. He dived to his right, and then the ball took a bobble. He's not showing any pain. Perhaps he got his hand up just in time. He's got a big smile on his face, as he often has, Lewis Rees. Very happy cricketer.
He had quite a nasty injury last year, didn't he, when he was out for a while and came and commentated with us?
The year before, I'm sure.
Was it year before?
I think it was the year before, because the T20 competition sort of derailed when he got injured. He was hoping he'd be back for it, and he wasn't. I thought
it was that the one-day game that Godalming got the 100 at the start of last year, Easter egg day.
What happened yesterday, Dave?
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't put my life on it being either this year, last year, or back in the 1950s.
Or was it in here? Might have been the year before he commentated in here. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
There's been a lot of cricket. Not so much this year, but a lot of cricket. There's Connors in, bowls to Clark, who defends up to Godalming at mid-off. Those drains are magnificent, aren't they? Because it means that the ground is playable almost immediately, but they do stand out, and the ball just cracks the edge of them that it can take a wicked bounce. Billy Godleman's fielding with 3 right in front of him. Terrific innovation though, the drainage at grounds. Days when you'd think there was no chance. No problems like that here at the moment. It's Connors balls, and that's pulled into the leg side by Clark, but straight to Michael Cohen, who's fielding at square leg. But again, there's no run. And on playing members of Derbyshire's backroom staff and of the squad are all seated on the T20 dugout right underneath the Batman scoreboard at the far end. All in the shade. But it's very pleasant down there. And they're watching Sam Connors run away from us, but towards them, and bowls to Clark, who just guides this out into the offside. They go for 1. They're going to come back for a second as well, very comfortably indeed, as the ball is eventually picked up by Melton.
Started to pull the stumps out up and down the country on a few grounds. What have we had? We had 22 wickets here in 2 days, and we're not finished yet. 2 days at the Oval. They've only had 9 wickets go down. Middlesex made 347 for 6 declared, and Surrey at stumps 189 for 3. So
That's a bit dull, isn't
it is indeed. But they finished halfway through that match, the London Derby.
Connors in again. Balls. And Clark struck on the pad. Big appeal, and he's gone. And Clark becomes a 3rd victim for Sam Connors. What a day he's having. Part of that record 10th wicket partnership, and now he's picked up 3. 3 for 13. Clark goes. Nottinghamshire 41 for 3.
Clark 8 in the first innings, 2 in the second, and once again you just wonder why, such a talented player keeps getting out for such low scores. Game scored 100 in the week in the warm-up game against Leicestershire in the match that counts, 8 and 2. But yeah, Connors having a tremendous day really, and can't believe you're going to snub him at stumps by not talking to him.
Well, it takes too long in the shower, the lad. He's got to learn, hasn't he? He's got to learn.
So Joe Clark out for 2, only there for 12 minutes, 10 balls faced, and I'm sure it'll be Stephen Mullaney due in next.
Stephen Mullaney shapes, certainly.
20 past 6. I guess we got well enough cricket up till 7 o'clock, certainly.
Yeah, I fear so.
Looked out.
Yeah, he sort of played across it, didn't he, really? Straight ball, trying to flick it into the leg side, playing across the line, and paid the ultimate price. Connors celebrated and then stopped celebrating and stood still at the far end as, oh yeah, that's what I do now. This is what I do. Sam Connors with a previous best of 2 for 13, so he's already assured of best bowling figures in addition to that 10th wicket.
He's had quite a day, really.
Record, yeah. Why aren't I interviewing him? It's a really good question, that. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 13. Try getting that ball out of his hand anytime soon.
Yeah.
Billy Godleman, I don't think you will. What about a quick 5-over burst of Cohen? He's expensive. I suppose that will be on Godleman's mind. He, much like Tom Barber, bowls like the wind, but can be expensive. Any kind of miss hit tends to fly to the boundary. But he did pick up 3 wickets in the first innings. Connors has got 3 in the second now.
We saw in the first innings that not certainly bat deep in terms of on paper. Next ball sees Hamid punch into the offside. Of course, Derbyshire still got the problem of getting rid of Asiba Mead. Lewis Rees has, I think, targeted him. He very much seems to be up for his
desperate to get him,
former mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or former teammate, I should say.
Well, they'll certainly have played with each other, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Perhaps even in first-class cricket.
Might even have opened, mightn't they? There's Lewis Rees in again. This is dug out by Asiba Mead.
How do I find that out?
Oh, well,
is that easy? Yeah, I was just wondering how much time it might take me.
Well,
2015 and 14, I reckon. Possibly 14. Was Hamid on the scene then?
Let me have a little look. We'll have a little
Because
look.
Lewis Rees came to Derbyshire in 17, I think. So 15 possibly. Shadows starting to stretch a bit across the ground now, aren't they?
Yep, Rees in, bowls. Ooh, nicely played by Asiba Mead. That one just got big on him and had a number of ways in which he could have set about playing it, but just rocked away and just made sure he saw it onto the face and then just controlled it nicely down into the ground. Right, so we've seen.
Your next task is to find out when the last time 2 leg spinners filled in the same slip cordon. Because if you can find this, bordering on genius.
Yeah, Asiba Mead made his first-class debut in 2015.
Yeah, Lewis Rees was still at Lancashire then as he bowls and is left
This
alone
one goes
by
through
Hamid.
to the keeper here.
Look at the start of that set, depends when he made his debut, but at the start of that season, he may have replaced Lewis Rees as an opener, of course. That might be where there's the extra bit of excitement for Rees as he bowls to him, but definitely played against Derbyshire. Just defends this one backward of square on the offside, going up on his toes. Rees has definitely played against him before, I'm sure. In fact, Hamid played in the T20 last season, which was a little bit surprising. What was even more surprising was that Derbyshire won at Old Trafford. It's not a particularly regular occurrence.
Right, Hamid played 4 games in his debut season 2015, the 4th one of which in September 2015 at Chelmsford against Essex. In the first innings, Hamid 63 opening, Lewis Rees 82 batting at number 3. So they batted together, and definitely.
Well, he's picked up 4 runs from this next delivery from Lewis Rees, which flashed to the right of third slip Matty McKeon and all the way down to the third man boundary. That's why there was a squeal of anguish. I don't think it was a catch, but it was definitely an edge. And as suspected, you cannot get the ball out of Sam Connor's hands. Quite right too.
Yeah, well, he's only lightly used, isn't he?
Yeah, he's young. He can do it. We used to bowl for hours, didn't we?
Well,
I know you're not
he's
allowed
only
to
had
anymore.
he's only had 2 overs in this spell.
Yes, true. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 2.
Yeah,
Not a bad spell.
no.
He's going to get a bit of advice from Billy Godman here. We could do with less chat and more cricket, in all honesty. And here comes Lewis Rees to join in. Says, what are you saying to what are you saying to him, Bill? Well, what do you think? Well, it doesn't matter what you think. He's picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs. Let him bowl.
Send for Wayne Madsen from slip to come and join them. Is Rees, or who is vice captain, Madsen or Rees?
That's a terrific question. I don't think Madsen is. I'm not even sure there is one.
Right. It's just assumed that Billy will play every game.
Yeah. There is Connors in and bowls down the leg side. Not a particularly good ball to first up to Mulaney. That was the first ball he'd faced.
Well, it worked against Duckett. That was a similar thing to the left-hander down the leg side and the flick at it.
I'd bowl it stumps like he did for Nash. Has anybody suggested there was a bottom edge on that one? It looked a bit as though there might have been, didn't it? The way the stumps shattered.
He was certainly going for the pull, so he obviously thought it was going to bounce high enough to go over the top.
Connors is in again and bowls a bouncer down the leg side. Bit of a waste of effort, really, because Mulaney was very comfortably underneath it, and it was way off target as well. The gold Notts badge on his helmet is shining brightly. Looks like it might be a new one, that. That is bright.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that. If it is the
The new,
well, it will be brand new then. Yeah, it is.
of
It
course,
has got the
of course,
logo
if it's
on.
got
So,
the current the new logo.
you know,
Yeah.
I've spoken to Fletch and Samit, and of course they're absolutely delighted that you know, they've got new caps, new county caps, because the original caps that they were awarded, years old, you know, they've had everything poured over them, as you can imagine.
How unpleasant. Connor's ball's outside the off stump, and there's no run.
I don't know if it's happened yet. I know Fletch was in the process of, you know, getting his original one framed.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point actually. Yeah, they'll all get new gear. We know how much professional sportsmen like a bit of new gear.
Yeah, Michael says, just tuned in. Notts v Derbyshire in cricket always seems to be a better fixture than Notts v Derby in football. Well, Nottingham v Derby in football.
It's gone in and balls. I don't really know what to say about that.
No, I
Pushed out into the offside, fielded by Alex Hughes.
You know, it's something that, to my mind anyway, some people take far more seriously than they need to. But you know, then I think about 40 years and I'd get excited about it.
Yeah, quite.
There comes a point when you've sort of seen it all, haven't you?
Yeah. Not in this game though. The whole game of cricket. This is a full delivery that's pushed towards mid-off by Stephen Mullaney. There's no run. Billy Godleman does the fielding. We have to nip next. No.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I genuinely feel when I see a football match, I've seen this game dozens and dozens and dozens of times before. Whoever's playing, it's only very rare that I seem to go away from a game and think, wow, you know, I've not seen that goal before ever, or that particular incident. Here's Connors in, bowling to Mullaney, and it was just drifting in, just angling in towards his pads, and clipped it away nicely. Good bit of fielding there by Cohen on the fence, but in making the stop, he had to sort of tumble over and leave the ball behind, so they used that brief second to come back for the second run. 47 for 3. Mullaney's away then with a couple of runs. Asiba Mead has 18. The men out. Chris Nash bowled Connors 0. Duckett, Courtesane bowled Connors 23. Clark LBW bowled Connors 2. The wickets going down at 0, 39 and 41. Time for another update. Just a second. Meanwhile, Lewis Rees into Asiba Mead. Oh, he's probing, he's asking questions. Here is that update. Yes, we're still playing, making up a few overs that we lost from yesterday when we had a little bit of rain, and really the pace has been fairly pedestrian today. But Notts are batting in their second innings, 47 for 3, still just a little over 11 overs to go in the day. They lead by 132 runs overall today. They dismissed Derbyshire for 239, so Notts had the lead of 85 on the first innings. Derbyshire getting up there thanks to a splendid century from Loose Deploy. Sam Connors shared in a last wicket partnership of 80 with Deploy, and Connors has come out with the ball and dismissed Nash, Duckett and Clark, just to leave the Nottinghamshire top order hanging by a thread a little bit here. Hamid and Mullaney at the crease. Nottinghamshire in their second innings leading by 132 at 47 for 3. So there's the latest update. Shadow of the floodlight that's situated between the Smith Cooper stand and the William Clark stand has now stretched right the way across the ground, and it's almost reached the Hound Road stand as Lewis Rees bowls. Oh, that's good work in the gully by Matty McKiernan. Flung himself to his right, low down, made a really good stop there. That would have just stand up just to make sure there's nobody down at third man underneath the gantry here. There isn't, so save 4 runs certainly. Was going very quickly away towards the ropes. Good work by McKiernan, who had a fairly quiet game. Made or failed to make any. Got a duck today with the bat. He's bowled 8 balls yesterday, but picked up a couple of wickets. This next one, again, banged in by Rees. He's really trying to test Hamid out, and I think Hamid might have taken that one on the glove, but stayed in control. 47 for 3. Probably here the encouragement being given to the bowlers. There's Rees once more. Mead watches it. Goes past the bat and through to Harvey Hussain. So 11 overs and 1 ball left in the day. Game could be really advanced if Derbyshire can make further inroads this evening. Here comes Rees to bowl, and to my mind was well wide of the off stump, and Hamid wasn't playing a shot, and yet 4 or 5 of the Derbyshire players, particularly the keeper in the slip cord, hands on heads and who's and ahs and everything. They're really trying to pump up Lewis Rees in his bid to get rid of Hamid, giving him all the encouragement in the world. Players are rushing off to the sidelines to use the hand sanitisers again. It'll break the end of the 18th over every 6 overs if you've not been with us. Another of the guidelines which are in force for the protection of the players. They must go and sanitise their hands every 6 overs. The exceptions of the people that are on the field are the 2 umpires, and they've got gloves, they've got hand sanitisers in their pocket, and the 2 batsmen, of course, wearing gloves. Occasionally the 12th man or the physio will bring out something for them to wipe their hands clean and change their gloves. 47 for 3. Cries have come on Sammy as the players return to the centre of Trent Bridge and are about to restart, and Sam Connors 3 for 15. About to bowl to Stephen Mullaney. 3 slips and a catching short extra cover in there now as well, as Connors comes in and bowls to Mullaney, who pushes it out to that catching short extra cover. I think is Alex Hughes. 47 for 3. Sure it is. Fletch
definitely is.
Will put me right.
No,
yeah.
It definitely is. Capless. 18 on his back.
Yeah, I can see his number now. Yeah.
Familiar waddle.
Decent player,
Evening,
Alex Hughes.
Evening, Mrs. Hughes.
47 for 3. Connors in again to Mullaney. Nice full length swinging delivery, and again it's just pushed in the general direction of Hughes, who moves to his left and fields no run.
Because it's not Mrs. Hughes who's the regular listener, it's Mrs. Hughes' mum. Alex's mother-in-law listens to the commentary. What she used to. She might have switched off by now, of course.
Would he be like for like, almost for Hudson
Hudson
Prentice for the next game?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, when you compare the records of the two, you'd think that Alex Hughes might get in ahead of him, but he had a disappointing first-class season last season. Key member of the T20 squad, of course.
Yes. Yeah. Here's Connors to bowl to the not skipper Stephen Mullaney, again solidly behind it and defends. Said it yesterday, didn't we? These two batting together yesterday, the two former Lancashire players. With Lewis Rees bowling, that's another one. Strong Lancashire contingent in this game.
It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? How many there are? McKiernan and Critchley.
Finished in most places up and down the country, bar Chesterley Street, Taunton and here.
What a surprise.
47 for 3. Next ball swings away from Mullaney. It stumps Ben Slater, was 104 not out for Leicestershire. He'll enjoy his evening and enjoy his messages of congratulations, I'm sure.
No, I'm pleased for him. Chesterfield boy. His mum and dad are both big supporters of him.
Yeah. You wonder about one or two sort of Leicestershire fringe top order players who middle of the week might have been thinking, might get a nod here. As Connors bowls a full toss, which Mullaney misses out on because it's straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. But to call somebody in at sort of 2 days' notice, and it's turned out to be a very prudent decision in that he's played nicely and scored 100. But you have to sort of have a little bit of look at your own stocks. You haven't been able to put your own guys in for the first game of the season. But we don't know. Things might have happened as the next ball wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. Of course, we know that the Leicester area on lockdown. Considering opening it for Dave Fletcher next week, is that right?
Well,
as it stands, your
up to press, that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
I'll keep it tidy for you, Dave. Keep it tidy.
Nottinghamshire due to play at the Fisher County Ground in 3 or so weeks' time. Notts play Yorkshire at Trent Bridge next weekend, then scheduled to go to Old Trafford to play Lancashire, then the game at Leicestershire.
So the Test series must have finished then, or moved down south, has it, by then? They've got 3 successive tests, haven't they? Lewis Rees around the wicket to Hasib Hamid, and he beats him. Playing a tentative prod forward. Lewis Rees just stands there. I'm sure there's a couple of words being spoken. They'll all be very friendly, I'm sure. Stood there just stroking his chin like a Bond villain. At the far end, Neil Malander, because the umpires have swapped round, of course.
Yeah.
Just says to Lewis, that just moved on, just went on a bit there.
I can't imagine Hamid is the sort to engage with opposition bowlers there.
No, I don't think he will be, would he? Won't stop them trying, though.
No.
They'll always give it a go.
Yeah.
Here comes Rees again. In balls to Hamid, who leaves this one alone. Goes through to Harvey Hussain, who takes a couple of steps to his left. So by the time Hamid looks around to see where he took that ball, he tried to make him think that it came back a lot more than it did. Yeah, well, that was close. I don't think it was particularly close. It was a fairly comfortable leave in the end.
No, there was one in the last over when you were next door that must have been 18 inches wide of the off stump, and they all went, hands on top of the head. Well bowled, Lewis.
Can't be excitable, these pros, can't they? Rees bowls again. He takes a couple of steps down the track to Hamid, and he punches it down the ground beautifully for 4 runs. Very straight drive. Billy Godleman can do no more than go and fetch it. That was a delightful shot. He just took a couple of steps for this.
A counter-attack.
Yeah.
A riposte from the
Rees
Nottinghamshire
thrust out
batsman.
the right foot, which moment everybody in the Derbyshire dugout will have held their breath, because that's how he broke the bone in his foot in the first place. Had to have a plate put in there. He sort of cracked it in one game and went off and came back on. Then played in the next game, and he came into bowl and he landed on the foot, and he just crumpled in a big heap. There must have been a slight weakness in there, and that was him. Thank you very much. Big boot on. Firing on all cylinders at the moment. He's in and bowls to Hamid, who leaves that one alone. That was a good way outside the off stump as well. He kicks the air.
It's a big loss, an opening batsman who comes on first change with the ball as well.
Yes. In a relatively small squad.
Yeah.
I understand that Anuj Dal isn't playing in this one because he has a slight niggle. It's a real shame. I'm sure he'd have enjoyed being in contention at least for this, and he certainly would have been on the field now with 2 substitute fielders. You'd think that they'll just get on the field at some point, as this next delivery is left alone again by Hamid, very extravagantly, as it goes through to Hussain. And Anuj Dal apart, there aren't too many players knocking around in the background. Ravi Rampal hopefully back sometime this week. Tony Palladino still off at the moment. As Rees bowls, and that one is defended, slightly squared up out into the offside where McKiernan does the fielding. And it's the end of the over, 51 for 3. I forgot to mention that the 50 had come up with that straight drive from Hamid, who moves on to 22. Mullaney has 2. Nottinghamshire now lead by 136 with 9 overs to go.
Yeah, 7 wickets left for Nottinghamshire. It's not inconceivable that whenever this innings ends, Derbyshire will think, well, there's enough time left.
Yeah, I think there will be time.
Yeah.
It's just the size of the task in hand, isn't it? Really, that'll be interesting.
You know, one huge partnership could, sort of take the game away from Derbyshire, but if they can just winkle out 2 more tonight and have a good start to the day tomorrow, keep Notts under a 250 advantage, then game on.
They'd certainly want to bowl them out for 200 or less, wouldn't they? Anything more than that, and it's almost insurmountable.
Connors continues, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 15. Comes into bowl to Stephen Mullaney, and that one again was just slightly of the wrong line. Slipped down the leg side. Ball returned round the ring. Keeper to Hughes to Rees, and will be passed on to Sammy, as all his teammates are calling him. Again, he's got the Stuart Broad wristband on his right wrist. Squad number 59 sets off and runs away from us, past umpire Pollard, and better line this time outside the off stump, but just a fraction too wide, so Mullaney can leave it alone. Still over 8 overs to go, so we're looking at 7:15 for a finish on a day that's not had any rain.
It's only had 96 overs in it,
yeah,
which used to be the norm, didn't it?
Yeah. Again comes Connors into Mullaney. This time he has to play it, but does so calmly and carefully, pushing it out onto the offside. And again, Alex Hughes involved. Billy Gottleman waving to Michael Cohen. Michael, can you? Oh, yes, Skip. Do you want me? Yeah. Can you go out onto the fence?
Can't believe that we won't see him tonight.
Well,
but
this is the 21st over.
I know.
It's a strange one, isn't it? 51 for 3. As Connors bowls, pulled away by Mullaney. Cries of catch. It's nowhere near Cohen, and the ball thuds into the boundary boards. That was one of those where they said, look, we're sending a fielder out there, so it's going to be a short pitch ball for you to have a go at, and it was a short pitch ball for him to have a go at, and he made the most of the offering. 4 runs to Mullaney.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Was a very controlled shot all the way along the floor, really.
Lollipop delivery, really, wasn't it? He didn't overly bend his back. There's Connors again to Stephen Mullaney. Again, too wide of the off stump to cause him any problems.
for my way of thinking, this will be Sam Connor's last over of this spell. It's his 5th over in this spell. And oh, hello. Michael Cohen is going through his warm-up on the boundary. There we go. So I genuinely hadn't seen him do that before I started that sentence. It would make perfect sense, wouldn't it, really?
Yep. Don't back against him. There's Connors once more. Comes in and Mullaney plays it to point, and again, oohs and ahs and what have you. End of the over, 55 for 3.
Or is he coming on now at the pavilion? And it could be coming on now at the pavilion.
Well, I don't know, because he's brought his cap with him.
Good shout. Never, yeah. Should have spotted the telltale sign. He's merely
In fact,
going.
he's having to run from boundary to boundary, it looks like, from
Well, warm him up nicely.
from the boundary on the Smith Cooper side. He's rushing across, and yes,
Billy Guttleman's just pointed at him. When he
yeah,
was talking
get out
to
there.
Wayne Matson. Yeah, I know. I'm just desperate to see him.
Get out there. And he's having to do the boundary rider roll on each side of the wicket. And of course now he's looking into the sun.
He's a proper specialist mid-wicket on the boundary, isn't he? Lewis Rees is continuing from the pavilion end. It's his 9th over. He bowls down the leg side. That'll be 4 leg byes, I fancy. No, it won't.
Thought he hit it, yeah.
He did hit it. 4 runs to Hasib Hamid, who moves on to 26.59. 4-3. That takes him 1,000 first-class runs.
Well, thank you for that.
He was on 2997 when he was 22 not out.
Yeah.
So even my rudimentary maths. 3,000 first-class runs in 64 games, averaging touch over 31. He's a better player than that. He waits now as Rees sets off again, running towards us and bowls. Hamid gets a very full delivery and clips it out towards Michael Cohen, and gets a bit more warming up as he does the fielding out at mid-wicket. He's going to stay. He's going to come in a little bit for Mullaney. Rees will go over the wicket. It's all change. Hamid and Mullaney will have a little chat just to pass on some intelligence. He almost put his hand up to his mouth there and whispered it to him. He's coming round the wicket. Skip. He's not. He's coming over the wicket. Sam Connor still hasn't put his cap on down below us as Rees is in and bowls to Mullaney, who drives very nicely but straight to Dustin Melton. Some poor nicknames, aren't there? Sammy and Reesy boy. We need to do better than that. Surely to goodness. Oh, look at Connors now. He's all over the place with his stretches. Love to see it. Love to see it. 4 overs, a 4-over burst from the Radcliffe Road end. Is Rees from the pavilion end, bowls to Mullaney, who gets a thick inside edge. Well, it was quite a fine inside edge in actual fact, and flashes it down to fine leg. It didn't go in between the batsman and the stumps. It just went past the stumps for 4 runs. 64 for 3. Mullaney moves into double figures. He's on 10.
Was it Chinese cut, French cut, or Harrow cut?
Yeah. But anyone really, can't you?
Generally get that. It's not like in the in the north of England they'll use one of them, and in the south they'll use another.
I never played one, of course. I was never in long enough to hit the ball. I couldn't bat. Rees is in again and bowls to Mullaney, who clips this off his legs down towards fine leg, where Connors comes in and does the fielding. Another single to the Nottinghamshire skipper Stephen Mullaney. He moves on to 11. Hamid has 27. 65 for 3. And the lead exactly 150 now.
Moments of the day, I guess, as far as dramatic incident was concerned. The first ball after lunch, that run out. Lewis Deploy going to his 100 with the straight 6, and Connors bowling Nash in the sight of stumps flying everywhere.
So Reese bowls, and it's left alone by him. He takes puts a long stride in, doesn't he? And then lifts his bat way out of the way. End of the over. 8 overs now. 9 overs. 3 maidens, 0 for 27. And Michael Cohen has handed his cap to Sam Connors, who's got his cap on his head. Here we go. After a mere 22 overs, 17 overs earlier than the first innings, this would have been the change that would have seen Finn Hudson-Prentice come on.
He's been assured that the lacquer is off the ball now. Would you agree they're probably 3 of the big moments? Because Jake Ball this morning, getting rid of Godalman, that was also usually pivotal.
Well, that first half hour was a terrific spell by Ball, wasn't it, when he got rid of the top 3 batsmen. At that point, they were staring down the barrel, weren't they? I mean, they're behind the game at the moment, but then the deploy 6 to get to his 100. Yeah, no question. I thought he and Connors batted really sensibly.
Yeah.
It's been entertainment again.
I'm not a fan, and we both said it at the time. I'm never a fan of let's put 9 fielders on the boundary and let them do as they like for 4 balls, and then the last 2 balls we'll see if the set batsman or the recognised batsman can find a way to get down to the other end. I don't know. Very rarely seems to work.
It didn't work this morning. No, this afternoon rather. When was it? Was it today?
I don't know. Whose end is it?
It's you.
It's going to be Michael Cohen, squad number 8. Picked up 3 wickets yesterday in the Nottinghamshire first innings. He's on debut, of course, for Derbyshire. A winter capture from first-class cricket in South Africa, although Dave found out he hasn't played for 18 months as he bowls to Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, who defended.
I was a little surprised to find that out, I have to be honest. I knew it'd been a while. I'm sure he was over here at Loughborough last summer, because there were various reports that he was bowling quickly there. So part of his rehabilitation, presumably.
The talent scouts will have spotted him.
An agent will have phoned up, I would imagine. But we've got this lad.
Born in Cape Town. He's going to be 22 on Tuesday. This is defended by Stephen Mullaney. .65 for 3. Nottinghamshire lead exactly 150. Want a lot more yet.
Yeah. Well, they want in excess of 250, won't they? Clearly. Probably closer to 350.
There's Connors. In again to bowl, and Mullaney's taken the aerial route, but he's got it away through the offside. Mullaney's not left his crease at all. He's got 4 through and over the offside, but he just stood there, stood and delivered.
Take that.
Hit it away nicely for another boundary. He's on 15. Bermead on 27 at the other end. Peter Trigo slated to come in next if they go by the same order that they appeared in the first innings. He was at 6, Tom Moore's at 7, and number 8 was Samit Patel, and 9 Joey Everson, who got a few runs, as did Jake Ball. We've seen Jake Ball wandering round the boundary in his in fact he's still over there in his t-shirt and shorts and nothing on his feet as Cohen comes in. It's just clipped away, so he's not going to be in contention for a night watchman if one is needed. But just wonder now, as we head towards the final 6 overs of the day, if Notts would contemplate sending somebody out, and if so, who? 70 for 3. Luke Fletcher had that role for a long old time, but of course he's not playing. The others, I think that everybody can sort of say, well, hang on, I'm a batsman. I'm a batsman. They often thought they were going to send Tom Barber in at number 11. I don't know. He's obviously got no great pretensions, just playing his 3rd first-class match as Cohen comes in again, and Mullaney Doesn't seem unduly hurried at all.
No.
This is Hamid, but Mulaney earlier in the over didn't seem unduly hurried, and Hamid didn't there. 70 for 3. Trigo can be a dangerous customer, can score quickly, as can Tom Moores and Samit Patel. That's obviously, we'll be hoping that a wicket doesn't go down, then they won't have the problem of who to send out tonight.
Nope.
False start from Cohen. Did it once or twice yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's the Hamid effect. I don't know if he's not looking and the batsman pulls away, or if it's the batsman losing his stride, and that's what forces Hamid to back away. But we're going to go through the rigmarole again.
So he's got his good boots on tonight.
Yeah, it's a fairly lengthy approach. He comes in, left arm quick, well wide of the off stump, and Hamid has done absolutely nothing there by stand stock still and let it go past his bat and stumps through to the keeper. 70 for 3, 6 overs remain here at Trent Bridge. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. Day 2 of the Bob Willis Trophy game between these two sides.
Yes, that wasn't quite the spectacular start to his spell that I'd hoped for, but
change at the far end.
Aitchison was warming up. I think he's coming back, isn't he? Yeah. He's coming back and I'm going. I'm not used to doing 7 o'clock updates.
No, I'll have one as well. 70 for 3. So it is going to be Ben Aitchison. Already bowled 5 overs in this innings, which have leaked 18 runs. Be bowling to Mulaney. Nottinghamshire lead by 155. There comes Sam Aitchison from the pavilion end. Bowls. Mulaney steers it to backward point, fielded by Alex Hughes. Point situation at the end of the first innings. Nottinghamshire picked up 6 bonus points and Derbyshire picked up 4. Aitchison, 21 years of age, born in Southport, has played some minor counties cricket for Cheshire. No name or number on his Derbyshire jersey as he comes in and bowls, and Mulaney's a little bit of a flash at that one. Didn't get anything on it. It died in front of Harvey Hussain. Could only parry the ball, and Wayne Madsen retrieves it. This morning, Billy Godleman, Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen all dismissed by Jake Ball. Derbyshire 26 for 3 at that stage. Next one clipped up to mid-on, push and run to Lewis Rees, who shies at the stumps, but Mulaney home in any case. The throw was wide of the target. After the early endeavours from Jake Ball, Derbyshire found a decent 4th wicket partnership between Lewis Deploy and Matt Critchley. They'd added 93 together up until the lunch interval, which Derbyshire took at 119 for 3. First ball of the afternoon. The two batsmen almost found themselves at the same end, and Matt Critchley was run out. Real comedy of errors all round. This one taken by Hussain. Hamid went a long way across his stumps there, but the ball had too much carry on it. Took it well over the top of off stump, top of leg stump as Hamid moved outside his off stump. Critchley run out for 45, and then a bit of a clatter as Hussain, Hudson, Prentice and McKiernan all fell to Joey Everson for 1-8 and 0 respectively. Defended again by Hamid. Tom Barber picked up his maiden first-class wickets, removing Cohen and Aitchison, and the 9th wicket down, Lewis Deploy was on about 60 or so. And to say he was last out for 130 shows what an important last wicket partnership it was between Deploy and Connors. They added 80, a record last wicket partnership for Derbyshire against Notts. Mead leaves this one, which goes through to the wicket-keeper, 71 for 3 at the end of the 24th over, and I think they'll have to go and sanitise their hands once more. 5 overs remain. Yes, and we're still here. 5 overs remain in the day now. Nottinghamshire 71 for 3. They've withered the storm a little bit over the last 45 minutes or so. They were 41 for 3 after Chris Nash, Ben Duckett and Joe Clark were all dismissed by the young Derbyshire seamer Sam Connors. Nottinghamshire had a first innings lead of 85. That's after they bowled Derbyshire out today for 239. They got that total thanks to a magnificent 130 from Lewis Deploy, who was last man out. 3 wickets for Joey Everson and Jake Ball earlier on. Now Notts batting for a second time. They lead by 156 as we go into these final 5 overs of the day. They're 71 for 3. So that's an update to the 7 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham. 5 to go. 71 for 3. Going to be Michael Cohen again. He just bowled the 1 over. Went for 5 runs. Godleman hands him the ball, and a word of encouragement. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts skipper, on strike on 17. Seema Mead has 27. So here we go. Here's Cohen then. Left arm quick bowler. Ball's nice and full, and Mullaney just almost traps the ball under his bat. Runs it out onto the offside and scampers through for a single. 72 for 3. Mullaney has 18. Mead, if it's been down that end, not been down that end for a while, or Stephen Mullaney's trampled all over his crease, but he's taken a fresh guard, marked it out again. Now he's ready to face Michael Cohen, who's in, bowls well, very wide of the off stump. Mead couldn't do anything with that. Second decent contribution of the match for Asiba Mead, even if he gets out now, because he's soaked up 63 deliveries so far. He scored 27. He's not very much back to the player he was in 2016 during this match. Nice 68 yesterday. Concentrates so hard, it's very clear. Lets this one go through to the keeper, and then away he goes. A little walk out 2 strips or so out towards the square leg umpire, turns, comes back. Could very well be a decent pick up by Notts. Mead played for England, of course, in the winter of 2016-17. Scored 82 on debut against India in Realcott. Cohen bowls, punched out to point where Alex Hughes makes the stop. No run there. .82 for 3. Wayne Madsen just called Billy Godleman towards him and he's having a bit of a chat. Mike Critchley is whirling his arms around at second slip, as if he has perhaps got the nod that he might just get an over late in the day. be ready. It seemed to be taking a little bit of a time to get this over. Through and dusted as Cohen again just bowls it too wide of Hamid's off stump. Again through to wicket-keeper Harvey Hussain. So 1 ball left in this over. Then there'll be 4 more to be sent down. Again, Madsen and Godalman having a bit of a chat, and Matt Critchley's having a chat with the skipper as well. Always better to have a plan, and well, Cohen thought he'd got his man there. He was in semi-celebratory mode, but Hamid unflustered and completely ignoring any Derbyshire reaction there. I don't know, Cohen must have thought he was going to swing back and bowl him, but Hamid left it and says, what are you all getting excited about? 4 to go, 72 for 3.
Certain amount of faffing going on, isn't there? Out there. That's the best way to describe it. I thought I saw Matt Critchley warming up.
Yes, yeah,
but
just said the same.
He's walked down to this end to take up his place in the slip cord, and Aitchison is going to continue. 6 overs for 19 so far, Ben Aitchison.
Yes, the last over took quite a while to...
Cohen played for
be
not
concluded.
seconds last year.
There we are. The more you look, the more you see.
Absolutely. This first delivery from Aitchison's new over. Thank you, Steve, for telling me that. It's left alone by Mullaney. And it goes through to Harvey Hussain. I must admit, it isn't something I'd picked up.
If he came over and was at Loughborough for a while, it's almost inevitable that they'll get 1 or 2 opportunities, 1 or 2 people want to have a look at him.
He just balls, and this is guided by Mullaney down to, down to Alex Hughes, who's fielding a backward point. 72 for 3. Nottinghamshire leading by 157. Sam Connors with all 3 wickets to fall in this second innings so far, on top of his magnificent 5 not out. Magnificent because it helped Lewis Deploy reach 130, and they added 80 for the 10th wicket, which has just about kept Derbyshire in this match. Without those runs, they'd already be 230 behind. 2 days to go, and that's a long way behind. Billy Godalman currently in discussions with Ben Aitchison about something. Obviously we don't know what, and there's just a slight alteration to the field. I think we're getting another slip, or we're getting a gully. We've got 2 gullies. So it's Madsen, Critchley, then a bit of a gap, McKiernan and Hughes in the cordon. Dustin Melton's up point. Aitchison bowls, and this was very straight and defended straight back to Aitchison by Mullaney. Hence the huge round of applause as the players try and keep themselves entertained in the dying embers of day 2 here at Trent Bridge. We might get to finish before 7 o'clock tomorrow, who knows? I wouldn't bank on it though. Here's Aitchison in and bowls to Mullaney down the leg side. Good stop by Harvey Hussain. For all money, that was racing away to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah, Cohen played 1 game for Nottinghamshire Seconds, April 2019 against Yorkshire at Harrogate, funnily enough. Yeah. In Yorkshire's first innings, he bowled 4 overs, none for 19. He scored 1 with the bat, and in Yorkshire's second innings, 6 overs, none for 25.
Excellent work.
So a quietish
yes,
1 appearance for Notts Seconds.
Aitchison bowls, it's turned into the leg side by...
I do apologise for not picking up on him a little earlier.
No, well, I wouldn't have,
I wonder if there was a one-day match for him to... yes, he played in a one-day match as well. where he, oh crikey,
Oh dear.
8 overs, 1 for 75.
Well, it can be expensive. Why did he not sign him? I can't understand it. Here comes Aitchison again, balls to Mullane, who guides this to the man at backward point, who is Dustin Melton, who can't have found himself at backward point too many times in his career, I wouldn't have thought, but that's where he is. And he lobs the ball back to Michael Cohen, because it was the end of the Aitchison over. 7 overs for 19 now. Nottinghamshire 72 for 3, Mullane 18. Hamid 27, and their lead is 157 now.
And he's played 7 under 19 one-day internationals for South Africa, so you'd think that's a fairly decent standard, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
2 against Zimbabwe, and then 5 against Sri Lanka. They were all in 2017. So we've got 3 overs left here at Trent Bridge, with Stephen Mullane and Asiba Mead trying to see Nottinghamshire through to the close without any more collateral damage. Lost 3 wickets all to Sam Connors fairly early on in the piece in this innings. Partnership now at 31. Here's Cohen in to bowl. This one goes through to a Sane. He took that very low down, and again I fancy got it on the finger end.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? Ouch. He would be a wicket keeper.
7:15 on Sunday evening. Play started at 11 o'clock this morning. Should be back to a 90 over day tomorrow, the falls being well.
But not so bowled all their overs in regulation, and Derbyshire are +1.
Yeah. There is Cohen in to bowl, and nicely cut by Hamid into the gap, but it was uppishly. You'd say perhaps if there was a gully there, or a second gully, it's one of those, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is the man at gully or sort of 4th or 5th slip, but it was cut between him and point. Single taken by Hamid. Does have as we commented on it yesterday, rather a lengthy run. And here he comes. Cohen in his 3rd over. Bowls again, that's glorious. Textbook Stephen Mullane. Drives that through the covers for 4. Fabulous shot from the not skipper.
Dismissive on that.
Yeah.
How quick you are.
77 for 3. Mullane has 22 with this partnership. Just gather now with 36.
The Godleman returning the ball at his own pace. I'll have a word with Cohen, inevitably.
Of course, when the players are
Got
in
pictured
the
there.
dressing room on the balcony, you can sort of have a little bit of a look and see if there's somebody sat there with the pads on, but can't see anybody at all at the far end. Not so sort of using the I don't know if they're using the executive area upstairs to get changed, but certainly can't see anybody sat around there with the pads on. Next ball kept out by Cohen.
That one seemed to surprise him, didn't it?
I can see Peter Trigo with pads on talking to Peter Moores, so you'd imagine he's going to seize the opportunity to come out and bat if he gets the opportunity. Yep. Mullane's looked good in this innings. He missed out yesterday, went cheaply, part of that middle order collapse. Prepares to face Cohen once more, and again wide of the off stump. Bowling with a decent amount of pace here.
Yeah, direction's not great though,
No.
is it? They're not going to play at something if they don't have to anymore at this late stage. Matt Critchley's come for a chat with Billy Godleman, saying, I quite fancy one. Just give me one.
There's not been any of that in this game so far. The traditional 1 over before lunch or tea spinner or at stumps or anything. Samet did come on and get the final wicket in the Derbyshire innings today as Cohen bowls, and again imperious from Mullaney. Lovely fall through the covers. First one was to the right of Godalman, who was trying to sort of fulfil 2 roles at a wideish mid, and that one to his left, and a magnificent stroke. And Mullaney's on to 26, 81 for 3, and Notts lead by 166 with just 2 overs left.
Just ensures that Cohen continues to go at 5 and over. 3 overs for 15 now. Can't imagine that he won't bowl the last over of the day. Wayne Madsen's having a long chat with him here. Ben Aitchison's going to bowl the final over from the pavilion end. So Matt Critchley's going to be disappointed. Unless he bowls the last over from... I can't imagine that's going to be the case.
No, you'd be sending somebody to pop the pads on, wouldn't you, I think, if that was going to be the case. But again, why not? Why try something different? Get 7 round the bat.
Aitchison, Ian, and balls to Hamid, who gets one off a very thick outside edge all the way along the floor. Melton's chasing it, and he'll catch it before it reaches the boundary's edge. They'll only get 2 runs for it in the end.
It would be nice just to be wired into Sib Hamid's thinking there, because every now and again he just almost seems to go on impulse. It almost seemed as if he was going to play an aggressive shot at that one, before, even before Aitchison had let go of it. Every now and again he'll just throw the bat at something, won't he?
Just want the bowler to get on top.
No.
Aitchison in again, and this time he carves it into the same kind of area, and it's a good stop by Melton. I was doing him a disservice to suggest he might not be the best fielder in backward point, because he tumbled and got that in both hands. Well,
and his speciality, quick bowler. Melton.
Yeah.
And has he played for the county?
Yes, he played against Australia and against Middlesex last season. So he's just some bowls, and this one is just defended into the offside. Had a difficult time against Australia, had a difficult time in both games, in fairness. Against Australia, I'm not sure how many straight deliveries he bowled. Did admit afterwards how nervous he was. A terrific backstory with any number of siblings that he keeps discovering. In comes Aitchison. It's fascinating. Pushed out into the offside by Hamid. I think he was born in Zimbabwe, then fostered or even adopted into a family in South Africa. Even last year discovered a brother that he didn't know about, somewhere in the Midlands in this country, and it's remarkable, the story he was telling us.
A real life long lost family.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was seen that with Davina and Nicky Campbell, quite like that.
Nice delivery from Aitchison is defended by Hamid out into the onside this time, fielded there by Connors. Ground staff waiting to come and trench various parts of the square.
Yeah, they'll have been here at silly o'clock this morning, and they'll go home at silly o'clock tonight.
And they'll be back.
Yeah. They've had a fairly peaceful day otherwise, though, you'd imagine, today.
Yes. Aitchison in again and balls to Hamid, who defends it. Back to Aitchison, and Peter Trigo can take his pads off. 1 over to go. 83 for 3, Nottinghamshire in their second innings are leading Derbyshire by 168 runs now. This partnership creeping up, 42 runs it's worth.
Yep, we'll try and tell you what's gone on through the day during the course of this over, and in about 3 minutes' time we'll bid you all good night, because as Dave says, we'll almost no sooner hit the bed than we're on our way back here again. But Nottinghamshire 324 yesterday, 9 without loss was how we found the day, and Derbyshire would have been looking for the top order to start eating into that fairly imposing Nottinghamshire total. There's Michael Cohen going to start the final over of the day, bowling to Mullaney, who had to withdraw his bat out of the way very, very rapidly because that was a sharp bouncer from Cohen. It took off, and that will rejuvenate spirits in the Derbyshire camp. So this morning, Jake Ball bowling from the Radcliffe Road end, and 3 early breakthroughs really gave Notts a platform for the day. Got rid of Lewis Rees, caught behind for a 16-ball duck by Tom Moores. That was 14 for 1 in the 7th over, and then in the 9th over, Billy Godleman, who'd scored 18 of the first 19 runs, went in the same manner, caught behind off Jake Ball. Next ball, another bouncer. This one's wasted. Wayne Madsen, the third of the big 3, if you like, at the top of the order. He steered to Chris Nash. Was he deepish gully? Was he backward point? But straight into the hands, and that was 26 for 3, the start of the 13th.
It was looking bleak for Derbyshire at that point, wasn't it?
Very much so, yeah. And that meant that Lewis Deploy and Matt Critchley were in a bit of a hole as they came together. Michael Cohen still waiting. There's lots of adjustments. I think Dave uses the word fiddling about going on.
Faffing. A lot of faffing.
Faffing about.
A lot of faffing going on. Could do without it, really.
It's Cohen bowling. Mullaney's punched it away, square of the wicket. He'll help himself to another single. 84 for 3. Derbyshire went to lunch today, 119 for 3 then, with Deploy on 46, Critchley on 45. They had played so nicely for around about an hour and a half, and you thought a little bit more of that for Derbyshire, and they're going to be right bang in this game, on for a decent first innings score. First ball after lunch, wouldn't you know it, an almighty mix-up. Critchley played the ball. Was it Jake Ball, the bowler? It was clipped away on his leg side, straight to Samit Patel. But he obviously thought there was a run, came a good halfway down. Deploy said, no, go back, go back, go back. Samit Patel had all the time in the world. There's more to this story, but Cohen meanwhile comes in and bowls, and it's wide of the off stump taken by the keeper. All Patel had to do was throw it in over the stumps, where both Tom Moores, the wicket keeper, and Asib Ahmed had gathered to receive the return. Patel overthrew them both. But Stephen Mullaney had managed to get himself into a position to back up, got the ball, and then threw down the stumps from, what, about 8 yards?
Oh, yeah.
It was no gimme, was it?
No, it wasn't. It absolutely wasn't.
So that was Critchley out. It was a real waste of an innings, gone for his lunchtime 45, 119 for 4. That opened a door, if you like, because Harvey Hussain didn't settle. He was LBW to Joey Everson for 1, 120 for 5. Quickly became 132 for 6 as Hudson Prentice, who'd made his way out to the middle with Wayne Madsen as a runner, he went LBW to Everson for 8. Then it became 134 for 7 when Everson got rid of Matty McKiernan. Good catch by Hamid up around about head height, flew quickly to him in the gully, just plucked it out the air. Next ball again ducking short, and Hamid bobs underneath. 149 for 8 when Cohen was bowled by Tom Barber for 7, who followed up his first wicket with that of Aitchison, caught by Mullaney at slip. 159 for 9. But then the twist in the tail, the last wicket partnership of 80. I think you said Deploy was on about 60, 61?
61, I believe, yeah.
61 when he was joined by last man Sam Connors. And to say he was last out for 130 tells you how much of an influence he had over the next hour and a half that the 10th wicket partnership lasted. Banged in short. Deploy going on to reach his 100 from 144 balls. Magnificent knock. And that is stumps here. 84 for 3 is the final score. Are they going to troop off? I think they are.
Oh, yeah, well,
Mullaney,
I've got to make sure they do.
Mullaney has 27, Hamid has 30, so Notts' lead is, it's on the bottom of the board there, 169 runs. So Derbyshire in the end all out for 239. Last man out was Deploy. He was going for his shots, went after Samit Patel and hoisted it to Joey Everson. Deepish mid-off. all out 239. After tea, 3 wickets to Sam Connors, bowled Chris Nash for 0, Ben Duckett for 23 and Joe Clark for 2, leaving Hamid and Mullaney to see it through to the close. Notts lead by 169, 84 for 3. Quick thank you and good night from Dave Fletcher.
Absolutely. No, I think Notts firmly in control of this one. If they bat sensibly tomorrow, they can build up a very nice lead, perhaps get a few overs at the Derbyshire top order again tomorrow evening. That will be their plan. Derbyshire's plan, well, they need early wickets in the morning just to make sure that they don't waste that very fine century from Leas to Ploy.
Thanks, Dave. Very much enjoyed your company. Dear listener, we very much enjoyed your company today, second day of this match, and we'll do it all again tomorrow from Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire versus Derbyshire. Notts lead by 169 with 7 wickets in the hutch from Fletch and from myself, Dave Bracegirdle. A very good night to you all.
Proceedings, and the current scores are that Derbyshire scored 239 all out. In their second innings for Nottinghamshire, 84 for 3. Stephen Mullaney and Hasib Hamid are at the crease. We will be joined by Joey Everson pretty shortly, so please do stick with us for the post-match reaction. So I'm delighted to say that Joey Everson joins me now. Joey, quite a day's cricket. We've had 2 days so far. Just give us an overview of how you found the game so far.
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable for me. It's nice to have the team in a great position to win the game in the next couple of days. But it was good that we got them only 3 down. So tomorrow we just need to push forward and get ourselves into a good position to win the match.
I mean, for you personally, if I just read out your figures, you can give me your reaction.
Yeah.
11 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 38. I mean, that is some good stats there.
Yeah, it's very pleasing for me, but more importantly, it's given the team a more comfortable position to get us a more comfortable lead to win the game. So, yeah, like I said, it's a pleasing moment for myself, but yeah.
And obviously to take the final catch from a player that was causing us a little bit of annoyance.
I made a few friends after that one. So.
And obviously, like when we talk about the catch, they always say that running away, is the hardest one.
It's hard to judge when you're running over your shoulder, but I'm glad I took it in the end. So.
And then if we just talk about your little cameo with a certain Jake Ball, I mean, a partnership there. Did you see? Did you see that coming?
Yeah. Well, we know he can bat. Hits a clean ball, so I was just happy to stand at the other end to watch it. Really, But yeah, he batted really nicely.
I mean, 68 runs. I mean, that was quite crucial when we talk about the lead that Notts have got at the moment.
Seven down, so that was a big partnership for me and Jake. So it's good that we got that partnership to get over the 300 mark.
And just finally, when you said earlier we're 3 down at the moment. Just explain to us how these sort of evening sessions when there's 29 overs left. It's very difficult.
Yeah,
isn't
they're
it?
tough. They're very tough actually. You can't really go into your shell because we want to give ourselves as much time as possible to bowl them out in the next couple of days. So, but you can't also be 5 or 6 down overnight. So it's finding the right balance of finding the right tempo to bat really. So. Yeah.
And just finally, what's the hope for tomorrow? What are we looking for from tomorrow?
I think the first hour is crucial. Like that partnership there, and then just putting more runs on the board, trying to get over that 300 lead mark, and then go hard at them last dig. So.
Well, there's certainly a fun 2 days left, but thank you very much for joining us. Well done today with your bowling, and good luck for the rest of the game.
Cheers. Thank you.
No problem. Well, we'll let you go. You can go because I know you've got some more media duties to do, but thanks very much, Joey. So just to give you an overview of the game so far. First innings, Notts had 324. Obviously, Derbyshire replied with 239 all out. An innings from Lewis Deploy for 130. But Nottinghamshire currently stands at 84 for 3. We'll be back tomorrow at 10:45. We hope you've enjoyed today's coverage. We hope you're enjoying the stream. But as I say, we will be back tomorrow, so do join us then. But enjoy the rest of your evening, and goodbye.